Chapter 261. What the hell? In Yuan Shue's lower abdomen, a dark blue bead was spinning, emitting a soft light. When one's mind penetrated it, one could hear some tranquil music, as if something was playing inside. That's right. After the curse was dispelled, a pearl of sound essence was left behind. What a lucky girl. After being stunned for a moment, Ziyi understood. He couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. I'll leave the bead to you as a benefit. Anyway, Little Star has no use for it. Looking at Yuan Shui, who was sleeping peacefully, Zai smiled generously. He did not think of taking the bead of rhythm out of her body. After all, Yun Nuoxing did not cultivate the bead of rhythm. Stretching lazily, Zai yawned. With a thought, he returned control of the body to Yun Nuoxing. Dong! As soon as he took back the body, before Yun Nuoxing could react, a sense of weakness surged in his heart. Unable to control the body in time, he knelt on the ground. His two knees hit the ground, making a dull sound. His snow-white hair drooped down beside his hands. Seeing this, he smiled bitterly. He did not expect that even borrowing Zai's power would consume so much energy. If he used it himself, he would probably be sucked dry. This body has reached its limit. Yun Nuoxing supported himself with his legs and stood up with difficulty. There was a sense of weakness all over his body, and even his vision was a little shaky. With a bitter smile, Yun Nuoxing operated the soul-burning art, converting a part of his soul energy into immortal qi, allowing his body to recover some strength. He then took out a pill and threw it into his mouth. The medicinal power spread in his body, turning into a warm current, replenishing his body that had reached its limit. Who are you? When Yun Nuoxing was about to walk out, a somewhat weak voice suddenly sounded behind him, making him stop. He gently turned his head and saw that Yuan Shui had woken up at this time. Sitting on the bed, wearing pink pajamas, she really looked like a little princess. A pair of beautiful eyes were staring at him uneasily. Her delicate hands tightly grasped the quilt, as if she was worried that he would pounce on her. You're awake. It seems that the curse has been completely lifted. Yun Nuoxing looked at her slightly rosy cheeks and nodded slightly. He didn't say anything but pointed outside the door and said weakly, Yuan Shi and the others are waiting for you outside. Go take a look. They're very worried about you. After he said that, he didn't care if she heard him and walked towards the door. In his weak state, he didn't even want to say anything. Brother, and the others? Yuan Shui was stunned. She had just woken up, and her mind seemed to be a little confused. After a long time, she remembered something. Then she saw Yun Nuoxing staggering, so she quickly jumped out of bed and ran to him. She reached out to support him and asked hurriedly, Did you help me break the curse? Are you okay? I'm fine. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. He was so tired that his soul was about to float away. He just wanted to find a bed and have a good sleep. Seeing him so weak, Yuan Shui was shocked. She looked at her clothes and couldn't help but blush. She quickly ran back to the bed and put on a robe. When she turned around, she saw that Yun Nuoxing was about to push the door open, so she hurriedly ran over. Creak. The sound from the door attracted the attention of everyone waiting outside. Then they saw Yun Nuoxing, with his long white hair fluttering in the wind, walking out with his body swaying a little. Everyone could see that he had reached his limit. Xingxing, are you okay? Seeing Yun Nuoxing's weak state, Zian was shocked. She quickly went up to him and reached out to support him, asking worriedly. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand. Seeing Yuan Qian and the others nervous, he couldn't help but smile and said, Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. After saying that, he turned his body slightly. Everyone saw Yuan Shui running out with a panicked face. They were all stunned for a moment. Shui, Seeing Yuan Shui running out energetically, Yuan Qian screamed excitedly. She picked Yuan Shui up and kept repeating, "It's good that you're awake." She was so excited that tears flowed down her face. Her face was distorted from crying, and she looked like a little kitten. "Sister, I'm sorry, I made you worry." Being picked up all of a sudden, Yuan Shui was slightly stunned. She was just thinking about what to say when they met. She didn't expect to receive a warm hug from her sister as soon as they met. When she was in a daze, she only had time to say a few words. Even the calm Yuan Qi was so excited that he threw the book in his hand to the side and even danced with joy. Yuan Qi was also very happy. He looked up at the ceiling, and a line of clear tears fell uncontrollably. Yun Nuoxing only saw the cheering and jumping of everyone. He smiled helplessly. The sound in his ears became a little blurry again. His vision turned black, and the feeling of the world spinning surrounded him. Before his consciousness completely dissipated, he only felt that he had fallen into a soft embrace. The light of consciousness slowly condensed together. Silver and lavender intertwined into a brilliance, blooming with a soft light. His eyelids trembled and rolled up. He still felt a little sleepy. He couldn't help but want to close his eyes and fall into a deep sleep. Yun Nuoxing was lying on a bed. He blinked hard and forcibly dispelled the sleepiness that lingered in his mind. Looking at the white ceiling, his blurry vision slowly became clear. A faint fragrance of incense wafted to the tip of his nose, speeding up his recovery. "Little boy, you're awake?" As soon as he woke up, he heard a gratifying voice in his right ear. The slightly magnetic voice made Yun Nuoxing pause for a moment. It wasn't easy for him to dig out some information from his brain that had turned into paste. Only then did he recognize that it was Yuan Qian's voice. After taking a deep breath, Yun Nuoxing gently turned his head. When he saw more than 10 pairs of eyes staring at him, he was so frightened that he let out a strange cry. His body suddenly rolled to the side and almost rolled off the bed. "Ah, what do you want to do?" Seeing that he was so frightened that he retreated 3 feet away, everyone was a little stunned. After a moment, they couldn't help but laugh. Even Zian couldn't help but cover his mouth and chuckle. Wang Chun hammered the bedboard with all his strength, making clanging sounds. "Big brother, you're making a fuss over nothing." Ming jumped from Zian's arms onto the bed and ran in front of Yun Nuoxing. She couldn't help but reach out and pinch his nose, laughing coquettishly. "Little girl." Seeing her actions, Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes and hugged Ming tightly in his arms. His palm moved like a gust of wind as he ruthlessly ravaged her head. Her little mouth couldn't help but pout. "You've already slept for half a month." Zian walked to the bed and gently sat down next to Yun Nuoxing. Mei Mao looked at him with a smile and said, "It's already been that long." Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing was a little dazed. She had only used the swirling zither once, but she had already rested for half a month. In other words, Zai hadn't been feeling very well for the past half a month either. Since they were in the same body, their situation was the same. Half a month to them was just the blink of an eye. They didn't know what had happened in between. It seems that I have to think carefully before using the swirling zither in the future. Thinking about how half a month had passed in the blink of an eye, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but smile bitterly. If the seal on the swirling zither wasn't broken, he would have to use his own energy to operate it. It would consume too much energy, and he couldn't bear it. If it weren't for the Yuan family, who he didn't know if they could be relied on, he wouldn't have worked so hard and exhausted himself. "Mr. Yun, thank you for saving me." While Yun Nuoxing was thinking, Yuan Shui, who had already returned to normal, walked in front of him, bowed, and said apologetically. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing was a little speechless. Since when was he being addressed like this? It's okay, as long as you're fine. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and said with a smile, "Not bad, little boy. I didn't think that you would actually have the ability to break the seal." Yuan Qian casually walked to Yun Nuoshing's side and hooked one of her slender arms around his neck without any scruples. She extended her slender fingers with her other hand and lifted his chin. Her red lips were infinitely close to his face. Her breath smelled like orchids as she gently said, "Tell me, what do you want? As long as the Yuan family has it, Big Sister can get it for you. Big Sister is tired. Brother Yun just woke up. Let him rest for a while." Seeing Yun Nuoshing's flushed, handsome face, Yuanshi couldn't help but shake his head. He pulled Yuan Qian off Yun Nuoshing's body. He knew that his sister was being love-struck again. "Allah, my cutest little brother is jealous." After being pulled off, Yuan Qian giggled and hugged Yuanshi in her arms. Her cherry lips even bit his face, causing his face to turn red. I've seen this scene countless times. Jin Hung looked at the siblings who were fooling around and couldn't help but shake his head. He patted Yun Nuoshing's shoulder and said, "Brother Yun, it's good that you're fine." Now that Yun Nuoshing had displayed her strength, not only Yuan Shi and the others, but even Jin Hung wanted to establish a good relationship with her. This thought had been in his mind since that day at the stone workshop, when he saw Yun Nuoshing's godlike, half-baked crystallization technique. This thought arose spontaneously. After all, a crystallization technique master could bring immeasurable benefits to a force. This was an indisputable fact. Moreover, when she was breaking the curse later on, the peerless music she played alarmed all the experts in Divine Sky City. Although she didn't know it herself, when Xian and the others walked out of the Yuan family's world that day, they truly understood what it meant to be surrounded so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. With the Yuan family as the center, there was a group of people in the sky and on the ground. They all looked up calmly and stared at Xian and Yuan Qian, who had just walked out, causing them to retreat in fear. Originally, they wanted to go out to buy some pills or something. When they saw how weak Yun Nuoshing was, Yuan Qian felt a little bad. However, it seemed like they couldn't go out even if they wanted to. "Brother Yun, you're now a big celebrity in Divine Sky City. Many people are waiting for you to appear." Yao Ling looked at Yun Nuoshing and couldn't help but smile. Although half a month had passed, there were still many people squatting outside the Yuan family. They wanted to see who the person who played the heavenly music was and see if they could rope her into their force. If they weren't afraid of the Yuan family, they would have rushed in long ago. What's going on? Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing felt a little confused. He was unconscious and naturally didn't know what was going on. It's like this. Just when the demon spirit was about to explain, Yuan Qian sent Jin Hung and Zi Yen flying with a slap. Then she stuck close to Yun Nuoshing, opened her red lips, and started talking nonstop. Jin Hung and Xian looked at Yuan Qian with hidden bitterness as she hugged Yun Nuoshing and started talking nonstop. Everyone laughed silently. After hearing this, Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes and almost died before he could catch his breath. Then, how are we going to get out? Yun Nuoshing wailed. He still had to work. Now that the Yuan family was surrounded by people, how were they going to get out? He didn't want to see those strange people. We're also worried about this. Hearing this wail, Jin Hung and Yao Ling also had a headache. Both of them represented the forces behind them. Although they were on good terms with Yuan Shi, how were they going to explain themselves if they were seen coming out of the Yuan family? In the past, when they came in and out, they didn't pay much attention to this kind of thing. Now that it was time for them to appear, they became worried. Well, you don't have to worry about this. Seeing them holding their heads in distress, Yuan Qian giggled and stroked her impressive bosom. She smiled and said, I'll send you guys out tonight. We'll also go out and have some fun. Huh. Yun Nuoshing was stunned and didn't react in time. He. Yuan Qian smiled coquettishly. Chapter 262. The night sky was shrouded in darkness, and the icy blue moon hung high in the sky, casting its cool moonlight onto the world. A thin layer of silver veil covered the entire Divine Sky City. I've thought of many ways to get out, but I never thought that there would be such a way. In the sky above the Divine Sky City, a faintly discernible palace slowly floated out of the city. Moonlight flowed on the surface of the palace, and it seemed to have merged with the void, becoming the same color as the sky, making it difficult to be discovered. Yun Nuoshing and the rest stood at the edge of the palace, and they couldn't help but exclaim as they watched the Divine Sky City slowly move backwards. They didn't think that the palace in the sky could be used to fly. We didn't have to go through so much trouble, but the teleportation room broke down, so we had to move the entire palace. Yuan Qian spread her hands and smiled. Most of the forces that were powerful enough to be stationed in the Divine Sky City would build a teleportation door, so that there wouldn't be any barriers between the two places. With the Yuan family's power, they could definitely do that. However, the teleportation room had not been maintained for a long time. Today, when Yun Nuoshing and the rest pushed open the dusty door, they almost choked to death on a cloud of dust. The array patterns and lines of the teleportation door were almost destroyed. This palace was originally used for long-distance travel. There's a teleportation door in the teleportation room. As long as you have the coordinates, you can go anywhere. However, as you saw just now, it's broken. Looking at the slightly disturbed area in the distance, Yuan Qian stuck out her tongue and acted cute, causing everyone to roll their eyes. Speaking of which, I was the one who was in charge of the maintenance of the teleportation room. Yuan she couldn't help but mumble as he hid behind Yun Nuoshing. My cute little brother, come over and let me dote on you. Although her voice was soft, it wasn't a problem for Yuan Qian to hear it with her cultivation. She raised her slender eyebrows slightly, and her red lips curled into a dangerous arc. She reached out and grabbed Yuan Shi, capturing him in her arms and ravaging him. No, I'm wrong. Please let me go. Being suppressed to the point that he couldn't release his energy, Yuan Shi could only cry out and surrender. Has it always been like this? Yun Nuoshing calmly asked Yuan Shi as she listened to the miserable cries behind her. Ha, it's a common occurrence. Yuan Shi laughed dryly and touched his ears without a trace. Seeing his petty actions, Yun Nuoshing pursed his lips. It seemed that this family had suffered quite a bit under Yuan Qian's hands. Before Yuan Shi, the dignified young master, grew up, it seemed that she could only be suppressed. Yuan Qian looked to be in her 20s and was the eldest miss of the Yuan family. However, Yun Nuoshing had heard Yuan Qi carefully say that she was in her 50s. For cultivators, this age was just the right age for a teenager, not even a youth. However, her cultivation had already reached the 3rd seal of the devil rank. She was considered the most powerful person among the younger generation that Yun Nuoshing had seen in all these years. Even Yuan Qi had just reached the 9th refinement stage of the half-devil rank and was still a long way from reaching the devil rank. Of course, Yun Nuoshing wasn't too surprised. For a force with an extremely ancient inheritance like this, there were plenty of ways to help a person increase their cultivation. The power of various inheritances was endless, so it wasn't surprising for her to have such achievements. However, the inheritance of a force mostly valued the inheritance of a bloodline and a strong physique. Although Yuan Qian's current achievements were quite high, Yuan Shi had a 1 in a million divine spirit body. Therefore, the position of young master was almost fixed with his birth. It was said that Yuan Qian was a little unhappy that this younger brother who suddenly appeared had snatched the position that should have been hers. After all, among the younger generation of the Yuan family, besides Yuan Shi, Yuan Qian was the most talented in cultivation. Because of this, Yuan Qian often bullied Yuan Shi when he was young. Moreover, the name Yuan, she was given by Yuan Qian. She intentionally or unintentionally gave him a name with the same sound. No one knew what her intentions were. Hearing this family matter, Yun Nuoxing could only silently mourn for Yuan Shi for a while. Little boy. A delicate laughter suddenly came from behind him, causing Yun Nuoxing, who was looking at the night scenery, to be stunned for a moment. Before he could turn around, a fragrant wind carried a soft and delicate body directly onto his back, and two soft arms wrapped around his waist. This ambiguous action caused Yun Nuoxing's handsome face to instantly turn red. The two soft and comfortable hands on his back tugged at his heartstrings, scaring him out of his wits. Zian, who had been sitting at the side, saw Yuan Qian coming over and saw Yun Nuoxing's stiff and flushed, handsome face. She smiled unnaturally and tucked her long hair behind her ear. Without saying anything, she carried Ming and walked away, leaving Yun Nuoxing alone in the wind. "I've been sold again." Yun Nuoxing wanted to cry when he saw Zian walk away, without hesitation. How should he deal with this awkward situation? Miss Yuan Qian, is there anything I can help you with?" Although it was a little awkward, Yun Nuoxing couldn't just leave her behind and pretend that nothing had happened, so he could only smile awkwardly and ask, "Just call me Yuan Qian. Why be so distant?" Yuan Qian smiled brightly. Mei Mao spun around and asked, "Do you have a girlfriend?" PFFF. As soon as this question left his mouth, Yun Nuoxing spat out a mouthful of saliva onto his face. He even forgot to wipe it off. This question, no. Although Yuan Qian was behind him and wasn't looking at him, Yun Nuoxing still turned his head unnaturally and answered, "Huh. Then, what's your relationship with that pretty girl?" Yuan Qian laughed playfully when she heard this. She then poked him on the waist with her slender hand and laughed. "Zian, she's—" Yun Nuoxing opened his mouth. Just as he was about to say that they were friends, he suddenly closed his mouth. He didn't know how to answer. It didn't seem wrong to say that they were friends, but compared to the 6 months they spent together, they seemed a little distant. It didn't seem like they were close friends either. As for being a couple, they were well aware of the awkwardness when they were alone, so they didn't seem like a couple at all. Now that she had asked him this question, he felt like he had lost his soul, and no matter what he said, it wouldn't seem right. As they weren't too far away, Zian also heard this question. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately pricked up his ears. Mei Mao stared closely at Yun Nuoxing. She also wanted to know what position she held in Yun Nuoxing's heart. However, she was a little reluctant. She was worried that his answer would put her in an insignificant position. She was a little conflicted, but she still struggled to raise her feet and walk a little closer to him. Yun Nuoxing knew that the longer he delayed this question, the worse it would get. He also guessed that Zian was probably watching from behind. So he took a deep breath and looked straight ahead with determination. He slowly said, "Zian, she is someone very important to me." Almost at the same time his voice fell, Yun Nuoxing and Ziyan's faces both turned red at the same time. The latter's face was even redder, and the redness spread from her slender jade path all the way to the tips of her delicate ears. Because of his words, her heart became extremely flustered, and she was unable to calm down like a little deer running around in a flurry. "Oh." Yuan Qian nodded and didn't pursue the matter. Instead, she changed the topic. "When are you going to marry me?" When he heard this question, Yun Nuoxing felt uneasy. When did I agree to marry you? He suddenly felt his thoughts become a mess. That, Yuan Qian, did we get something wrong? I, 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 I didn't say I was going to, do that. Yun Nuoshing was so flustered by this question that he couldn't even speak clearly. Didn't I say it already? If you can help Xue, remove the curse, I will marry you. When she heard this, Yuan Qian pursed her lips disapprovingly. A sly look flashed across Mei Mao's face. Why does it sound like a sinkhole to me? When Yun Nuoshing heard this, her brain almost exploded from overload. Did this count as an unintentional trap? In the distance, Yuan Shi and the others were sitting in a group. They were stunned for a long time as they looked over. Yuan Shi picked up the teacup on the side and took a sip. Then he looked at everyone and asked carefully, "Do you guys think Big Sister isn't serious about this, right?" When she heard this question, Yuan Yi spat out a mouthful of water. She was about to deny it, but when she saw the two of them glued to each other like glue, she couldn't be sure anymore. She could only look at Yuan Qi when he received this gaze. Yuan Qi was stunned. His hands trembled as he closed the book. Then he turned to look at his fifth brother, Yuan Fei. The latter was dozing off when he suddenly shivered. All sleepiness was dispelled. When he saw this strange atmosphere, he was stunned for a long time. Then he turned to look at his sixth sister, Yuan Ying, who was flustered. However, he was frightened by her murderous glare and skipped over her. Just like that, everyone's gazes returned to Yuan Shi. He looked up at the sky and pretended to be lost in thought, ignoring the dozen or so gazes. Seeing this, Yuan Qi kicked Yuan Fei under the table, hinting at him to hurry up and say something. I think, in the end, it was third brother Yuan Chang, who was wearing a small hat and had 2 dark circles under his eyes, who spoke. Looking at his natural dark circles and fluffy hair, people who didn't know him would think that he didn't rest at all. Although he looked like the type who would risk his life for 10,000 years, his voice was sonorous and powerful, without the slightest trace of lifelessness. Sister likes cute boys. Yuan Chang paused for a moment and looked at Yuan Fei. His meaning was self-evident, causing the latter to roll his eyes. Only then did Yuan Chang say, I think it's only a 3-minute heat this time. It'll be fine after a while. Hearing this, the Yuan family members felt that it made sense and nodded. However, Yuan Xue shook her head and said, Fifth brother, what do you think is the longest time that elder sister stuck to you? Hearing this nonsensical question, Yuan Fei was stunned for a moment. Everyone also turned to look at him, causing him to feel very awkward. After thinking seriously for a long time, he stretched out his hand and said, It should be 5 minutes. What did elder sister do in these 5 minutes? Yuan Xue raised her eyebrows and asked again. Other than pinching my face, what else could she do? Yuan Fei's face was slightly red as he muttered in a low voice. Jin Heng and the others who were listening by the side suddenly had countless black lines on their faces. Wouldn't it swell if she pinched it for 5 minutes? Big brother Jin Heng, big brother Yao Ling, what about you guys? Yuan Xue suddenly pulled them into the topic. 2 or 3 minutes. Being reminded of a long time ago by this question, Jin Heng and Yao Ling couldn't help but shiver and laugh dryly. Big brother, what about you? After asking, Yuan Xue asked Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi was stunned for a moment. He rubbed his eyebrows as if he was recalling. After a while, he slowly replied, 10 minutes? When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but chuckle. So the one who was usually taken care of the most by Yuan Qian was Yuan Shi. It seemed that she really loved this younger brother of hers. Then now, how long has elder sister stuck to Mr. Yun? Hearing this, Yuan Xue sighed, her eyebrows filled with helplessness. Everyone was stunned and hurriedly turned their gazes. Seeing that the two were still stuck together, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. It seemed to have been more than 20 minutes, right? And looking at the momentum, it didn't seem like they were going to let go. The F***, is this for real? I'm going to have a brother-in-law. Yuan Qi couldn't help but spit out this sentence, instantly messing up everyone's mood. Chapter 263. In the slow-moving palace in the air, a strange atmosphere permeated the air. Everyone stared at the two figures at the entrance of the palace with a strange expression. For a moment, their breathing stopped and their bodies were petrified. It's just a possibility, or rather, a high possibility. After all, my sister has never tried to get close to a boy other than our family for so long. Yuan Shui tapped the table with her fingers, exhaled softly, and calmly analyzed. Maybe it's just a whim. In the end, she added. Everyone came back to their senses and slowly turned their eyes away. They all laughed dryly and sipped their tea. They wanted to ignore what was going on over there, but their eyes unconsciously turned to the other side. When their eyes met, everyone smiled bitterly. Forget it, let her be. She can do whatever she wants. Jin Heng, just when everyone calmed down with it doesn't matter, I can't see you two being intimate. Posture. Yun Nuoshing, who broke free from Yuan Qian's arms, walked to the side of the crowd. In front of Jin Heng, his calm laughter made everyone stunned. Jin Heng was also stunned for a moment. His eyebrows trembled slightly. He put down the teacup and stood up. He looked at Yun Nuoshing playfully, and then looked at Yuan Qian and Zian, who were talking in the distance. After a while, he smiled and said, "Brother Yun, what's the matter?" "Just call me Nuoshing." Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and sat down on a chair without regard. After Jin Heng sat down, he said, "I want to auction the 0-degree ice stone. I wonder if Golden Palace will accept it." "Yes, of course." Seeing that there was business coming to his door, Jin Heng was overjoyed and immediately responded. Then he said, "Little brother Nuoshing, do you want to exchange something? Tell me, and I'll arrange it." No need to exchange anything. Can I just sell it for money?" Yun Nuoshing quickly shook his head. Now he was so poor that he only had materials left. There was no need to exchange any more materials. It was better to get some money. That's no problem. It should be said that it's easier to auction it with money. After all, not everyone is willing to barter. Hearing this, Jin Heng paused for a moment, nodded, and said, "I wonder when little brother Nuoshing plans to auction it." "Any time is fine," Yun Nuoshing said indifferently. Speaking of which, that 0-degree ice stone came from the Qi family's workshop, right? I wonder how much it's worth. Yuan Qi and the others, who had been listening by the side, asked curiously. The 0-degree ice stone is a 10th level material. Such a large piece can be worth about 200,000 kilograms of celestial-grade mysterious crystal. The current market price of celestial-grade mysterious crystal is 100,000 kilograms, which is about 20 billion. Considering the mutated water element, ice, it should be worth another 3 billion. Jin Heng slightly raised his chin, staring at the ceiling in a daze, and said one by one, 23 billion. Hearing this huge sum of money, Yun Nuoshing laughed very happily. Even Yuan Qi and the others were shocked. It was not that the Yuan family could not take out such a large sum of money. At least, it was impossible for one person to take out such a large sum of money directly. It had to be decided by the family head. However, materials above 10th level are very rare, and very few people need them. Most people need 9th level materials, not to mention whether they can collect 10th level materials. Just finding a blacksmith is a headache. Those people are more arrogant than alchemists. They are like gods, and no one can ask for their help. If there is a special need, I think we can add another billion. Yuan Shi also analyzed. After saying that, he glared at Yuan Shi, who was smiling embarrassedly. Hearing the higher value, Yuan Shi completely calmed down. Previously, he was indeed eager to save people, and threw out 120 billion without thinking. Now that he thought about it, he was really a little scared. Even if he was the young master of the Yuan family, he should not have been so rude. Fortunately, he met Yun Nuoxing. If it was someone else, they might have been severely cheated. By the way, I will keep the echo stone. Don't count it in the 0-degree ice stone. Yun Nuoxing said with a faint smile after taking a sip of the tea that Yuan Shui handed over. Okay, only the 0-degree ice stone will be auctioned. Jin Heng nodded and did not ask any more questions. When he heard the music played by Yun Nuoxing that day, he knew that he had done a lot of research. The echo stone was useless to others, but it was a priceless treasure to people who practiced music. Speaking of which, I also booked a banquet at the Dragon Gate Hall. I originally wanted to celebrate, but it has been half a month. I don't know if it has been canceled or not. Yao Ling scratched his head in distress. On the day that Yun Nuoxing and Yuan Shi gambled on stones, he had booked a banquet to celebrate, but he did not expect that something would happen on the way. Let's find another time to go again. Yun Nuoxing smiled when she heard this. Where are you going? Suddenly, Yuan Qian appeared behind him without him knowing. When she heard that he was going out, she moved her head close to his ear and smiled faintly. Morning tea. Yun Nuoxing was startled by Yuan Qian. After a long while, she calmed down and turned her head to roll her eyes at Yuan Qian and said with a smile. At this time, Yuan Qian was holding Xian's small hand, and they were as intimate as sisters. Who knew what the two girls were talking about, but they suddenly became close. Although it was easy for girls to talk to each other, wasn't it a little too fast? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. When they saw Xian smiling faintly, it was as if she had suddenly realized something. Everyone looked at each other and did not know what had happened. What did she say to you just now? Yun Nuoxing could not help but ask, curiously when she saw Xian sitting down beside her. A girl's secret. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuoxing with a smile. Xian smiled sweetly. Her elegant demeanor made Yun Nuoxing a little fascinated and stunned for a moment. Moreover, this smile was different from her usual smile. There was something more to it, making people reluctant to look away. All right. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. You can't tell your brother about things between girls. Even Ming smiled sweetly at Yun Nuoxing. Everyone could not help but laugh. I won't ask. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes and reached out to knock her head lightly. I'm going to sleep. You guys take your time talking. Just yell at me when you reach. After stretching, Yun Nuoxing covered her mouth and yawned for a long time and said softly, the palace was flying out of Divine Sky City. It would take some time. After all, this city was too big, and they could not go out before they removed their concealment mode. They could only pass the time by sleeping. Sleeping again? You just woke up. Sigh, you've been sleeping for half a month. Hearing this, everyone could not help but say, was she going to turn into a sleeping god? I can't help it if it feels sleepy. Yun Nuoxing shrugged and pointed to her head, helplessly. After that, she stood up and walked out. Only then did everyone notice that half of her light purple hair was still pale white. It seemed that she had not fully recovered. They were a little worried. I'll go and take a look. Seeing this, Yuan Shui felt a little guilty. After all, Yun Nuoxing was injured because of her. She wanted to go and take a look, but Xian stopped her. Xingxing only likes to be alone when she is tired. Let's not disturb her. Let her rest alone. Xian pulled Yuan Shui back to her seat with a smile. Mei Mao looked out of the door and shook her head helplessly. Well, okay. Hearing this, Yuan Shui froze for a moment. Since Xian said so, she could only sit here. She could not help even if she went. Instead of going back to her room, Yun Nuoxing sat down on the steps outside the palace. Looking at the flowing white clouds in front of him, he was a little absent-minded. He knew that he was not very tired. He just had a feeling that he wanted to fall into a deep sleep. In fact, this feeling had been there for a long time, but today it was particularly strong. It was so strong that even if he forced himself to stay awake, it did not work. With his feet in the air, Yun Nuoxing adjusted his position and leaned his body against the stone pillar behind him. He tilted his head back a little and looked at the dark night sky. The icy blue moonlight shone on his handsome face, making him gradually fall into a daze. "Let's sleep for a while," Yun Nuoxing murmured softly. Although the night wind was a little cold, he was not worried that he would get sick. His eyelids slowly closed. After a while, even his breathing became weak, and he fell into a deep sleep. The icy cold wind whistled past him. Yun Nuoxing was surrounded by an even stronger sense of exhaustion than before. There were bursts of heart-wrenching pain coming from his body, making him take a deep breath. This pain even went straight to the depths of his soul. He could not bear it. He wanted to cry out, but he could not even make a sound. "Dream?" Yun Nuoxing reacted and murmured in his heart. When he opened his eyes, he saw a dark sky. No, it was a space of nothingness. The darkness in his sight was an endless space of nothingness. It was so dark that it could even suck people's minds. He raised his hand with difficulty, only to see bright golden blood flowing all over his arm. He clenched his fist slightly and even felt that it was a little stiff. He could not use any strength, and a sticky feeling came from his palm. What happened? This time, he was in a severely injured state as soon as he entered the dreamscape. This made Yun Nuoxing feel baffled. He used a Herculean effort and stood up with great difficulty. He realized that he was standing in a space of nothingness. He could not identify his direction, nor did he know where he was. "You're awake." A light voice suddenly came from behind him. Yun Nuoxing was slightly taken aback. He only reacted after a while. This voice was the same voice that he heard in the dreamscape last time. "Who are you?" Yun Nuoxing opened his mouth to ask, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not open his mouth. Only then did he react. In the memory fragments, he did not have control over his body. He could only slowly watch the events unfold. There's not much time left. You can't continue to stay in the eternal void. You have to go out. Yun Nuoxing turned his head, but he still could not see the girl's face. It was as if there was a layer of hazy fog covering her. No matter how hard he tried, he could not see through her. She spoke softly. After she finished speaking, she stood up. With a wave of her hand, the huge black sword appeared in the void. Before Yun Nuoxing could take a closer look at what was happening, the scene around him suddenly turned into countless white lines. It was as if a ball of lines was being kneaded by someone. He was shocked and did not know what was happening. His vision was in disarray for a while, but the scene in front of him became clear again. After that, he saw that the entire world was surrounded by fire. However, there was white snow flying in the sky, but it could not extinguish the fire. The black smoke that floated up from the ground condensed in midair like a huge dark cloud. "I've miscalculated." Beside him, the girl suddenly smiled brilliantly. The robes on her body were somewhat tattered, as if she had experienced a great battle. The black greatsword was still flowing with blood. It flowed down from the girl's arm and dripped down from the tip of the sword, causing Yun Nuoxing to be shocked. I have to excuse myself for a while. You can't die yet. You have to continue living. The girl smiled very happily. Although he could not see anything clearly around him, Yun Nuoshing knew that danger must be lurking everywhere. However, the girl's smile was very bright. He could not see it, but he could feel it. The girl smiled for a while. She touched Yun Nuoshing's cheek with her delicate hand and stuffed the huge sword in her hand into his hand. Finally, she laughed. Her delicate body suddenly lost its strength and floated down into the darkness like a fallen leaf. He was shocked. However, before he could reach out his hand, the delicate body suddenly bloomed with a brilliant light. Countless energy threads shot out from her body like a star, but they could not illuminate the darkness here. Although he did not understand what the girl was doing, Yun Nuoshing suddenly felt a heart-wrenching feeling in his heart. He could not help but cry. He felt a cold sensation on his cheek. He hurriedly reached out and tried to grab the girl who had fallen down. However, he only saw the girl's body submerged in the brilliant light. Even his vision became blurry. In the endless void, he heard his own hoarse and helpless cry for the first time. No. Stars. Chapter 264. Star. The sudden scream pulled Yun Nuoshing's mind out of the dream. The moment he came back to his senses, he only felt that he was hanging in the air. Before he could react to what had happened, a force pulled him up, and then he fell into a soft embrace. Why did you suddenly jump down? What entered her eyes was Ziyan's pretty face, which was filled with worry. Her long, shapely eyebrows were tightly knitted together. She had just said a few words when she was stunned. Did you have a nightmare? Seeing the tears dripping down his handsome face, Ziyan's heart ached. She wiped the tears away gently and spoke in a very gentle voice. Huh. Seeing Ziyan's actions, Yun Nuoshing tilted his head and his cheeks twitched. Only then did he realize that he didn't know when he started crying and seemed to have jumped down. In other people's eyes, he might be committing suicide. Little boy, why did you suddenly commit suicide? Yuan Chen also squatted by the side and touched Yun Nuoshing's head with her delicate hand. She smiled gently as if she was comforting a child. My brain spasmed, and I lost control of my nervous system. Yun Nuoshing was a little embarrassed as the two girls looked at him up and down with concern. He quickly stood up and shook his head. He didn't tell them about the dream, because it would be useless even if he did. Are you really okay? Hearing this, the two girls looked at him suspiciously. I'm fine. All right, the palace has stopped. Have we reached the place? Yun Nuoshing quickly waved his hand. He was afraid that they would continue asking, so he quickly changed the topic. Yes, we have reached the outskirts of Divine Sky City. We can leave quietly now. Hearing his question, the two girls nodded. Ziyan smiled and said. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh and turned around. Only then did he see that the distant horizon had already turned slightly white, and he could see a little bit of fiery red climbing up. It seemed like he had slept for a long time. Ziyan and the others had come out to look for Yun Nuoshing, but they didn't find him in the room. Instead, they unexpectedly saw him at the door. Everyone was about to leave, so they had to wake Yun Nuoshing up. However, they didn't expect to see him fall down as soon as they saw him. The two of them were shocked. Fortunately, they were still in the air. If they were on the ground, Yun Nuoshing's handsome face would have been flattened. When the three of them met up with the rest of the people who were about to leave, they all looked at Yun Nuoshing and laughed. She was baffled and didn't know what was going on. Little brother, you can really sleep. You just slept for half a month, and you slept for another night. Lu Yi patted his shoulder and laughed. Yeah, he can even fall asleep in that position. I wonder if he is possessed by the god of sleep. Hearing this, Xian also chuckled softly. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. This place was quite a distance away from Divine Sky City. Even if a palace suddenly appeared, it wouldn't cause any commotion. Everyone was very straightforward. They directly activated the space concealment array and rushed out in an instant. Yuan Qian walked at the back. She turned her hand and shrunk the huge palace to the size of her palm and put it away. Speaking of which, there are so many of you following me. Are you really a man? Floating in the sky, Yun Nuoshing turned his head and looked at the large group of people behind him. He suddenly felt a little troubled. They were all handsome men and beautiful women. It was hard not to attract attention when they gathered together. We haven't come out for a long time. It's always been she or coming out. Why don't we come out to play and get some fresh air? Little boy, don't be so cold. Mei Mao turned around and Yuan Qian jumped to Yun Nuoshing's side. She hugged one of his arms and swayed continuously. She even acted cute. She was so cute that people couldn't help but roll their eyes. It's not that I'm cold. There's such a big group of people. Yun Nuoshing scratched his head. Such a big group of people walking towards the stone workshop street. So brazenly he was afraid that the disturbance would not be small. It's okay. We haven't been out before. Other than she. No one else knows who we are. Yuan Qian patted her chest proudly and smiled. Is this something to be proud of? Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. To put it bluntly, they were all staying at home. Was this something to be proud of? It's up to you. In the end, Yun Nuoshing sighed and spread out his hands in compromise. Because of his words, Yuan Qian shouted excitedly as if she had heard some kind of amnesty. Then she directly carried the stunned Yun Nuoshing and flew toward Divine Sky City. Everyone shook their heads, helplessly, and quickly followed. When they passed through the city gate, the group of people entered together. As expected, there was a bit of a commotion. Xian was already prepared. Wearing Yun Nuoshing's hat, he didn't attract too much attention. However, his temperament was faintly revealed. Instead, it was the overly lively Yuan Qian who attracted a lot of attention. Yun Nuoshing felt like he was in a furnace. After entering the city, everyone first went to a luxurious restaurant to rest. They asked Jin Heng to send the 0-degree ice stone back to the Golden Jade Palace for safekeeping. At the same time, they also arranged the time of the auction. After an hour, when Jin Heng returned, they then set off for the Stone Square Street. Just as they arrived at the Stone Square Street, there was inevitably a bit of a commotion. In Divine Sky City, this place was the busiest. Even in the middle of the night, there were still many people lingering here. At this time, it was the most lively time in the morning. Naturally, the Stone Square Street was crowded with people. Moreover, there seemed to be more young people here. It's that young man. Last time, he made a bet with the young master of the Yuan family in the Qi family and obtained a 10th level material. This time, he came to the Stone Square Street again. Is he going to fight again? Hey, this is going to be a good show. This news has spread to the Crystal families. It's said that some outstanding young people have heard the news and come here to challenge that guy. Sure, lower your voice. What do you mean by that guy? Does he want to die? Don't you see that the young man has so many experts protecting him? If you speak disrespectfully, be careful. Otherwise, he'll send someone to kill you. It seems like this old man said it even louder than me. Hearing the discussions around him, Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but laugh. Then he shook his head. When did he become a master? Didn't he just obtain a 10th level or 11th level material? Was there a need for that? Little boy, we actually became your guards. Don't you think it's very impressive? Yuan Qian used her elbow to poke Yun Nuoshing as she laughed coquettishly. Sister, don't tease me. After being poked twice, Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes, helplessly. The group joked all the way to the end of the street. Yuan Qian was like a little sparrow as she circled Yun Nuoxing and chattered nonstop. She also asked about Yun Nuoxing's background while she was at it. She covered her mouth and laughed coquettishly from time to time, causing the people on the street to stare at her. Then, they looked at Yun Nuoxing with envy. Their expressions changed slightly before they quickly looked away. Yun Nuoxing could obviously hear the obscure questions about their background. However, being a thick-skinned person, he didn't want to hide anything other than Ling Hongjian and the others. In his heart, he had already classified Yuan Qian and the others as non-threatening. However, Yun Nuoxing's actions gave him a fright. Originally, one of his creeds was, "Don't deliberately curry favor with any forces." I didn't deliberately. Yes, that's right. Up until now, Yun Nuoxing could only comfort himself like this. Yun Nuoxing stopped in front of the Yu family's stone shop. Looking at the spacious gate of the manor, Yun Nuoxing let out a sigh of relief. He was still thinking about the black stone. He didn't know where the Yu family had taken it to for exhibition and whether it had returned. That brat in front, that bastard standing in front of the Yu family's stone shop. Just as Yun Nuoxing was a little absent-minded and was thinking about whether he should go in and take a look, a domineering voice sounded from not far away. It made him frown slightly. After a while, he relaxed and pretended that he didn't hear anything. Then he turned around and asked everyone with a smile, "Why don't we go to this shop? I want to see something else while we're at it." "Hee, little boy, as long as you like it." Yuan Qian also pretended that she didn't hear the voice. At this moment, she nodded obediently and pulled Yun Nuoxing's arm as she walked towards the Yu family's stone shop. "Bastard, stop right there." When that person saw that Yun Nuoxing and the others were completely ignoring him, he immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. With a shout, he quickly walked towards the former and slapped towards Yun Nuoxing's shoulder, wanting to pull him back. However, before his hand could touch Yun Nuoxing, a small hand as white as jade shot out from the side at lightning speed. It was accompanied by a majestic black gas and directly imprinted on that person's chest. It was so fast that no one could react in time. Bang! A huge force was released from the black gas and directly tore the clothes in front of that person's chest. The dull sound of flesh colliding rang out. That person didn't even make a sound. His eyes turned black, and the whites of his eyes were exposed. His body was like a cannonball and instantly broke through the sound barrier and flew back to where he came from. Bang! Kacha! His body fell heavily to the ground. The sound of the heavy impact was accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. The people who heard it couldn't help but shrink their necks. When they saw the man foaming at the mouth and rolling his eyes, they couldn't tell if he was dead or alive. Cold sweat flowed down their backs. Yuan Qi covered his face and observed a moment of silence for that person. He knew how strong his elder sister was, and naturally knew how heavy that slap was. Even if he defended with all his strength, he would probably be bedridden for half a month. That person was obviously not as strong as the former. If he couldn't take out some medicine to repair his bones, he would probably be crippled. "How dare you touch my little boy? Do you want to die?" Yuan Qian casually dealt with that unknown person. She clapped her hands and snorted softly. Then she smiled like a flower and hugged Yun Nuoxing's arm as she walked towards the stone shop. "Little brother, aren't you a little too heavy-handed? You should at least look at the owner before beating a dog." Just as Yun Nuoxing was about to step into the stone shop, a cold voice suddenly sounded. It made him stop in his tracks and slowly turn his head. On the other side of the street, there was also a large group of people. The number of people was definitely not below Yun Nuoxing's group. The leader was a man in blue. His entire face seemed to be stiff. When he spoke, the muscles on his face did not move at all. He was a man with facial paralysis for 10,000 years. Even his pair of naturally relaxed eyebrows were upturned. He looked cold and oppressive. Ah, look at the owner before beating a dog. Then I'd like to see who the owner of this dog is. Hearing this, Yuan Qian didn't need Yin Nuoxing to speak. Because of the other party's repeated provocations, Yuan Qian's anger was ignited. Her words were also very cold. One could even feel that the temperature on the street seemed to have dropped a little. The surrounding air became a little cold, making Yin Nuoxing a little speechless. He hadn't expected that a demon-rank powerhouse could affect the weather just by using their aura. I'm talking to your owner. When did a servant like you have the right to speak? This slight change caused the blue-clothed man's eyebrows to twitch slightly. His gaze was still fixed on Yun Nuoxing as he coldly said. This caused Yuan Shi and the others to be scared silly. They couldn't help but turn their heads. They could already imagine this person's fate. Sure enough, after being coldly reprimanded, Yuan Qian was instantly enraged. Just as she was about to slap this arrogant fellow away, Yun Nuoxing grabbed her hand, causing her to be stunned for a moment. Then she obediently retracted the aura that was about to erupt and stuck out her tongue at him. He helplessly pulled Yuan Qian behind him. Although Yun Nuoxing knew that Yuan Qian could send that blue-clothed man flying with a slap, his male chauvinism made him not want to let the girl make a move. Even if this girl was a little strong, Yuan Shi, and the others were also stunned as they looked at Yuan Qian, who had calmed down. They suddenly felt a little dazed. When did their big sister become so easy to talk to? Do you need something from me? Yun Nuoxing indifferently said, as she glanced at the man with her light purple eyes. She even shifted her gaze after saying that, not looking at him at all. She didn't like people who looked for trouble with ill intentions. That disregard made the blue-clothed man's veins bulge out. Chapter 265. You're not looking for me? I'll give you 3 seconds to speak. 3, 2, 1. I won't send you off. Qian, Xian, let's go. After glancing at the man again, Yun Nuoxing played with a strand of her long hair and rattled on. Before he could react, she turned around and walked toward the Yu family's stone square. When everyone heard this, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This 3-second countdown should at least give him some time to react, right? Moreover, this countdown didn't even last a second. It was really embarrassing. Stop right there. Seeing that Yun Nuoxing left without giving him time to react, the man in blue's eyebrows trembled even more. A faint chill emanated from his body, and the coldness on his face became even more pronounced. What? I can't hear you. After stopping for the second time, Yun Nuoxing was a little displeased. She roared at a super high decibel, and the sound wave contained an immortal aura that rushed toward the man in blue. Humph! Feeling the offensive sound wave, the man snorted lightly. He stomped his foot, and an aura suddenly erupted, destroying the sound wave. The aura was mixed with an extremely cold energy. 5th level, immortal level, ice element. Sensing this aura, Yun Nuoxing blinked. She wasn't surprised at all. She just stared at the man in displeasure, not knowing what he wanted to do. If you have something to say it quickly. Can't you see that I'm on a date? Yun Nuoxing rubbed her ears and turned her head to the side in annoyance. Her cheeks were wrinkled, and her eyes were big and small. She looked very disdainful, and it was a little annoying. I heard that you know a little about crystallization. The man's eyebrows trembled. His voice was still cold. From the moment they met, he didn't use any other voice to speak. A little. Yun Nuoxing looked left and right. No one knew what she was looking for. Seeing her like this, The people on the man in blue's side couldn't stand it anymore. Someone couldn't help but jump out, pointing at Yun Nuoshing and shouting, "Do you have any manners? Don't you know that you should look at the person you're talking to?" Boom! The two streaks of sword chi drew a slender and deep mark on the ground, splashing up two trails of smoke and dust. The two streaks of sword chi were just enough to seal off the left and right side of the person who had jumped out. The two streaks of sword chi almost brushed past his arm. The person was so frightened that his face turned pale. His whole body was trembling, and there seemed to be some unknown liquid dripping from his crotch. Shouldn't you be asking yourself this question? Don't you know that it's very impolite to point at someone and speak? Yun Nuoshing said indifferently as she flicked her finger on the green longsword in her hand. Enough! The blue-robed man's expression was extremely ugly. He hadn't even gotten to the main point yet, and one of his subordinates had already been crippled, and the other had been scared to the point of incontinence. How could his expression be any better? We are both crystallizers, so I won't say much about the other things. You seem to have obtained a 10th grade material, 0-degree ice stone, right? I want to gamble it over. The blue-clothed man sneered. That's more straightforward. Yun Nuoshing smiled and clapped her hands. For the first time, she looked at the man and said, "My wager is the 0-degree ice stone." "What's your wager?" "Naturally, it's the same amount of Xian crystals as the 0-degree ice stone." The blue-clothed man sneered. "I only accept money." Yun Nuoshing stared at him with a smile. Her gaze was as if she was staring at a big fat sheep, which made the man's expression even colder. Hearing this, the man was stunned. His expression was a little ugly. Xian crystals could still be dug out, but money was not so easy to earn back. Moreover, the 0-degree ice stone was worth more than 20 billion. Even the forces behind them could not take out so much money in one go. "Do you really think you've won?" the person behind the man muttered. As soon as he finished speaking, he was fiercely glared at by the man. Seeing Yun Nuoshing caressing her long sword, he sneered and said, "Whatever you say now is just a battle of words. You and I are both crystallizers. Naturally, we have to decide the winner with crystallization. 1 month later, our wager will be in 1 month." After the man finished speaking, he waved his sleeves fiercely and turned to leave with his people. TSK, an orthodox crystallization against a poor third-rate crystallization. A treasured knife to kill a pig. What a waste! After the man left, the people behind him all looked at Yun Nuoshing maliciously and sneered disdainfully. However, when they saw Yun Nuoshing raise her long sword, they hurriedly shut their mouths. They had just seen how powerful that sword was. Being hit by, it would definitely not feel good. After fiercely glaring at Yun Nuoshing, the few people who were left behind hurriedly followed the man who had already walked far away. Seeing that the man had walked far away, Yun Nuoshing put away her long sword and muttered, "Strange people. I don't know who they are. Them? They are the people from the families who inherit crystallization. They have been saying that they will step on you in crystallization these days. Brother, do you have the confidence to win?" Because of what happened just now, there are many people gathering on the street. They hear Yun Nuoshing's murmuring, and at once they start to talk about it. That seems to be the heir of the Xia family. It is said that among the younger generation of the Xia family, he is the one who studies the most profound crystallization. Even some of the older generation feel inferior to him. "Oh, is he that Xia Ning? Yes, it is him. And the element in his body is the variation of water element. It is ice element. The ice stone of 0-degree contains very pure ice element energy. That may be the reason why he came to you. The Xia family is the family with the longest inheritance and the purest crystallization among the several ancient families. Brother, do you have the confidence to beat him? The Xia family is the family with the most orthodox inheritance and the longest history. There were many Tian pulse masters in the family. Xia Ning is in the Xia family. If there are no seniors, no one can beat him in crystallization. If you can beat him, you will almost be the best crystallization master among the younger generation. Xia Ning has been studying since she was born. At the age of 8, she was taken to the important place of the family to practice in seclusion. At the age of 16, she once tried to use crystallization to completely analyze a piece of terrain. She twisted it with one hand. It is said that she dug out the holy crystal. At the age of 25, she won the second place in the stone gambling meeting and was almost defeated by an experienced senior. Now, 5 years have passed. It is unknown how much more advanced her crystallization skill is. Maybe she has touched the threshold of becoming a Tian Pulse Master. Yun Nuoxing hears all the comments. He strokes his head and stares at the direction where Xia Ning goes. He gives a sigh. He doesn't know anything about crystallization. He only has a pair of powerful eyes. Orthodox crystallization sounds scary. Silly, why do you sigh all of a sudden? Your evil spirit eyes alone are not much worse than those of orthodox crystallization. Crystallization needs to be explored slowly. Your evil spirit eyes can see through it directly. Zai, who has been silent for a long time, suddenly laughs. Yun Nuoxing is shocked. Why didn't you speak for so long? Do you know you scared me to death? Hearing the familiar voice in her heart, Yun Nuoxing blames Zai. However, it is clear that he gives a sigh of relief. Zai didn't show up for a long time. He didn't even call Zai. Yun Nuoxing thought that there was something wrong. Well, after using the whirlpool zither that day, the damage was a little severe. I've also been helping you repair the damage to your soul caused by overloading it, so I accidentally fell over from exhaustion. Yi smiled in embarrassment when she heard that. You got tired? Why don't I feel anything? Yun Nuoxing suddenly felt that something was wrong. Previously, when she was seriously injured, Xian looked very weak. Why was the situation different now? Because you have the spiritual receiving divine body. Even if the Fey you contain is destroyed, it won't affect you. However, if you are in a weak state, it will affect the Fey immediately. If the spiritual receiving divine body is injured, a large portion of the Fey's energy will be lost. A portion will merge into your body and help you repair the damage, Zai explained. Why would my injury affect you? Yun Nuoxing doesn't understand. Idiot, you are the carrier, the cup. We are the Feys, the water. If the cup is broken, how can we contain water? Hearing Yun Nuoxing's puzzled voice, Zai is a little disdainful. He couldn't help but sigh and say slowly, if the cup is broken, it can be replaced or self-repaired. However, without external water, the lost water can't be returned. You didn't connect the Fey with the energy of the outside world. Our recovery speed is a little slow. I still have to help you repair it. What do you think? Sorry. After being slightly disdained, Yun Nuoxing pouted and said with a guilty smile. Humph, Zai snorted and didn't say anything. After letting out a long sigh of relief, Yun Nuoxing suddenly felt that it was a little troublesome. Zai has touched the barrier of the Heaven Vein Master. Such a person is scary no matter how you listen to it. Although there are only a few sentences about the Heaven Vein Master's understanding, these few sentences are enough to describe all the scary aspects of the Heaven Vein Master, such as the ability to shift the stars and change the terrain. How troublesome! Yun Nuoxing scratched his head in distress. He felt that he had dug a hole and jumped into it. Why, little boy, do you think you can't beat him? Yuan Qian couldn't help but reach out and poke his face when she saw that he was a little depressed. A little, Yun Nuoxing answered very honestly. Xingxing will definitely win. Upon seeing this, Xian smiled and cheered him on. He even clenched his little fist and waved it at him. Big brother Yun, you can do it. Wang Chun patted Yun Nuoxing's shoulder and cheered him on. Big brother, you can do it. Ming also reached out and touched Yun Nuoxing's face and smiled sweetly. Seeing that everyone was looking at him with confidence, Yun Nuoxing sighed helplessly and smiled bitterly. Since everyone believes in me so much, I'd better go into seclusion. Although he had the evil spirit, it hadn't reached the realm of complete mastery. There were some things that he couldn't see through. After this period of understanding, Yun Nuoxing also knew which stones were limited to. Those stones that he couldn't see through seemed to have been moved out from the Tianyuan ancient mine, primordial god mine, and other forbidden areas. They were tainted with the aura of the forbidden areas and formed a natural barrier. This was very disadvantageous for Yun Nuoxing. He had to at least raise his evil spirit to a higher level to deal with the current problem. His palms suddenly clapped together, giving everyone a fright. Seeing Yun Nuoxing's excited and helpless look, they did not know what had happened. Yuan Qian, I might have to borrow your palace for a while. Looking at Yuan Qian, Yun Nuoxing said a little embarrassedly. This was the first time in his life that he had to borrow something from a girl. His face was still a little red. Seeing his expression, Yuan Qian became spirited. She looked at him seriously and even pinched him lightly. She smiled and said, Are you going into seclusion? That's not a problem. Yun Nuoxing smiled. When he was in seclusion, he might cause a huge commotion. He had to find a place that was as hidden as possible. Furthermore, he only had a month. He had to use this month to raise his evil spirit to a higher level. He had to use some special methods. The evil spirit was created by the sublimation of pure elemental energy. To raise its level, he just had to find a lot of pure energy and pile it up. There were countless treasures in Yuan Yin's ring, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to casually pile it up. Chapter 266. The plan to loot the stone workshop was forcefully delayed for a month due to the sudden incident. Everyone walked out of Divine Sky City gloomily, thinking about how they would have to return to the palace that they had been holding in for so long. The Yuan family members felt physically and mentally exhausted. They followed behind Yuan Qian unwillingly. You guys can play in the city. I'm going into seclusion for 2 days. I'll look for you guys when I'm done. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but smile when he turned around and saw everyone's unwilling expressions. He took the shrunken palace from Yuan Qian's hands and sent them to stay in the city with a smile. Really? Yuan Qi and the others were overjoyed when they heard that. They hurriedly looked at Yuan Qian and asked excitedly. In the end, Yuan Qian glared fiercely at Yuan Qi and the others. Her long, shapely eyebrows were raised, and the meaning was obvious. Seeing Yuan Qian's fierce look, Yuan Qi and the others felt as if a bucket of ice-cold water had been poured over them from head to toe. I don't need so many people to accompany me when I'm in seclusion. Just bring them to play in the city. Don't mind me. Seeing this, Yun Nuoxing shook his head helplessly. He reached out and patted Yuan Qian's head with a smile. Although he knew that Yuan Qian was much older than his nominal age of 18, it didn't feel strange at all when he did this. It was just like how he did it to Yuan back then. Yuan Qian was stunned for a moment when Yun Nuoxing patted her head. Then she laughed excitedly and directly jumped into Yun Nuoxing's arms. She hugged him tenderly for a long time before letting go of a certain someone whose face was completely red. She patted his face and smiled. Good luck, then. I'll bring these guys out to play. Actually, Yuan Qian was the same as Yuan Qi and the others. She didn't really want to see that palace. If she hadn't heard that Yun Nuashing was going to go into seclusion, she wouldn't have wanted to go back either. Little brother Nuashing, I'll see you in a month. I wish you success. Jin Hung patted Yun Nuashing's shoulder and smiled. Little brother Yun, good luck. You must defeat that arrogant bastard. Yao Ling smiled and flew away. It has been a while since he left Demon God Palace. Even though he always went out to play, he still had to go back to report his safety. Otherwise, someone in his family would think that something bad had happened to him and look for him everywhere. Little Chen, do you want to make a trip back to the village? Yun Nuashing asked. Wang Chen stared blankly. Speaking of which, he had been out with Yun Nuashing for almost a month. If he didn't go back, his parents would be worried. But if he went back, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to see the crystal spell battle in a month's time. I'd better go back. Mom and the others will be worried. I've never been away from home for so long. In the end, Wang Chen decided to go home. Little Chun Chun is going back. Let me send you back. I'll pick you up. You should be able to make it in time for the bet in a month. Hearing this, Lu Yi scratched her head and smiled. Also, I want to go back and take a look. I wonder how father and mother are doing. It had been a few years since the last time she went back. It was time to go back and take a look. Mother Lu and the others are advising you to get married and have children soon. They want grandchildren. Brother Lu, you should be mentally prepared when you go back. Hearing this, Wang Chen couldn't help but smirk. Lu Yi stared blankly and her face instantly stiffened. Brother Lu, can you make it back in time? Hearing him say that he could make it back in time, Yun Nuashing was a little surprised. Yes, the students of Liao Tiange are equipped with an array for emergency use. No matter how far away they are, they can directly teleport back to the pavilion. There's also a portable teleportation channel. If I use this, I should be able to make it back in about 2 days. Lu Yi nodded and said, hearing this thing that was labeled as dangerous in their hearts, Yun Nuashing and Ming Ming laughed unnaturally. They only said, have a safe journey. Are you guys going to play with Yuan Qian and the others? Finally, Yun Nuashing looked at Xian and smiled. Xing, are you planning to do something bad? Why are you in such a hurry to send everyone away? Hearing him ask her, Xian stared blankly for a moment. Mei Mao patted Ming's head and looked at Yun Nuashing with a half-smile. It's not that I'm in a hurry to send you guys away. When I'm in closed-door cultivation, it'll be a little boring for you guys to accompany me. If you don't want to stay, you don't have to accompany me. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and waved her hand as she explained. It's okay. Xian smiled and shook her head. She took a step forward and held Yun Nuashing's hand with her jade hand. She smiled gently and said, wherever you go, I'll go with you. Feeling a warm and soft hand being stuffed into her palm, Yun Nuashing's heart trembled slightly. She quickly suppressed the turbulence in her heart and nodded embarrassedly. Suddenly, she had a sudden impulse and couldn't help but sing softly. The world is still small. I'll accompany you to see the ends of the earth. Outside the Divine Sky City, the enormous silver-white palace was covered in dense formations. There was even a huge formation that took up 100,000 feet of space. The evil spirit I was formed by the condensation of one's elemental energy. Mu Ingzi, who first created it, originally intended to use it to analyze formations. If it was refined with the help of many different elements, its power would increase by several times. It could directly expose the weakness of a formation and deal a fatal blow, thus breaking it. The evil spirit I was split into 3 levels: profound insight, penetrating God's eye, and penetrating reincarnation. With Yun Nuashing's current cultivation, with the help of the 5 elements, she had reached the profound insight level. It was slightly higher than this level, but she was still a distance away from the penetrating god's eye. It was at this level that she had helped Yun Nuoshing break a god rank formation. Although she had borrowed the power of a god artifact at that time, she could see the power of the evil spirit eye. If she reached the large success level, she would most likely be able to see through all the formations in the world. But every level of advancement had to be accompanied by an increase in level for it to be easier. Now, Yun Nuoshing was cultivating the evil spirit eye alone, which was a little difficult. But for the sake of that bet, she had to forcefully advance her evil spirit eye this time. So, before she started cultivating, Yun Nuoshing set up the refining heaven array and even took out the immortal grade Xian crystals. A dazzling 8-colored light filled the entire room. The energy in the room was abnormally dense, and energy mist filled the entire room. It was so dense that it even condensed into rainbow-colored energy droplets that dripped onto the floor and turned into mist that slowly rose. This cycle continued without end, and there was even a faint sound of thunder. Xian sat on the bed with Ming in her arms. Mei Mao was a little surprised as she looked at the room that she couldn't see beyond 3 feet. It was as if she was in a cloud of mist, and the energy mist would automatically enter her body. Moreover, this was the purest form of energy, and she didn't need to do any refining at all. It was a great supplement that anyone could absorb without worry. This was Xian's first time seeing Yun Nuoshing take out so many things. There were immortal grade Xian crystals, pills, and even some mystical herbs that she had never seen before. The rich medicinal fragrance made her sneeze, and she almost fainted. Ming, on the other hand, looked like it was a common occurrence. After all, she had seen Yun Nuoshing take out so many things at once. After placing the Ling Hongjian into the eye of the refining heaven array, Yun Nuoshing clapped her hands in satisfaction. Xian, you can cultivate here. There's too much energy overflowing. You'll benefit a lot if you absorb it. Yun Nuoshing sat cross-legged on the ground. In the eye of the refining heaven array, she waved her hand to disperse some of the energy mist nearby. Then she placed a thick, soft cushion on the ground and pointed to it with a smile. The closer one was to the center of the array, the purer and thicker the energy would be. When it was poured into one's body, it only needed to be refined by a mystic technique. There was no need for any extra steps. Okay. Hearing this, Xian nodded obediently. She slowly moved down from the bed and sat on the cushion. Then she looked at Yun Nuoshing, who nodded gently. Her heart skipped a beat, and she moved the cushion closer to her with ulterior motives. Seeing her move, Yun Nuoshing's heart skipped a beat. However, when she saw her gentle smile, she didn't say anything. She pointed to the cushion on the other side and smiled at Ming. Ming, you should cultivate too. Okay. Hearing this, Ming smiled cutely and ran down from Xian's arms. She pinched Yun Nuoshing's face with her small hands, then sat down on the side. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes helplessly. Seeing that the 2 girls had entered the state, she let out a sigh of relief. She emptied her mind and formed a hand seal, drawing the energy in the room. The energy was drawn over like a wave, surging towards Yun Nuoshing's body. However, it wasn't refined by the soul-burning art. It gathered in her limbs and bones, and was wrapped up by her soul energy. It was isolated from the energy in her meridians and slowly flowed along her back, bit by bit, towards her eyes. The evil spirit eye suddenly opened, and the faint purple pupils instantly became colorful. The round pupils also turned into a rhombus at this moment. Gold and purple flowed within the rhombus, looking extremely demonic. The moment the evil spirit eye opened, Yun Nuoshing formed a hand seal with lightning speed. As the hand seals flew, The two rhombus-shaped eyes slowly rotated. In the space beside the eyes, many small formations suddenly appeared, flying up and down in front of the eyes. There were also many energy matrices that appeared in the void, interweaving into dozens of small formations. Finally, they overlapped in front of the eyes and spun around. As the small formations overlapped, Yun Nuoxing's vision also penetrated the walls of the palace at this moment. His vision was even magnified, and he could see further and further. Gradually, he saw the outline of Divine Sky City. Many buildings flew in front of his eyes, and he even saw Yuan Qian and the rest strolling on the streets. Yuan Qi was carrying bags of various sizes, and he was busy storing them in his ring. He smiled slightly, and with a thought, the formation spun a little faster. Many fluorescent lights floated out from the formation, and his vision quickly went past Yuan Qian and the rest, looking even further away. It even became a little blurry. At the same time, Yun Nuoxing was still gathering energy, condensing it all into her eyes and the formation in front of her. With the infusion of energy, the azure formation was also dyed with a faint color. The borders of the rhombus-shaped eyes were originally pale green, but at this moment, they were also dyed with a bright gold color. Her hand seals changed, and the speed of her vision increased by a lot. Her vision became a picture of white lines, and she couldn't see anything clearly. At this moment, Yun Nuoxing's vision finally reached its limit. It was fixed on a building, and he couldn't move any further. And when he reached his limit, Yun Nuoxing felt a layer of faintly discernible obstruction in front of him, like a wall blocking his path. Many miniature energy matrices seeped out from the void around the evil spirit eye, like octopuses bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws, dancing wildly in the air without the slightest bit of control. Success or failure depends on this. Yun Nuoxing, who had seriously studied the evil spirit eye, naturally knew that once these matrices formed a formation, it would really cross over to the next realm, the penetrating God eye. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath, and when the energy that was constantly gathering in her body gradually reached a saturation point, she used her mind to control this large amount of energy. After circling in her body for a moment, Yun Nuoxing clenched her teeth and controlled it to surge towards her eyes. Boom! The sudden increase in the flow of energy rushed into her brain, causing her soul to be fiercely impacted, causing her to see stars. In her vision, there were countless tiny dots that flickered with colorful light. Wherever the evil spirit eye looked, it was as if there was thunder flickering with bright light, and it was as if there were bombs exploding in front of her eyes. Shaking her head, Yun Nuoxing endured the intense pain and clenched her teeth. She poured the energy that had impacted her brain directly into the evil spirit eye. With the infusion of energy, the stagnant line of sight showed signs of extending forward again. However, compared to the initial extending speed, it was countless times slower. It could even be described as a tortoise crawling. In front of his eyes, the array lines that were randomly moving around slowly spread out under the control of his mind. There were even two lines that showed signs of joining together, but they stopped at the tip. They swayed left and right, but did not touch each other no matter how hard he tried. Break for me. Chapter 267. With a loud roar, a huge amount of energy rushed into the evil spirit's eye. The energy that was a little stronger than before rushed in. Yun Nuoxing controlled his soul power and forcefully twisted the two pale golden energy matrices that were about to touch together. Puchi, the recoil from the evil spirit eye caused Yun Nuoxing's mind to tremble. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. 2 streams of blood even flowed down from his eyeballs and gathered at his chin. His handsome face looked extremely ferocious at this moment. Although it was a mess, the 2 energy matrices were successfully rubbed together, and the other matrices were slowly connected to these two lines. Although they were erratic in midair, there was still some movement. Now that there was a miserable start, the next step was to maintain the speed and slowly extend it. At the same time, the space within his field of vision slowly expanded and continued to move forward. Casually wiping the blood off his chin, Yun Nuoxing smiled, faintly. The most difficult step was over. Now he only needed to wait for it to complete itself, and this wait lasted for 3 months. Halfway through, Zai felt that something was wrong. She took out the core of the divine right weapon and the small green mountain that Yun Nuoxing had collected last time. She let the energy here activate it and distort the time here. Little star, you're really making me worry. You didn't think that there wasn't enough time? After setting up this core, Ziyi clapped her hands and helplessly rolled her eyes at Yun Nuoxing, who had his eyes closed. She then glanced at Zi Yan and Ming Ming, who were still cultivating, and ignored them. She transformed back into her original form of purple night dark flame and retreated back into Yun Nuoxing's body. It could be said that Yun Nuoxing had misjudged the time needed for the evil spirit eye to advance. If he hadn't collected the core of a divine right weapon and left the power of time inside, and if Zai hadn't helped him activate it, he really wouldn't know how to deal with this. He would probably end up with a reputation of being a coward. At this moment, the outline of the pale golden array floating in front of him had already been revealed. It was about 5 feet in size. The beautiful and mysterious patterns had already taken shape. The center of the array had already been outlined. What was left was the problem of the energy matrices on the sides. However, at this moment, Yun Nuoxing didn't dare to speed up. He was worried that if he got too excited or anxious, it would ruin everything. No one dared to act recklessly at this moment. If Mu Ingzi saw this, he would definitely be amazed. This speed of advancement was too fast. Compared to his, it could be said that he was firing a rocket. As expected of a 5-elemental blessing, in the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. Although the time in this room was completely fixed, it was still a long time for Yun Nuoxing and the others. The surrounding energy had also decreased a lot because of the appearance of the divine right weapon core. Fortunately, the green mountain had the ability to circulate energy, so it didn't absorb all the energy. Although the remaining time energy in the core could stop time, it couldn't be used too many times. After Violet Knight obtained it, he calculated that the remaining time energy would allow him to use it 2 or 3 times, with each use lasting about 2 months. If he used it too much, the already damaged core might collapse even further. At that time, it would be even more difficult to repair it. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to repair it at all. If that happened, it would really be a loss that didn't make up for it. Although the remaining power had been used once, and it was unknown when it would end. Fortunately, the Yun Nuo star's evil spirit eyes advancement was almost complete. After more than 10 days, the entire array had been condensed, and there were still a few array lines that were like threads threading a needle, slowly weaving the remaining areas. And in this period of time, the evil spirit eye's field of vision had expanded to a distance of several hundred miles. In addition to the extension of distance, Yun Nuoxing also saw something else. Her vision could pass through someone's mind and reflect it in her eyes. She could actually see a vivid image of an object. She could even feel what that person was thinking. It was like a mind-reading technique. However, she wasn't reading, but looking. The so-called penetrating divine eye. This discovery made Yun Nuoxing slightly stunned. Then, she couldn't help but laugh. She didn't expect that other than X-ray vision, she could also see through someone's thoughts. This time, she really saw through everything. There was no privacy left. In the future, it would be another way to deal with her enemies. After all, once she knew someone's thoughts, she would naturally be able to think of a way to deal with it. It could be said that she had the upper hand. Who in the same level could break it? Of course, if there was prying, there would naturally be counter-prying. It wasn't as if the penetrating divine eye could see through everything. Just like the Ling Hong's sword could hide the secrets of heaven, some strange treasures could naturally block Yun Nuoxing's prying. At this time, Xian quietly opened an eye. When she saw Yun Nuoxing's slightly raised lips, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. 10 days ago, she woke up once. Because the energy in her body had reached the point of saturation, she had no choice but to switch out of her cultivation state. However, when she woke up and saw Yun Nuoxing's terrifying appearance, she was shocked. She wanted to wake Yun Nuoxing up, but then she thought that if she disturbed him while he was cultivating, all his previous efforts would be wasted. She could only gently wipe away the dried blood stains. "What made you so happy?" At that time, Yun Nuoxing had only woken up once. He just smiled at her to show that he was fine. Xian was relieved. Seeing him smiling at this time, she couldn't help but ask with a smile. The spirit receiving divine body was different from ordinary people's cultivation. Not only did it show in efficiency, it also showed in form. When Yun Nuoxing cultivated, he could multitask and didn't need to wholeheartedly control his cultivation. Therefore, it wasn't impossible for him to cultivate while chatting. At this time, hearing Xian's laughter, Yun Nuoxing slowly turned his head. When he saw her holding two slender legs and looking at him with a smile, he also smiled and said, "It's nothing. It's just that seeing that the cultivation of the evil spirit eyes is almost finished, I'm a little happy. That's all." Xian smiled. Mei Mao swept her gaze over Yun Nuoxing's handsome face. Suddenly, she was stunned. Her long, shapely eyebrows slightly furrowed. Her lily-white hand lightly wiped the corner of Yun Nuoxing's mouth. Her lily-white hand was stained with dark red. Clearly, when they were cultivating, Yun Nuoxing vomited blood again. She didn't know if something went wrong. "It's fine, don't worry." Seeing the dark red, Yun Nuoxing's handsome face couldn't help but turn red. He wanted to find a cloth to wipe away the blood stains on Xian's hand. However, it wasn't easy for him to do so. Unexpectedly, he actually sucked that slender, lily-white finger in his mouth. The atmosphere was developing in the direction of ice. The two's gazes froze at the same time. They stared at each other foolishly. Yun Nuoxing was still looking at Xian with a large array. For a moment, he actually forgot to let go of her finger. He just sucked it like that, and his tongue couldn't help but lick it. "Brother, what are you doing?" At the crucial moment, it was Ming who suddenly woke up. Seeing the two's strange posture, he couldn't help but be stunned. His little face was a little confused as he looked at them, not knowing what they were doing. The sudden sound was like a heavy blow to Yun Nuoxing's and Xian's minds. Their faces instantly turned red, and even a little purple. Yun Nuoxing almost lost control of his cultivation. He was so scared that he hurriedly collected his chaotic state of mind, and then focused on his cultivation. Xian's face was red as he turned around, his back facing Yun Nuoxing. Mei Mao stared blankly at that slender finger. She felt a little satisfied and happy, as if the knot in her heart had been unknowingly untied. "Little Xian, I believe that one day you'll understand what kind of feelings you have for a little boy." Thinking back to what Yuan Qian said to her that day, her red lips couldn't help but curve into a soul-stirring, beautiful smile. Combined with her faint shyness, her smile was more beautiful and moving than any other smile in the past. Unfortunately, Yun Nuoxing didn't get to feast his eyes on it. Thinking of this, Xian carefully moved that finger to the side of her mouth and lightly touched her red lips. "You'll really understand in the future, right?" Xian folded her lily-white hands in front of her chest and smiled slightly. Ming's lively big eyes glanced at the two, who were acting strangely. He reached out and patted Yun Nuoxing's thigh, muttered something, and then closed his eyes again and continued to cultivate. Speaking of which, in the past 3 months, Ming seemed to have advanced once. The commotion was so great that even Yun Nuoxing was startled awake. He seemed to have reached the half-immortal level. Yun Nuoxing and Xian couldn't help but want to vomit blood. This was a true monster, right? He was only 10 years old, but his cultivation had already reached the half-immortal level. Damn it, how could those young talents who reached the half-immortal level in their 30s feel? Though Yun Nuoxing also tried her best to practice the evil spirit eye, she still used some means to improve Xian's cultivation to the half-immortal level. Xian was already at the 11th level of the mortal level. It wasn't a problem for her to improve by 2 levels. It can be said that they all gained a lot from this closed-door training. Of course, Yun Nuoxing was the only one left. The evil spirit eye had also reached the final stage. In the light golden array of 5 feet in front of them, there was a golden silk thread which tirelessly passed through hundreds of lines and was busy drawing some mysterious patterns. Seeing this, Yun Nuoxing gave a sigh of relief. She could finally relax her mind, which had been tense for 3 months. At the last step, as long as the array was completed, there would be no problem. However, thinking of the bet with Xianing, she frowned again. Now, there is a big problem. Can the second stage of the evil spirit, I see through the stones with special smell? The bet with Xianing must be carried out in the stone workshops of some powerful forces, such as the 8 ancient families, the 9 temples of elements, or other holy places. Anyway, they won't go to any ordinary places. Yun Nuoxing has seen the stones collected there. Most of them have special smell. That is to say, they are taken out from the forbidden area. They are all treasures of the garden. If Yun Nuoxing's piercing eyes still can't see through the smell and see what is inside, he will suffer a great loss. After all, Yun Nuoxing didn't learn any proper crystallization, nor was she a so-called crystallization master. The only crystallization she knew was from Mr. Liu, who claimed to be a dabbler. She couldn't be of any help. That is to say, if the evil spirit, I can't see through it, Yun Nuoxing can only rely on the illusory things like luck to be on the safe side. Thinking of the consequence of losing, Yun Nuoxing twitches her face. She will have to pay a piece of 11th grade material. Yun Nuoxing gives a sigh. She strokes her chest and nods. Ziyi. Well, I have predicted it. I am ready here. You may leave the rest to me. Hearing her call, Ziyi smiles at once. She says in a tone of, I have known it. No wonder you are the beauty in my heart. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing can't help teasing and praising her. Of course. Ziyi feels complacent at once. Then he turns serious and says, protect your heart meridian and soul. I am going to start. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing becomes serious at once. She moves her mind, and her soul power is gathered between her eyebrows. Then she covers all the meridians with her immortal energy. Come on. Chapter 268. Yun Nuoxing had already thought that if the piercing divine eye could not penetrate it, then he could only sit and wait for death. In these 2 months, he had been racking his brains to think of a way to avoid such a situation. He thought of the purple night dark flame. The purple night dark flame was a divine item nurtured by the heavens and earth. Because it had been strengthened by the divine spark, the flame contained a faint divine aura that could suppress a little bit of shielding. If it was added to the evil spirit eye, it should be able to increase the penetrating effect by quite a bit. However, this process was a little dangerous, leading the flame to the brain, then injecting it into the eye. then spreading it to the light golden array that had just been woven. If he made a single mistake, then it would all be over. Who knows, Yun Nuoxing might even lose his eye. In the worst-case scenario, it might even burn his soul. Although he knew that the consequences were extremely serious, Ziyi did not open his mouth to persuade him. After following Yun Nuoxing for so long, how could he not understand his character? Once he decided on something, even the nine-headed dragons would not be able to pull him back. Since that was the case, Ziyi could only help him. Because the control was in her hands, her actions had to be especially careful. The two who were always shouting that their hearts and minds were as one naturally had great chemistry when they made their moves. Just as Ziyi activated the Purple Night Dark Flame, Yun Nuoxing began to guard his soul and meridians. This was an extremely dangerous matter, but if it succeeded, there would be benefits. Just being able to increase the effects of the evil spirit, by 10% was enough for him to take the risk. After all, he could not attempt to advance to the third level in a short period of time. It was not realistic. The light purple flame flew in his meridians, turning into a fluorescent flame that slowly drilled into his head along his neck. Just as the purple night dark flame drilled into his head, Yun Nuoxing felt an unbearable heat surrounding him. Although Ziyi was desperately restraining the temperature of the flame, just a little bit of temperature was already very terrifying. His face instantly turned completely red, and white steam could be faintly seen rising from the top of his head. Even his light purple hair floated upwards, looking rather angry. At the same time, a large amount of purple flames rushed out of Yun Nuoxing's body, enveloping the light golden formation in one breath. The blazing high temperature caused the energy mist in the room to boil, and the temperature in the room suddenly rose by a level. The sudden change in the room shocked Ziyin and Lin Yiqian. They quickly turned around and saw Yun Nuoxing's pained expression. Before they could say anything, Yun Nuoxing quickly waved his hand. The high temperature steamed his tears. His half-crying, half-laughing look was a little funny. He gritted his teeth and said in a nasal voice, "It's okay. It's normal. Don't worry." Yun Nuoxing didn't want to tell them about his post-production actions. Any normal person could tell that such actions were very dangerous and could even be said to be crazy actions. He was afraid that telling them would make them worry. Little Star is so gentle. Ziyi, who knew what he was thinking, quickly took the time to tease him. Then he quickly focused and controlled the purple night flame to slowly move towards the pair of eyes. Hallelujah! Yun Nuoxing's eyes suddenly became extremely hot. It was so hot that it seemed like they were going to burn. He let out a strange cry and covered his burning red eyes with both hands. He clenched his teeth and grabbed the skin outside his eye sockets as if he wanted to dig his eyes out. Yun Nuoxing was in so much pain that tears flowed down his face. His tears flowed like a river from his palms and dripped onto the ground, creating splashes of energy. His mind trembled violently, and he almost withdrew his protection. This made Ziyin and Lin Yiqian, who were closely watching from the side, worry. However, it wasn't good for them to disturb him at this time, so they could only watch him. They also knew that when cultivating some secret arts, there were situations where the cultivation would fail. At this time, outsiders couldn't casually disturb him. At this time, the 5 colored eyes that were covered by his eyelids were surging with bits of purple. They spread from the outermost position to the center, causing his eyes to become even more resplendent and colorful. The faint golden formation was also slowly dyed with a bit of purple under the burning of the purple night flame outside. From the looks of it, the most dangerous part should have been passed safely. However, Yun Nuoxing seemed to be in great pain for the rest of the process. The blazing heat continued to burn his eyes, and even his soul seemed to be fading under this high temperature. It flickered, as if it was going to be extinguished. Little star, stabilize your soul. If this goes on, your soul will be annihilated, Ziyi hurriedly shouted when she sensed the weakening of his soul. She couldn't take care of Yun Nuoxing now. Once this matter started, it couldn't be stopped. If she carelessly pulled out the flames, it might cause further damage to Yun Nuoxing. She could only continue. No. It hurts so much. Under the piercing pain, Yun Nuoxing gritted his teeth and groaned in pain. Even his voice was very hoarse. His entire body was tensed up, and the veins on his forehead and hands were popping out. Hearing Ziye's words, he responded with difficulty. After a while, he activated the soul-burning technique and converted his immortal qi into soul energy, stabilizing the flickering ball of soul light. You can't even take this bit of pain. What are you going to do in the future? Ziyi teased him jokingly. Although she said that, Yun Nuoxing could hear the anxiety in her voice. Furthermore, he felt a gentle flow of energy flowing through his mind. This was Ziye's soul energy. You multitask. Don't fall down. Again, Yun Nuoxing couldn't even complete his sentence due to the piercing pain. He felt Ziye's movements, but he still forced himself to speak. I'm worried that your soul will scatter in the next second. If that happens, I'll have to find someone else. I don't think that person will be as fun as you. Ziyi couldn't help but pout coquettishly. It seemed like she was still very worried about Yun Nuoxing. Don't all divine beings yearn for freedom? Being subdued. Isn't that a form of restraint for you? Why? Yun Nuoxing used his overloaded brain to think. He couldn't figure it out, so he decided to ask directly. Ziyi was stunned when she heard this. She was silent for a long time, so long that Yun Nuoxing even forgot about the pain. You're different, Ziyi finally said after a long time. After that, she didn't say anything else. Hugging his head, Yun Nuoxing thought about what Ziyi meant. He couldn't figure out what she meant by different for a long time. After being burned for so long, Yun Nuoxing seemed to be a little numb. He gradually felt that the pain wasn't as painful anymore. He slowly opened his eyes and wiped away the tears on his face. He looked at the 5-meter-tall formation in front of him that was submerged in the purple flames and heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, other than the diamond-shaped part of his eyes, the other parts of his eyes were dyed with a faint purple color. At this moment, more than half of the formation had turned from a faint gold color to a purplish gold color. Only the eye of the formation and the 3 inches around it were still firmly guarded. He could see golden energy rapidly flowing through them. The faint gold energy flowed out of the eye of the formation and was burned by the purple flames. It was dyed a purplish gold color. It circled around the formation once before returning to the eye of the formation. This cycle repeated, but the eye of the formation wasn't dyed a purplish gold color. It was still a faint gold color. Yun Nuoxing turned his head and saw Xian's worried expression. He couldn't help but smile and say, I'm fine. This is a little troublesome. Ziyi was a little troubled when he saw that the position of the eye of the formation hadn't changed. In this situation, he didn't dare to increase his strength. He was afraid that he would really burn Yun Nuoxing to ashes. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing turned his head and glanced at the small green mountain. The emerald light flickered faintly, and the frequency was extremely high. It seemed to be reaching its limit. It seemed like the time stop this time was reaching its end. Let's give it a try. I can make it through. I should. Seeing the appearance of the small green mountain, Yun Nuoxing knew that he couldn't delay any longer. He sighed and chuckled in his heart. Hearing this, Ziyi fell silent again. Yun Nuoshing didn't rush him either. In the end, Ziyi obediently listened to him and muttered a little heavily, "You're not allowed to die." "Hee, I'll leave it to you." Yun Nuoshing nodded. He clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. He seemed to be mentally preparing himself. Ziyi replied in a muffled voice. He seemed a little unhappy. "Are you angry?" Yun Nuoshing knew that he was a little uncomfortable, so he smiled and asked, "A little." Ziyi admitted it very straightforwardly. Yun Nuoshing was a little stunned. Shouldn't he deny it? Before he could figure out why, the temperature in the room increased by dozens of times in an instant. It made him sweat profusely. The light purple flames in front of him gradually turned purplish black. A destructive aura quietly reverberated in the room. The moment the flames in front of him changed, the light purple flames around his eyes also turned purplish black. At this moment, a pain that was countless times more intense than before suddenly exploded in Yun Nuoshing's mind. Humph! The tyrannical force collided with his mind, causing him to groan directly. A little blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Ziyin and Yun Nuoshing, who were worried at the side, immediately felt their hearts in their mouths. The purplish-black flames directly blasted into the light golden area, sandwiching the front and back sides. The surface turned into countless purplish-black little drills that crashed into the eye of the formation. As soon as the flaming drill bit touched the eye of the formation, the latter emitted a thin layer of golden light, blocking the drill bit less than half an inch away. However, it was this thin layer of barrier that the drill bit could not penetrate no matter how much force it exerted. After failing to directly seize the eye of the formation, Ziyi also changed his direction. The purplish-black flames condensed in Yun Nuoshing's head, then burrowed directly into his eyes. The blazing waves of fire hit his pupils, causing Yun Nuoshing, who had just dried up his tears, to cry again. His eyelids trembled violently, and he couldn't help but close them. Ah! In just a moment, Yun Nuoshing cried out in pain. Although he clenched his teeth tightly, he still spat out the blood. His mind became a little blurry under this even more intense energy. An intense pain came from his soul, and even his vision turned a little black. Seeing that Yun Nuoshing's soul was showing signs of fading, Ziyi also became anxious. As he released his soul energy to help Yun Nuoshing guard her soul, he also increased his strength to attack that thin layer of barrier. A strange energy came out of the flaming drill and bombarded the light golden barrier, instantly causing the barrier to tremble. That was the power of godly, right? Yun Nuoshing suddenly opened his eyes. 2 streaks of crimson overflowed from his eyes, and it was very terrifying. The diamond-shaped pupil in his right eye was already purplish-black, but the pupil in his left eye had completely transformed into a brilliant gold. It seemed to have completely stabilized, releasing a resplendent golden light that dyed the energy mist in the room golden. Furthermore, there seemed to be sparkling golden particles flying around in the air. "The energy is leaking," Yun Nuoshing grimaced as she hugged her head with both hands. Sensing this change, she wanted to close her eyes, but her eyelids seemed to be propped up by 2 giant pillars. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't close them. Even when she used her palms to cover her eyes, she couldn't do so. That faint golden pupil was actually turning gray under the continuous outpouring of energy. It seemed that if the gray color occupied the entire pupil, this eye would be crippled. "That girl, come over and help him guard his soul." Ziyi was so anxious that she was about to go berserk. At this moment, she could only hurriedly speak. Hearing this voice, Ziyin was stunned for a moment. She didn't know who was speaking, but since it was related to Yun Nuoshing, she didn't have time to ask. She immediately rushed to Yun Nuoshing's side and hugged his head with her jade-like hands. She was shocked when she saw that his eyeball was gradually turning gray. She hurriedly channeled her spiritual energy into Yun Nuoxing's mind and enveloped that ball of transparent light that had already dimmed. "It's Sister Ziyi." Ming immediately recognized this voice after not hearing it for a long time. Her little face lit up as she hurriedly wiped away the sweat on her forehead and exclaimed in surprise. She knew that Ziyi was helping Yun Nuoxing. The moment Xian's spiritual energy enveloped Yun Nuoxing's soul, the flames that filled the entire room turned a deep purple. The purple was so dark that it was almost black. Scorching heat waves slammed into Xian's body, causing her to sweat profusely. Even her soul felt a stabbing pain under such high temperatures, but she gritted her teeth and persevered. The instant the flame turned deep purple, a terrifying force suddenly erupted from the flaming drill bit, finally piercing through the thin layer of pale golden barrier. The faint golden formation core was swallowed up by the ferocious flames and turned purplish gold in an instant. That half-gray, half-gold diamond-shaped pupil also turned purplish gold at this moment. Chapter 269. The moment the purple gold array was completely formed, the dark purple flames in the room and Yun Nuoxing's body dissipated at the same time. The array also disintegrated as Yun Nuoxing closed her eyes. Xing Xing. Xian was slightly shocked when she saw Yun Nuoxing collapse in her arms. She hurriedly wiped away the sweat on her cheeks and helped Yun Nuoxing up. She heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Yun Nuoxing was still breathing and had only fainted. Rubbing her somewhat heavy head, Ziyan bitterly smiled. At the last moment, if she hadn't used all of her soul power to protect herself, her and Yun Nuoxing's souls might have been fiercely attacked. However, in just a matter of less than 10 seconds, more than half of her soul power had been consumed. Xian carried Yun Nuoxing to the bed and sat down on the edge of the bed. As Yun Nuoxing fainted, the heaven-refining array automatically dissipated. Ling Hongjin also turned into a silver light and retracted into Yun Nuoxing's arm. Ming patted her small chest and looked at the charred room with lingering fear. She had seen the power of the purple night flame in Yuyan's city. If the purple night flame hadn't forcibly suppressed the temperature of the flame, this palace might have been burned down. Even so, how was she going to explain the current situation to Yuan Qian and the others? Ming glanced at the unconscious Yun Nuoxing and Xian, who was a little confused because of the lack of soul power. Then she trotted onto the bed and pressed her small hands on the two of them. Faint, immortal energy flowed out of her body and surged into their bodies, trying to relieve their fatigue. Xian, who was a little confused, looked at Ming and Yun Nuoxing. Finally, her eyes locked onto the bed. She pushed Ming and Yun Nuoxing a little harder. After being pushed, Kuming turned her head around in confusion, only to see that Ziyan had fallen on the bed. She was shocked, and her small hand quickly pressed on the center of Ziyan's eyebrows. She carefully examined him, and when she found that he was fine, she breathed a sigh of relief. "However, why are you all asleep? Who's going to accompany me?" Ming's little face scrunched up as she looked at the two people who were sleeping on her left and right. She grumbled unhappily, complaining that the two of them were ignoring her. His large eyes that were filled with intelligence looked left and right. Ming carefully crawled over Ziyan's body and stood beside the bed. He placed his two small hands on his small waist and laughed softly. His gaze swept over the two people again before he directly pushed Ziyan forward and sent her into Yun Nuoxing's arms. He then took a blanket from the side and carefully covered the two people. "Humph, don't thank me too much." Ming looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction. She snorted and couldn't help humming. Then She sat down on the stool in the room and supported her cheeks with her hands. Ha, little girl, you did well. I'll give you full marks for this assist. In Yun Nuo Planet's spiritual world, Zai saw Ming Ming's actions and smiled weakly. He wrote down this matter in his diary with trembling hands. Then he took out a blanket from somewhere and wrapped himself up. He turned over and fell asleep too. I wonder how the two little guys will react when they get up and see the distance between them. Ha 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 ha. In the quiet room, there was only a red crystal and a green hill shining. The three people in the room were all sleeping peacefully. In the Holy Sky City, the bet between Xianing and Yun Nuoshing has become a hot topic in the city. No one knows the name of Yun Nuoshing, and it hasn't been spread out. However, Xianing is well known. She is the most excellent young talent of the Xia family and the second runner-up of the last stone gambling contest. She is very famous. However, many people don't think Yun Nuoshing will win the bet. They think that he is lifting a stone only to drop it on his own feet by agreeing to the bet. There are even some gamblers who have started the bet. The odds of Yun Nuoshing winning is 1 to 499. Not only the northern wilderness, but also people from the other three regions come to the Holy Sky City to join in the fun. That young man is really unlucky. Of all the people, he has to be entangled with Xianing. How can you say that? I think the young man is quite capable, or he wouldn't have agreed to the bet. And the ice stone is at 0 degree. That is a 10th grade material. The young man must be very confident to agree to it. Then, why do you bet on Xianing? This old man is appreciating it spiritually. The news that there is a 10 billion bet in the Holy Sky City has been spread out. Now, all the forces in the northern wilderness know about it. It is also spread to other regions. People from other regions of the godly lands travel across the sky and come here. Many of them come specially to see the super bet, which is rarely seen in 10,000 years. Most of them have heard of Xianing's name and come to join in the fun. Some of them even want to make some money by the way and place bets in the bet in the Holy Sky City. However, most of them bet on Xianing. Sister, I bet that the boy will win. In the gambling city, a woman dressed in white, as beautiful as an angel, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief, directly slapped a piece of paper on Yun Nuoshing's portrait. From the looks of it, this person was indeed Yuan Qian. Behind her, Yuan Qi and the others helplessly shook their heads. They had been persuading her for a long time, but they still couldn't stop her. Everyone hears the voice and turns to look curiously. They feel a little confused. After all, most of the people who bet here bet on Xianing. However, Yuan Qian is the only one who bet on Yun Nuoshing. Yuan Qian ignores everyone's stares. She looks at the portrait of Xianing and snorts. Then, she leads the others to leave. She doesn't even stop for a long time. Everyone sees Yuan Qian leave. They gather around and take down the piece of paper to have a look. They feel as if their heads are about to explode. They all take a cold breath. They can't believe their eyes. They wonder if they are dizzy because of old age. Who is this little girl? She bet 1 billion. If the boy really wins, it seems that the gambling city will go bankrupt. Well, it depends on whether the boy can win. Xianing comes from a family of crystal technicians. She has received formal training. It is impossible for her to lose. I think she is crazy about money. She bet recklessly. Everyone looks at Yuan Qian's back. They all smile and shake their heads. The boy still has the chance to win. You are scared by the name of Xianing. In the gambling city, a white-haired old man says indifferently, if they look carefully, they will find that the old man is the crystal technician of the Qi family. Why? Everyone hears his words. They feel a little surprised. They don't know why the old crystal technician says so. Every time when the boy looks for stones, he makes a decision after a few glances. He cuts the stones violently, but doesn't hurt the material inside. In addition, he can cut out a material of level 11. Do you think he doesn't have some skills? The crystal technician of the Qi family lifts his eyebrows. He indifferently glances at everyone. He doesn't say anything else. He directly writes a number on the paper and slowly sticks it on the table with Yun Nuoxing's portrait. Then he directly leaves. When everyone heard what he said, they were all stunned for a moment. Then they lowered their heads and fell into deep thought. Everyone in the Divine Sky City had witnessed the commotion caused by cutting out the 0-degree ice stone and the echo stone. It was only now that everyone thought of this matter, and they all gasped. It is said that Xia Ning has cut out holy crystal, but no one knows whether it is true or not. It is said that some of the rumors are false. However, it is obvious to all that Yun Nuo Star has cut out an 11th grade echo stone. So, it seems that the young man is not to be underestimated. In an instant, the Holy Sky City is in chaos. There are countless forces in the Holy Sky City. Now, because of a bet, people from other regions are attracted to the city. The flow of people in the city suddenly increases, especially in the street of the stone workshop. It becomes busy all of a sudden. People go in and out of every stone workshop. The Qi family's stone workshop manor receives a lot of attention. Many people want to cut out another material of level 10. Because Yun Nuoxing is still in seclusion, he doesn't show up in the Holy Sky City. However, Xia Ning goes to the stone workshops of different forces and shows her skills several times. People can't help praising her. Her amazing crystal technician is young, but she shows the style of a master. Even some senior masters go to her to ask for her advice. At the same time, Yun Nuoxing and her friends don't show up for a long time. There are many rumors in the Holy Sky City. It is said that Yun Nuoxing is afraid of Xia Ning, the crystal technician genius, and doesn't dare to show up in the Holy Sky City. Some people even say that they have seen them run away from the city overnight. Yun Nuoxing hasn't shown up for a long time. People gradually believe the rumor. Yuan Qian hears it and feels very angry. She almost wants to rush out and raise her hand to slap Xia Ning away. However, she is stopped by Yuan Qi and others. Let me go. I am going to beat that bitch. Yuan Qian knows that the rumor must be spread by Xia Ning and her friends. She has to go and teach them a lesson. My dear elder sister, calm down. Now, there are all kinds of people in the city. No one recognizes us, but it doesn't mean that those from the west regions can't recognize us. Yuan Qi holds Yuan Qian's left hand and holds it tightly. His face turns red because he uses too much strength. If we take action, it means that the Yuan family takes action. 7 Yuan Han holds Yuan Qian's right hand and forcefully pulls it back. His feet draw 2 long traces on the ground. Even if Xia Ning is disabled, the bet won't be cancelled. 5 Yuan Fei holds Yuan Qian's slim waist tightly. I am afraid that it will attract the attention of other forces. Our Yuan family has quite a lot of enemies in other regions of China. 6 Yuaning pulls Yuan Qian's dress. Mr. Yun won't want to see you in danger, will he? Yuan Shi and Yuan Shui hold one of Yuan Qian's legs respectively and lie on the ground. Sister, calm down. Xia Ning is from the crystal technician family. If you kill her, it will be a little troublesome. 3rd Yuan Chang pushes Yuan Qian in front of her and stops her from going forward. 8 Yuan Yang girls and 4 Yuan-y girls directly open their arms and block the door. Don't stop me. Today, I have to slap that bitch to death. Yuan Qian is really a powerful woman of the magic level. She directly puts on the 7 human-shaped shackles on her body and drags her feet to the door. She shouts at her two younger sisters at the door. Yuan Yi and Yuan Shui rush to her and try to stop her. At the same time, they shout at once, "Sister, calm down. Let me go." Yuan Qian is determined to go to the Shifeng Street to beat someone. She ignores her younger sisters-in-law's words. She looks ferocious on her pretty face. "Sister, if you are really caught, do you want Mr. Yin to save you? What if Mr. Yin gets involved? Sister, if you really love him, you have to think about him." Yuan Shui drags on the ground until her clothes are messy. She even bumps on the ground several times. It is so painful that tears drop down from her eyes. However, she still shouts calmly. It has to be said that this sentence seems to be quite lethal to Yuan Qian. She is stunned for a moment and immediately withdrew all her strength. But now, 3 people are pushing in front and 6 people are pulling in the back. The former immediately withdraws her strength. Suddenly, a series of tragic screams resounded in the hall. Suddenly, a group of people drew a beautiful arc in the air and then fell heavily to the ground. "Ah, ow, ouch, my waist, uffed, uffed." Yuan Qian's instant stop caused the 10 people to fall back. They are like a human pyramid, one layer after another. The hall is instantly filled with wails and sounds like a torrent of water. Yuan Qian, who is in the middle of her younger sisters-in-law, stares blankly at the ceiling. No one knows what she is thinking. After a while, she curses in a flustered and exasperated manner. "Then what do you want me to do? That bitch, that bitch, that bitch ruined my little boy's reputation. I can't wait to tear him into pieces." As she spoke, she struggled with punches and kicks, causing Yuan Shi and the others who are at the bottom to suffer unspeakably. "Elder sister, it's about time. Mr. Yun is about to come out of seclusion. When he appears, those rumors will be dispelled. So you don't have to worry anymore. Yuan Shui is at the bottom. Perhaps it is because she cultivates music, but even her painful voice sounds very beautiful. There is a subtle rhythm that reverberates. Hearing this, Yuan Qian fell silent. It seems that she has compromised. Seeing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Why is elder sister's usual calmness gone? A girl in love really has an IQ of 0. Seeing this, Yuan Yi and Lin Luoren heaved a sigh of relief. They slowly climbed down from the small mountain of human-shaped objects. Just as they were about to descend, they suddenly saw a beautiful figure dashing out, as though she was flying. "I still want to kill that bitch." Yuan Qian suddenly jumped up and rushed towards the door with her long and sexy legs. That speed scared Yuan Shi and the others so much that their eyes widened. They were so shocked that they forgot everything. "No, quickly stop her." Yuan Shi, who is at the bottom, finally reacted. His handsome face turned pale in an instant. However, he could not move and could only hurriedly shout, "Ah, elder sister, what happened to the compromise? Chase after her. Block the door. Block the door. Quickly catch her and bring her back. Her IQ is in the negative. She, call Heng Heng and the others. F*CK. What's the point of calling them in such a short time?" Chapter 270. The next day was the last day of the 1-month bet. Everyone gathered on the street of the stone workshop, looking forward to the appearance of the 2 parties. Although it was still early in the morning, the streets were already empty. Countless people were streaming out of the various floating palaces in the sky, filling the entire street to the brim. The Qi family's stone square was completely surrounded by people, but most people couldn't enter. The divine city had been peaceful for too long. Even a small matter could cause a huge commotion, let alone a battle with such a huge bet. Especially when one of the 2 people fighting was a crystallization technique genius, It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it would cause an uproar. When the Qi family found out that the main battlefield was here, their faces turned green, then white, then black. They had the urge to kill people, but they couldn't bring themselves to kick everyone out. On the other hand, the old man and the crystallization technique master were very calm. They were calm, as if the place they chose had nothing to do with them. In fact, their moods had changed a little. They were not angry, but excited. They knew that they would definitely get a lot of treasures from the garden this time. They were looking forward to it. They had long wanted to get rid of the boulders that had been weighing on their hearts. This time, they could use the hands of others to fulfill their wishes. Oh, I see the little guy from the Xian family. Ah, there's also the Yu family. The little god from the Tian Yuan family is here too. Wow. The little girl from the Dao Yen Palace is here, and the little lowly from the Nightmare Hall is here too. So cute. On the roof, Yuan Qian's long white dress fluttered in the wind. She was like an ethereal fairy as she looked down at the people entering the Qi family's manor. Sigh, they're not as good-looking as my little boy. In the end, she actually sighed. When the 9 sisters-in-law behind her heard that, they all rolled their eyes. Since they weren't as good-looking as Yun Nuoxing, what the hell were you praising them for? Little boy, why haven't you come out yet? I want to hug you. Yuan Qian crossed her arms and sighed. She looked at the distant sky with a bit of nostalgia. Just as she was sighing, 2 figures suddenly jumped onto the roof. They arrived beside Yuan Qian and looked around. One of them smiled and said, "Sister Yuan Qian, where are Brother Yun and the others?" A faint light flickered and shone on the faces of these 2 people. They were Wang Chun and Lu Yi, who had returned home to visit their relatives. It seemed that they had made it in time. Ah, little Chun-Chun, the little boy isn't here yet. Yuan Qian turned around and smiled. But there's no hurry. Little brother Nuoxing should be on time. It's not the right time yet. It's just a gathering of the major forces. Jin Heng also rushed over from the Golden Jade Palace. He happened to hear this sentence and laughed. Little brother Nuoxing, you should have finished your cultivation, right? I hope nothing went wrong. Yao Ling also came over from the Demon God Palace. Looking at the northern sky, he couldn't help but sigh. He had heard a lot of rumors in the past month and hoped that Yun Nuoxing could overthrow them. At this moment, Yun Nuoxing, who everyone had been waiting for, was still sleeping soundly on the bed. In his arms was an outstanding beauty that could topple countries. Even little Ming Ming was hugging his knees and sitting on the stool, sleeping so deeply that he didn't know how to wake up. A serene aura reverberated in the room, making people sleepy. Perhaps it was this unusual aura that made the 3 of them unable to wake up for a long time. However, the time in the room was still in a distorted state. Therefore, they could sleep for as long as they wanted. It wasn't until the small green mountain on the ground lost its luster and automatically flew back into Yun Nuoxing's pendant that the serene aura in the room disappeared. Yun Nuoxing's eyebrows twitched, and he gently breathed in. As the aura disappeared, he slowly woke up. His spirit was incomparably refreshed. The exhaustion and injuries caused by 3 months of cultivation had completely healed. It could be said that he was now in an excellent state. He even felt that it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight 300 rounds with a god. Thinking about today's bet, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but smile. He gently opened his eyes. Then his smile completely froze. Even his heart was about to stop beating. In his arms, Xian was sleeping very peacefully. The 2 of them were tightly pressed together. Her beautiful face was filled with peace, as if she had found something to rely on. Her jade hands were still tightly hugging Yun Nuoxing. Her deep purple hair spread all over the bed like a blooming flower. Gulp. Yun Nuoshing swallowed his saliva fiercely. He only felt a sense of dizziness in his head. He had just recovered his spirit, but now he actually had the urge to faint. What made him collapse was that he didn't know when, but he actually hugged Z. Yen, Buddha above, I didn't do anything. Lord Lingbao above, I didn't do anything. Amitabha, this poor monk definitely didn't start a massacre. God said, I didn't do anything. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Yun Nuoshing nagged in his heart, constantly comforting himself. He slowly moved his arms away from Xian's body. His eyes were looking at that extremely cute, sleeping face. Suddenly, he felt a little feverish. He hurriedly looked away and didn't dare to look anymore. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself. After all, he was a normal young man. Before Yun Nuoshing could struggle out of Xian's arms, she had already woken up. Her sleepy appearance made her look even cuter. Yun Nuoshing's neck was even redder. His heart was beating like a drum. He was so nervous that even his stomach was jumping up and down. It made his stomach hurt a little. Xing. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Yun Nuoshing's handsome face, which was as red as a tomato. Xian was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at the two's posture. Their pretty faces were as red as his in an instant, perhaps even more so. He immediately screamed and hurriedly pulled himself out of Yun Nuoshing's arms. How embarrassing! Seeing that Xian had escaped, Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh of relief. Although he enjoyed the feeling of having a soft and warm body in his arms, it was a little too embarrassing. What was going on? Oh my God, can you stop beating? The sound of his heart beating was like thunder. Yun Nuoshing only felt hot and uneasy. He hurriedly reached out and hammered his heart, trying to calm it down. Hearing the heavy hammering sound, Xian, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, froze for a moment. Then he saw Yun Nuoshing continuously hammering his heart. Suddenly he was stunned. Then he burst out laughing. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. Even his fists stopped hammering, and his heart suddenly calmed down. I don't sleep well. I'm sorry. Xian tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled embarrassedly at Yun Nuoshing. Very cute, just take it as I candy. Yun Nuoshing glanced at her with his light purple eyes and smiled without blushing or skipping a beat. Hearing this, her pretty face, which had just calmed down, quickly turned red again. Xian rolled her eyes at him. She seemed to have forgotten that she was shy at this moment. She looked even more charming, and Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. Brother, Sister Xian, did you sleep well last night? At this moment, Ming, who had been sleeping on the stool for the entire night, slowly woke up. Seeing that Yun Nuoshing and Yun Nuoshing were both awake, he was slightly stunned. He looked at the two blushing people with interest and smiled sweetly. Hearing this, the two of them froze for a moment and looked at him at the same time. Was there something wrong with this sentence? Ming, come here. Yun Nuoshing climbed up from the bed and sat on the edge of the bed. He patted his thigh and smiled. Blinking his bright and big eyes, Ming nodded obediently and hopped onto Yun Nuoshing's lap. He even rubbed his little face against Yun Nuoshing's chest a few times, then smiled and said, Big brother, what's the matter? Tell me honestly, what did you do last night? Yun Nuoshing smiled and looked kindly at Ming. Nothing much. I saw that you guys were asleep, so I went to sleep too. Ming blinked and said, Really? The smile on Yun Nuoshing's face became even more friendly, and Ming was a little flustered when he saw this. Brother. Seeing this, Ming looked at Yun Nuoshing pitifully and patted his chest as if blaming him for not trusting him. All right, it's fine. Seeing this, Yun Nuoshing was certain that this matter definitely had something to do with this little girl. However, he didn't point it out. Seeing that Yun Nuoshing didn't insist on asking, Ming secretly laughed in his heart. He thought that his good deed hadn't been seen through. Let's go. There are probably a lot of people waiting there already. Standing up with Ming in his arms, Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh and rubbed his eyes. Today, victory would be decided by these eyes after keeping the palace. The two of them ran wildly on the ground. Along the way, they saw a lot of people running along this road. Their target seemed to be Divine Sky City. Yun Nuoxing didn't know how many people had noticed this crystal spell storm. Just on this road alone, he saw no less than 1,000 people. He really didn't know what the situation in the city was like. As soon as they entered the city, the vast noise exploded in Yun Nuoxing's ears. He stumbled and almost fell. Seeing the scene in front of him, he almost stuck out his tongue. The city gate in the north was the closest to the stone square. It was only a short distance away. However, at this moment, the city gate was completely blocked. It wasn't very possible to walk on the street. Yun Nuoxing tilted his head and flew up with Xian. After flying rapidly for a while, Yun Nuoxing saw a group of familiar figures standing on the building beside the Qi family's stone square. He smiled and rushed down with Xian. The sound of the explosion breaking through the sound barrier didn't even attract the attention of the people below. I don't think I'm late, right? Yun Nuoxing smiled as soon as he landed beside Yuan Qian and the others. Just as he finished speaking, a white figure flashed past. Yun Nuoxing suddenly felt his feet leave the ground. Little boy, did you miss me? Yuan Qian rushed up directly. Her white dress fluttered in the air. She directly hugged Yun Nuoxing tightly in her arms. Her smiling face made Yun Nuoxing laugh bitterly. Stop fooling around. Yun Nuoxing shook his head, helplessly. He patted her head to calm her down and said, Today's matter concerns my coffin capital. It's fine. If you lose, I'll take care of you. Yuan Qian smiled sweetly. Why do you have to say this on the premise that I lose? Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing felt a little sad. It hadn't even started yet, but it was already decided that he would lose. Hee, little boy, I'm betting on you winning. Don't disappoint your elder sister. Yuan Qian smiled and stuck out her tongue. Her pair of slender eyebrows were raised to the sky. I'll try my best. Yun Nuoxing sighed, helplessly. Although he really tried his best to force his evil spirit eye to the second level, he hadn't tried it yet. He didn't know if he could see through the stones that were moved from the forbidden area. If he couldn't, then there was nothing he could do. Cough, you two pay attention to your image. There are people here. Yuan Qi, who was behind them, sighed helplessly and reminded them, Shao Qi, you're jealous. Hearing this, Yuan Qian still didn't put Yun Nuoxing down. Instead, she turned her head and teased him. Yuan Qi rolled his eyes. After living with this amazing elder sister for more than 40 years, this was the first time he saw through her completely. Was it really the easiest for girls to see through things when they were in love? Little boy, let's go. Ignoring everyone's rolling eyes, Yuan Qian smiled sweetly and pulled Yun Nuoxing down. Sigh, this girl in love. Everyone laughed bitterly. Chapter 271. In the Qi family stone workshop, there is a red god manor. A group of people gather together and look around the manor. Most of them have white hair and beards. They are the kind of people who have half of their bodies buried in the ground. Among them, Xia Ning, who is in an ice blue robe, is standing there with her eyes closed. Her frozen face, which has been paralyzed for thousands of years, doesn't change at all. Hey, you are really here. A young man standing by Xia Ning looks at the door and suddenly sneers. You are really in a hurry to deliver the stones. Later, I will make you kneel down and beg for mercy. Yun Nuoxing slowly walks in from the door of the independent world with a large group of people. He ignores the attention attracted by his words and turns to look at the stones on the red land. He silently chooses some beautiful stones in his heart. Then he leads Yuan Qian and the others to go there directly, ignoring Xia Ning and the others. Everyone is shocked to see him do that. They have seen arrogant people before, but they have never seen anyone as arrogant as him. It seems that he doesn't see them at all. Even Xia Ning feels a little annoyed. Her cold face becomes colder. With his ability, he has never been ignored like this before. 3 stones. The one who offers the highest price wins. Yun Nuoxing turns his head and glances at Xia Ning. He says indifferently and covers his mouth to yawn, which makes Xia Ning angry. Besides the original stakes, there are also the rare treasures offered by the other side. Hearing this, Xia Ning blinks her eyes and says coldly. Yun Nuoxing nods. He doesn't say anything, which means he agrees. Then, let's start to choose the stones. Xia Ning finishes her words. She flings her sleeves and walks directly in the opposite direction of Yun Nuoxing. She disappears in the red woods. In the God manner, besides the older generation, there are also some elites from different forces following them. They want to see how they choose the stones and learn from them. Yun Nuoxing walked quickly and walked around the Scarlet Mountain. He had already been here once, so he was already familiar with some of the things here. There was no need for him to run around the place again. Choosing this place as the location of the final battle was because he had taken advantage of the situation. In the divine manor, there were many rare stones with sky-high prices, and the price was so high that it could scare people to death. Each of them revealed an extraordinary aura, and they all came from the forbidden area. Moreover, the stone was still perfectly hidden in the background, and it might not necessarily be a stone. For example, the wooden sign that Yun Nuoxing saw now was inserted into the ground in front of him, but there was no trace of a stone on the ground. Little friend, are you interested in this thing? Just when Yun Nuoxing thought that he had inserted the sign in the wrong place, the old man from the stone workshop and the crystallizer master that he had seen once walked over. They stood beside Yun Nuoxing and stroked their beards as they smiled. But I don't see any rare stones. Yun Nuoxing touched her face and looked around, but she couldn't find any stones. Here, the one in front of you is it. Turn the sign around, and you will know. The old man smiled. His eyebrows and beard trembled like a blooming chrysanthemum. Yun Nuoxing tilted his head and extended his hand to turn the wooden token over. After taking a look, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and stared at his small eyes. His expression was rather comical. Red Jade Mountain, 200,000 caddies of celestial grade glazed crystals. Seeing this line of words, Yun Nuoxing couldn't stay calm. She looked at the huge mountain in front of her, and her mouth opened into an O shape. She didn't know what to say. Little boy, let's change to another one. Even Yuan Qian sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of joke was this? How could a mountain be sliced? 200,000 celestial grade glazed crystals were equivalent to 20 billion. Xing, let's look at something else. Xian also couldn't stay calm. She tugged at his sleeve and said, That's exactly what I was thinking. Yun Nuoxing nodded in panic and immediately ran away. However, she couldn't help but look back. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and she seemed to be a little tempted. After crossing a mountain, a huge cross appeared in front of Yun Nuoxing. This time, he came for this. He had been thinking about it since the first time he came, but because he couldn't see the inside clearly, he put it aside. This time, he had a level 2 evil spirit eye, so naturally, Yun Nuoxing wanted to take a good look at it. Uncle, is this really not man-made? Yuan Qian touched the cross and suddenly felt a bone-chilling aura seeping into her body. She was shocked and quickly pulled her hand away and asked. The Scarlet Cross was indeed formed naturally. Back then, many people wanted to take a look at it. However, a man who claimed to be a heaven-vein master came to take a look at it, but he didn't say anything. He just left it here and didn't touch it. Speaking of which, it can be considered the longest standing stone besides the Scarlet Jade Mountain. We wanted to do it ourselves. The old man stroked his beard and said with a bit of regret. Yun Nuoshing looked at it and closed his eyes. He stood straight and even restrained his aura. Everyone was a little confused and didn't know what he was doing. He let out a light breath and slowly opened his eyes. His 6 colored eyes emitted a dazzling light that illuminated Yun Nuoshing's handsome face. The 2 purple gold diamond-shaped pupils rotated slightly, and many small arrays appeared in the surrounding space. They slowly rotated in front of him, and the surrounding air even had a tendency to heat up. The old man looked at Yun Nuoshing's eyes and the small arrays in front of him and frowned slightly. He muttered in an inaudible voice, as if he was thinking about something. Yun Nuoshing, who was so focused, didn't hear his muttering. As the evil spirit eye opened, his vision also changed. It was different from the first realm. At that time, the world he saw was filled with elemental energy that wrapped the world. Even the people he saw were colorful. At this time, his vision wasn't any different from what he usually saw. There was only a little bit of energy fog that lingered in the sky and on the ground. As for the Scarlet Cross in front of him, he saw a layer of strange white fog that shrouded it and didn't leak out a single bit. What made Yun Nuoshing a little happy was that although the blurry barrier wasn't completely pierced through, the shielding effect was slightly weakened. He could see a little outline of the thing inside. It was a light red color, and he couldn't tell what material it was. However, it gave off an abnormally hard feeling. After circling around the Scarlet Cross, Yun Nuoshing stared at a place behind it for a long time. He reached out and rubbed the surface. He saw a line of words and couldn't help but be stunned. He quickly called the old man and the others over and pointed at the line of words. These words, seeing the line of words, the old man and the others were stunned, just like Yun Nuoshing. Then, the old man took out a book from somewhere and spread it out in his hand. He slowly flipped through it, looking at the words and then at the book. Yun Nuoshing curiously lifted the cover of the book and saw that it was titled Quotes from the Dark Age. Clearly, this was a language from the Dark Age. In other words, this Scarlet Cross might be related to the Dark Age. The Age of Darkness was an era after the Age of Mythology. Some people called the Age of Darkness the post-mythological era. There were still people who could investigate the history of this era, but there was really no way to investigate the Age of Mythology. The most mysterious era that lasted the longest seemed to have vanished from the entire Great Yuan realm. Not a single trace of it could be found. This doesn't seem to be a language from the Dark Age. It's just a little similar, but it's not. A few minutes later, the old man closed the book in distress and shook his head. He couldn't find any related or even similar words in it. It didn't seem to be from the Dark Age. Could it be a language from the mythological era? The crystallizer master patted his head and said, "Impossible. How can I not recognize a language from the mythological era?" Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing was inexplicably a little excited and immediately rejected the idea. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his handsome face changed color. He covered his mouth and realized that he had said something wrong. He raised his head and saw that everyone was staring at him as if they were looking at a madman. Xian couldn't help but wipe her cold sweat. Yun Nuoshing's words scared her quite a bit. "Young man, don't joke around. How can you recognize a language from the mythological era? The old man shook his head with a smile. He didn't take it to heart and thought that Yi Zian had fainted from sleep. I was a little dazed just now. I mean, how can there be a language from the mythological era? Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly and quickly corrected him. Hearing this, everyone laughed silently. Indeed, the mythological era had disappeared too thoroughly. It was so thorough that it made people wonder if this era even existed. Was it added by later generations for the sake of mystery? Yun Nuoxing continued to operate his evil spirit eye. His eyes were wrapped in bright colors as he looked at the strangely large and strangely shaped stone. He walked around it a few times and pondered for a long time. He even kicked it with his foot and frowned. "How is it?" Zian asked with concern. "I don't know. I can see a little bit, but I can't see what it is exactly." Yun Nuoxing shook his head and said, "Little brother, I think you should choose this one. The words on the back of the Scarlet Cross are definitely from before the ancient era. Anything related to that era will not be simple. The crystallizer master recommended. Let me take a look again." Yun Nuoxing nodded and widened his eyes. He formed a hand seal with lightning speed. The space in front of him slightly distorted and rotated. A 5-foot-long array appeared in the void. A dazzling purple-gold light bloomed like a small sun. Countless tiny threads came out of the array and wrapped around the Scarlet Cross. The purple-gold light emitted seemed to illuminate the inside of the array. Little brother Nuoxing's crystallization technique is really amazing. In a month's time, it seems to have improved a lot. Jin Heng and Yao Ling, who had just entered the Qi family's stone shop, ran back at this time. However, their clothes were a little disheveled. It seemed that they had been ravaged. Hearing this voice, Yuan Qian turned her head and saw that the two were a little embarrassed. She looked at them with amusement. Her evil smile made Jin Heng and Yao Ling shiver. They thought that she was going to hug them and spin them around a few times. They both took a step back at the same time. However, Yuan Qian didn't do that. She just smiled at the people behind them and greeted them in a friendly manner. "Little Sister Mengyan, I didn't expect to see you here." Behind Jin Heng and the others, a little girl wearing a black dress slowly walked forward. She had beautiful eyebrows, white teeth, and a delicate body. The girl looked to be about 15 or 16 years old, but she had a tall and slender figure. Her long black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her small black eyes flickered with a little luster. Her entire person seemed to be born from the spirit qi of heaven and earth, and even her temperament carried a little bit of spirit qi. The girl saw Yuan Qian and seemed a little surprised, but she wasn't too surprised. She just nodded and replied with a faint smile, "Hello, big sister Yuan Qian." "Hey, that little bastard from Tian Yuan, why didn't he come and greet me when he saw me?" Yuan Qian smiled and looked at the young man behind Jin Heng and Yao Ling. "Hello, big sister Yuan." Hearing that he was vaguely pointed at, the divine son of the Tian Yuan clan poked his head out from behind Jin Heng with a dry smile. He could be described as handsome and carefree. There was a faint sense of dignity between his brows. However, when he saw Yuan Qian, he was like a mouse that had seen a cat. He didn't even make a sound. He even pulled Jin Heng and Yao Ling back a little. "Humph, am I that scary?" This small action didn't escape Yuan Qian's notice. She immediately snorted and extended her hand towards him in a restraining gesture. "Oh my God!" When the divine son of Tian Yuan saw this, he was so frightened that his face turned pale. He hurriedly pushed Jin Heng away and flew away. Everyone who saw this didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Zian also smiled helplessly. What had Yuan Qian done to make all the divine sons so afraid of her? Yuan Qian didn't actually restrain him. She only snorted and ignored them, which surprised Jin Heng and Yao Ling. The divine son of Tian Yuan had been ravaged by her evil claws many times. Every time they met, it would be the last time. Why was she letting him go? Chapter 272. Hearing the commotion behind him, Yun Nuoxing woke up from his dazed state after a long time. He stood up and turned around curiously. He saw a group of people standing not far away. The array had not been put away. The bright light swept across everyone's eyes and attracted their attention. Due to the special effect of the piercing divine eye, Yun Nuoxing saw many of their thoughts. He was stunned for a moment and quickly blocked them. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Yun Nuoxing felt a little awkward. He quietly turned around and squatted down to stare at the line of words again. "Little boy, don't be so cold. Big sister will introduce some people to you." Seeing that he immediately turned around, Yuan Qian smiled sweetly and pulled Yun Nuoxing into her arms. She hugged his neck affectionately and rested her chin on his shoulder. She smiled and said, "This is my little boy. You can call him Little Star." The intimate action made Yun Nuoxing's handsome face turn red. When he heard her say that, it was as if she was declaring ownership. He rolled his eyes again and felt that his head was burning. He quickly closed his evil spirit eye, afraid that others would see through him. When everyone saw their posture, they were stunned. Jin Heng and Yao Ling seemed to have thought of something and looked as if they had suddenly realized something. Yun Nuoxing wanted to beat them up. Tian Yuan Shensi, who had returned, saw this and thought for a while. He also understood why Yuan Qian did not chase after him. At this moment, everyone had the same thought. So Yun Nuoxing was taken. Hey, I saw your shameless thoughts." Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. He looked at Jin Heng and Yao Ling and could not help but transmit his voice fiercely. "Big Sister Yuan, who is this little brother? Why haven't I heard you mention him before?" Tian Yuan Shensi looked at Yun Nuoxing meaningfully and then smiled at Yuan Qian. Hearing this, Yuan Qian smiled proudly and pinched Yun Nuoxing's face. "Big sister just found him recently. What do you think? Isn't he cute?" "Cute. This brother is really too cute." Tian Yuan Shensi heaved a long sigh of relief and then laughed out loud. His laughter had a hidden meaning, which made Yun Nuoxing roll her eyes. Hee, for Big Sister to be able to bring a handsome man home, it can be considered this little brother's good fortune. Meng Yan's sparkling eyes looked deeply at Yun Nuoxing and said with a smile. Yun Nuoxing heard a bit of astonishment and confusion in her voice. Yun Nuoxing had a stomach full of grievances, especially Meng Yan's words. She clearly looked about the same age as him. How did she become his little brother? "Sister, when are you getting married?" It was unknown when Chu Ilyan from the Drunken Immortal Inn had arrived, but she seemed to be following behind Jin Heng and the others. At this moment, she jumped out and looked at Yuan Qian. Her charming and lively appearance was completely different from when she was at the Drunken Immortal Inn. "Stop fooling around." Yun Nuoxing gently struggled out of Yuan Qian's embrace. She felt that if she were to stay any longer, she would definitely suffer from internal injuries and vomit blood until she went into shock. "Little boy, are you angry?" Seeing his gloomy, handsome face, Yuan Qian smiled tenderly and touched his head. She asked carefully. "No." Yun Nuoxing responded weakly. He hurriedly turned around and continued to look at the Scarlet Cross. Although it was a little unfathomable, he inexplicably wanted to choose this one. Maybe it was because of the characters. He walked around the Scarlet Cross again, his serious and serious look made Yuan Qian stick out her tongue. Then she turned around and gestured for him to be quiet. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuoxing seriously. She liked to see his serious expression. Jinheng, is this little brother the one who made a bet with Xianing? Shensi Tianyuan pulled Jinheng's robe and asked in a low voice. Yes. I think little brother Nuoxing is a good choice. Hearing this, Jinheng smiled. Hearing this, Shensi Tianyuan and the others looked at Yun Nuoxing differently. There were not many people who dared to make a bet with the genius of a traditional crystallizer family. This courage alone was praiseworthy. Well, I will choose you. After looking at him for quite a while, Yun Nuoxing smiled happily as if he had seen a precious child. Yuan Qian saw this and felt very happy. She moved her fingers. If she didn't have the heart to disturb Yun Nuoxing, she might have directly hugged him and kissed him. He patted the scarlet cross with his palm. This weird stone was worth 10,000 kilograms of celestial-grade Xian crystals, which Yun Nuoxing could afford. He nodded at once. With a move of his mind, the golden chain shot out and wrapped around Yun Nuoxing's arm. He swung the other end of the chain and threw it out forcefully, wrapping it around the top of the cross. Everyone looked at the golden chain and felt surprised. They felt that the aura it gave out was a little extraordinary, but they didn't know what level it was exactly. Step back. After winding the scarlet cross, Yun Nuoxing turned around and waved his hand at Yuan Qian and Xian. He smiled. Everyone was stunned. They didn't know what he was doing, but they still retreated 100 meters away and craned their necks to look at him. Yun Nuoxing grinned, raised his foot, and stomped hard on the ground. Boom! The tyrannical force directly stomped a hole in the ground, dozens of cracks as thick as an arm spread out 100 meters from the hole. It was as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. A cloud of dust flew up. In the distance, Yuan Shi and the others couldn't help but be jolted and almost fell to the ground. Wow, such tyrannical force! Only Yuan Qian and the elder from the Qi family could still stand. The former immediately exclaimed in admiration. She could feel that this was completely based on the strength of the physical body. He didn't use any energy. Yuan Shi fell flat on his face. Hearing his sister's exclamation, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He quickly got up and patted the dust off his body. Rise! Tearing a crack in the ground, Yun Nuoxing grabbed the golden chain and stomped on the ground vigorously, creating another huge pit. The violent vibration caused the people behind him to smile bitterly. Then, with a loud shout, he swung the chain and jumped into the air. With a forceful pull, he directly pulled the scarlet cross from the ground and flew dozens of meters high. It drew a beautiful red arc in the sky, bringing with it many egg-sized mouths, and then slowly fell to the ground. Clang! The scarlet cross fell from a height of tens of meters and smashed into the ground. Countless cracks spread out like spider webs, dust flew everywhere, and the violent tremors were like an earthquake, directly flipping Yuan Shi and the others to the ground, falling flat on their faces. By the time they got up, their faces were already dark. This kid is still so reckless. When the old man saw this, he shook his head helplessly. He looked at the destroyed God Manor and could vaguely hear angry curses from afar. It seemed that the tremors had spread over there. After pulling it up from the ground, they could see clearly that the scarlet cross was more than 30 meters long. It was like a small mountain. However, it was now embedded in the ground because it was too heavy. Yun Nuoxing scratched her head and looked at the scarlet cross that was 3 feet into the ground in distress. She pulled hard on the golden chain and pulled it out of the ground. Then she dragged it like this and walked towards Xian and the others. Behind her, she dragged a long trench. Young man, are you trying to tear down the manor? Looking at the shocking trench, the old man sighed and rolled his eyes at Yun Nuwashing. It's too heavy. I can't do anything about it. Yun Nuwashing stuck out her tongue. Her light purple eyes glanced at the sky, attracting the resentful gazes of everyone. Brother Yun, let me help you. Yuanshi shook his head helplessly and reached out to take the golden chain. It's very heavy. Hearing this, before Yun Nuwashing could stop her, Yuanshi had already taken the golden chain from him. Clang! The ground cracked again. Even the flying dust was scarlet red. Everyone swayed, and Yuanshi kissed the ground for the third time. Pfft. When everyone saw Yuanshi kissing the ground again, they held their stomachs and laughed so hard that they started rolling on the ground. They couldn't help but hit the ground with their hands. Ha 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 ha! Even Yuanshi was laughing so hard that his stomach hurt. He couldn't help but roll on the ground. Yuanshi, are you okay? Yun Nuwashing tried hard to hold back her laughter. When she saw Yuanshi lying motionless on the ground, she couldn't help but shake him and ask with concern, Brother, are you okay? Even Yuan Shui was laughing so hard that she almost couldn't breathe. She quickly helped Yuanshi up. When she saw his gloomy face, she laughed even more sweetly. Well, let me take this thing. Yun Nuwashing shook her head helplessly and looked at Yuanshi with pity. Woo-woo-woo, you're all bullying me. Woo-woo-woo, I don't want to play with you anymore. Yuanshi, who had just gotten up, saw everyone holding their stomachs and laughing without any elegance. Even Yuan Qian and the other pretty girls were laughing coquettishly. Suddenly, a sense of grievance welled up in his heart. With snot and tears flowing down his face, he ran away alone. Brother Yuanshi, Yun Nuwashing stretched out her hand from afar, with a sad expression. When she saw Yuanshi's coquettish movements, she couldn't help but laugh. Little boy, you're too bad. Yuan Qian was laughing so hard that she was out of breath. She leaned on Yun Nuwashing and couldn't help but pat his chest with her jade-like hand. It's none of my business. Yun Nuwashing scratched his head and smiled innocently. Ahaha, let's go. There are still 2 stones to choose. Yun Nuwashing laughed dryly and kept the golden chain. Surging celestial energy attached to the red cross and lifted it up. It floated beside him, and then he looked into the distance. He had already set his eyes on another stone. Xing, you've taken a fancy to another stone? Xian couldn't help but ask when she saw his expression. Yes, that stone. I wanted to choose it the last time I came, but I couldn't see through it, so I didn't make a move. Now, let me go take a look. If it really is... Yun Nuwashing nodded with a smile. He paused mysteriously and didn't finish his sentence. Everyone's eyes widened. They didn't know what he was talking about. Let's go. We'll know once we take a look. I really want it. Yun Nuwashing grinned and kept everyone in suspense. He didn't say anything and smiled cutely. Yuan Qian immediately rushed over and hugged him to give him a good hug. Everyone, she's being love-struck again. Yuan Qian rubbed her pretty face against Yun Nuwashing a few times and smiled coquettishly. Little boy, what did you take a fancy to? Big sister will go buy it for you. Yun Nuwashing smiled bitterly as he was hugged. He looked at the mountain in the distance and smiled. It's over there. Chapter 273. The scarlet grassland slowly receded in front of them. The entire grassland was filled with an indescribable fragrance that made people feel refreshed. Yun Nuwashing looked at the boundless grassland and couldn't help but sigh. He didn't know how big this God Manor was. Not only were there mountains and forests, even the grassland had appeared. It was all scarlet red. Even the clouds floating in the sky were red, as if they had been dyed red by the blood ingots. Even the sky was red. Walking alone on the red grassland and looking at the empty space beside him, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but smile bitterly. He felt a little unaccustomed to walking alone. Now, even Ming wasn't in his arms. He didn't seem to have tried walking alone before, right? Except for that time in the Serene Flame Pavilion. Hey, where did everyone go? Yun Nuoxing sighed faintly. He looked at the huge floating cross on his right and patted it with emotion. Only you and I are left on the vast red grassland. There were a few huge rocks that would recede in his line of sight from time to time. Yun Nuoxing carefully avoided the huge rocks to prevent the Scarlet Cross from hitting them. Brother Yun, let's discuss something. In the distance, someone shouted with a sorrowful tone. When Yun Nuoxing heard that, he turned around. The Scarlet Cross was like a huge pillar that followed him in a circle and swept across the sky. Damn. Brother Yun, let's talk nicely. Don't be rough. 30 meters away, Yuan Shi and the others saw the huge red pillar sweep over their heads. Although they knew that they couldn't reach it or hit it, their faces still turned pale in an instant. They hurriedly fell to the ground and felt the cold wind lick their necks. They had goosebumps. Little boy, why don't you put that thing down? Yuan Qian also felt the cold wind. Although she was a demon rank expert, she probably wouldn't feel good after being hit like that. Her face turned pale immediately, and she hurriedly advised, Hey, don't. What if they take it away? Yun Nuoxing tilted her head and looked at the corpses on the ground in confusion. She shook her head and smiled. Little friend, this old man swears on my honor that such a thing will never happen. The old man was also scared and hurriedly roared. When they first left, everyone was still walking beside Yun Nuoxing, and nothing happened. It wasn't until they crossed a mountain that he tripped, and the huge Scarlet Cross swept across the crowd. The old man should have been able to stop it, but he didn't react in time, and was sent flying along with everyone else. From then on, everyone was at least 30 meters away from Yun Nuoxing. Yun Nuoxing tilted her head and looked at the Scarlet Cross beside her. Then she looked at the frightened crowd and thought for a moment. Then she smiled and nodded. Big Sister Yuan, your partner is so cute. Tian Yuan Shensi turned his head stiffly and looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was humming a little tune, and laughed dryly. That's why he's cute. Hearing the praise, Yuan Qian pouted proudly and smiled as she held Yun Nuoxing's hand. However, looking at her footsteps, for some reason, she looked like she was ready to retreat at any time. Xian ran her fingers through her hair and stood beside Yuan Qian. She smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything. Ming, who was in her arms, grabbed onto her clothes tightly, afraid that she would disappear in an instant. He looked at Yun Nuoxing with a pale face and cried, Big Brother is a bad guy. I don't think I did anything, right? Yun Nuoxing turned her head in confusion. She didn't know why everyone looked like they had seen a ghost. Big Brother Yun, Grandpa Yun, can you not be like this? Wang Chen couldn't bear the psychological pressure and was on the verge of breaking down. That's right. Little brother, can't we get along well? Lu Yi looked at Yun Nuoxing with lingering fear. Nuan, I really didn't do anything, right? Yun Nuoxing scratched her head. She didn't know what she had done. Everyone was furious. F***CK, put down the Scarlet Cross. At this moment, Yun Nuoxing indeed didn't lift the Scarlet Cross horizontally. Instead, she raised it vertically. It was 30 meters tall and could be seen from afar. Is this okay? Yun Nuoxing hung the Scarlet Cross above her head. No, everyone was so scared that they were about to have a heart attack. Anyone who saw something that even ordinary demon rank experts couldn't lift would be scared half to death, right? Little boy, Big Sister is begging you. Don't challenge our psychological bottom line like this, okay? Yuan Qian was also about to cry. Although she could barely bear the weight of the cross, it was still terrifying to see it hanging above her head. This wasn't a problem of resistance. It was a problem of psychological quality. Even though she had experienced a great battle, her mental state was crumbling at this moment. Calm down, calm down. The old man stroked his beard as if nothing had happened. Okay. Seeing that everyone was about to cry, Yun Nuoxing helplessly scratched her head and put the scarlet cross back into her pendant. Phew! Seeing that this adorable girl finally put away the scarlet cross, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. They felt like they had just survived a disaster. After walking for about 10 minutes, Yun Nuoxing stopped in front of a volcanic crater. He stuck his head out and looked inside. Then he nodded and said with a smile, "It's inside." Although Yun Nuoxing used her evil spirit eye to scan the entire manor, she didn't look carefully at that time. Therefore, it took her a while to find it. It was indeed inside the volcano. She saw it when she looked inside. "Little boy, you have courage. Big sister will take you to the lava sea to play." Hearing this, Yuan Qian smiled. She wasn't too worried. Although the lava was an extremely dangerous place for some cultivators with lower cultivation, it was fine for them to go down with their cultivation. This old man will go down too. Although we created this world, so many years have passed. I don't know if there will be any danger. The old man nodded and took the lead to jump down. Xingxing, be careful. Don't try to be brave. Xian looked at the boiling lava below. Even from afar, she could feel a wave of heat. She took 2 steps back in fear and looked at Yun Nuoxing with concern. "And it's fine." Yun Nuoxing smiled. Then Yuan Qian led her into the lava. The scorching heat waves hit her body, making it unbearable. Immortal qi broke out of her body along with the purple night flame, completely protecting her and Yuan Qian. The latter also released a majestic demonic qi, tightly wrapping the two of them and pushing the lava away. All they could see was a sea of red. In the lava world, they couldn't even tell their direction. Violent fire elemental energy rushed towards Yun Nuoxing and Xian. However, when it came into contact with the purple night flame, it was filtered out and turned into pure energy. "Little boy, your fire." Seeing that the violent energy was dissolved, Yuan Qian couldn't help but take another look at the light purple flame. "It's just a rather special kind of flame." Yun Nuoxing smiled at her. He didn't tell her about the purple night flame. The divine flame involved too much. Although they had known each other for a while, and he knew that Yuan Qian was trustworthy, he still didn't want to tell her everything. After all, she was different from Xian and Ming. They hadn't known each other for long. The former wouldn't tell her everything. Even Xian, he only told her everything not long ago. "Oh." Yuan Qian wrinkled her small nose and didn't ask any more questions. Mei Mao stared down and sped up. However, she didn't see the old man. They didn't know how long they had been diving at this speed. Yun Nuoxing gradually felt a little pressured. He couldn't keep using the purple night flame for a long time. However, if he released it, the surrounding lava would instantly swallow them. He only had the strength of an immortal. It was still fine if he stayed in the lava for a while. However, after such a long time, the pressure of the lava below would only increase. Gradually, he wouldn't be able to hold on. "Little boy, big sister is still here." Seeing that Yun Nuoxing was struggling, Yuan Qian gave him a reassuring smile and asked him to remove the power. "I can still hold on for a while." Yun Nuoxing shook his head. When he had time, he used the characteristics of the spiritual divine body to absorb the filtered fire elemental energy and recover the energy he had just consumed. The lava would automatically disperse when it came into contact with the purple night flame. It could be said that there were no obstacles in their way. Even so, Yun Nuoxing and the others didn't know how long they had been diving. They saw some marks along the way that seemed to be left behind by the old man. They kept going deeper. Just as Yun Nuoxing was about to retreat, their speed slowed down. The surrounding lava had already turned blue. They didn't know how high the temperature was, but Yun Nuoxing felt a little better. That was because the energy here was denser and he could absorb it without restraint. For a moment, the purple night flame that enveloped them suddenly expanded. The speed that had just slowed down was raised again. Yun Nuoxing laughed. He released a dense purple flame and condensed it into the shape of an arrow. Under Yuan Qian's astonished gaze, he pulled her and rushed down rapidly. The arrow formed by the purple flame easily cut through the lava. The two of them swam in the lava like fish. After another 10 minutes, they slowly came to a stop. That was because the old man was standing in front of them. A vast aura enveloped him seamlessly, and the surrounding lava couldn't hurt him. "Little brother, did you take a fancy to this stone?" The old man felt that someone was coming behind him. He slowly turned his head and looked at Yun Nuoxing and the others. He waved his sleeve and merged the two auras together. He looked at them strangely. What's wrong?" Yun Nuoxing scratched his head. Actually, he didn't see it clearly that day. He only found it because he saw a very strange thing through the ground. The old man raised his eyebrows and pointed down with his withered finger. Yun Nuoxing and Yuan Qian stretched their necks out of curiosity. They vaguely saw a round object in the blue lava. It was a black stone that was 5 meters in size. It was round like a ball, and its surface was as smooth as a mirror. It bobbed up and down in the lava without any abnormalities. "Why is this stone here?" The old man scratched his head in confusion and asked in confusion, "Uncle, wasn't this stone originally here?" Yun Nuoxing asked curiously. "Yes, this black stone is also a treasure of the garden. It's called the Black Ball, and it's worth 12,000 kilograms of celestial-grade Xian crystals. It has always been on the stone table outside the forest. A while ago, when I was counting, it disappeared. At that time, I thought I lost it. I didn't expect it to come here by itself." The old man looked at the black ball in confusion. I don't care. I'll choose it." Yun Nuoxing smiled indifferently. He waved his hand and grabbed the black ball. Then he touched it carefully. However, he turned pale with fright and quickly withdrew his hand. "What's wrong? Are you scalded?" Seeing his handsome face change color, Yuan Qian nervously grabbed Yun Nuoxing's hand. She quickly held it in her palm and blew on it a few times. Then she asked worriedly, "No, it's not scalded." Yun Nuoxing shook his head and frowned. He said, "It's very cold." "What?" The old man and Yuan Qian were a little shocked when they heard this. They looked at each other and then slapped their palms on the black stone. A chill passed through their palms, causing their faces to change color. This black stone was bobbing up and down in the lava. How could it be cold? After looking at it with his evil spirit eyes, Yun Nuoxing grinned brightly. Chapter 274. Let's not care about him. Yun Nuoxing tilted his head and thought for a while before giving up. With a mysterious smile on his face, he put away the round black ball. Seeing how carefree he was, the old man and Yuan Qian couldn't help but shake their heads. However, they didn't say anything. They looked at each other and nodded. Suddenly, each of them grabbed one of Yun Nuoxing's arms. "Huh?" Yun Nuoxing was stunned when he was suddenly grabbed. He didn't know what they were doing. He turned his head, but before he could react, he felt a terrifying acceleration approaching him. The scene in front of him suddenly became blurry. Yuan Qian and Yun Nuoxing released the energy that they had been condensing under their feet like an explosion. They grabbed Yun Nuoxing and shot up like a jet engine. A huge amount of energy surged, and the sea of magma seemed to have exploded as it churned vigorously. Splash! It took them half an hour to dive to the bottom of the lava. However, it only took them 1 minute to return from the bottom of the lava. After compressing the lava by 30 times, the three of them jumped out of the crater. With a gorgeous turn, they landed safely on the ground. That was so exciting. Why don't we do it again? Yun Nuoxing shouted excitedly as soon as he landed. His eyes sparkled like stars. Yuan Qian pulled him into her arms again and doted on him. Everyone, of course, they didn't agree. They dragged him away. They weren't here to pick stones for you to play. Did you have too much fun and forget about the bet? There's still a bet. They're probably waiting anxiously. Suddenly, Yun Nuoxing slapped his head in realization. He suddenly thought of something and shouted in panic. Everyone, you actually forgot about it. What about the other stone? The dozen of them ran wildly on the road in a row. It seemed like a sandstorm was blowing on the ground. Yuan Qian took the time to ask Yun Nuoxing. I don't know either. After thinking for a moment, Yun Nuoxing gave an answer that made everyone speechless. Uncle, is there any treasure around here? Yun Nuoxing asked at the top of her voice. You don't say. There really is. The crystallizer master thought for a moment and called out. Then, with a magnificent turn, he immediately turned left and ran towards a certain place with everyone. Yun Nuoxing and the others ran for a few minutes and arrived outside a red bamboo forest. Even the bamboo leaves were red, as if red was the only color in the world. It was a little dazzling after looking at it for a long time. In this bamboo forest, there is a strange stone that many people shook their heads when they saw it. However, with this old man's seventh sense, I always felt that this stone was a little out of the ordinary. However, no one has ever asked about it. If little brother can cut it open today, then it can be considered as fulfilling my wish. The crystal technique master stroked his beard and looked towards the depths of the bamboo forest. Then he let everyone in. Damned seventh sense. Yuan, she couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. That strange stone was very conspicuous. It had a brilliant and gorgeous color. Placed in a red bamboo forest, it was difficult not to be conspicuous. Before Yun Nuoxing walked in, she saw the strange stone from afar, and her eyes slightly paused. Everyone walked closer to take a look and were stunned. At the same time, a thought emerged from the bottom of their hearts. Was this really not artificially made? They couldn't be blamed for having such thoughts. This strange stone was like a pillar. It was 1 meter tall and 2 meters long. It was surrounded by hundreds of spirals. The spirals on the outside even had some weathered holes. Even the pillar itself had signs of corrosion. Moreover, if one looked carefully, they would feel that the gorgeous and colorful pattern was like a girl standing in the wind, her long hair fluttering in the wind. This is the colored hair stone. The origin of the name is the same as what you see. It's just like that. What do you think? Little brother, do you like it? The crystallizer master rubbed his hands and turned sideways to let Yun Nuoxing see it more clearly. At this moment, Yun Nuoxing's face was illuminated by the colorful light like a magnificent gem. Her evil spirit eye opened directly. Looking at this strange stone called the colored hair stone, it was blurry and she couldn't see anything at all. It was even more powerful than the Scarlet Cross. This stone was moved out from the depths of the primordial divine mine. It has been placed here and hasn't been touched. It's worth 15,000 caddies of celestial grade glazed crystals. Because of the urgency of time, the old man also knew what Yun Nuoxing wanted to ask, so he directly said it. 15,000 caddies. When Yun Nuoxing heard this number, she immediately felt that her brain was about to explode. She was so scared that her evil spirit eye directly shattered. Although she didn't lack celestial grade glazed crystals, she had to use more than 1/30th of it for such a gamble. Anyone would feel heartache, right? I've already lowered the price. After all, this stone is from an extremely dangerous place like the primordial divine mine. The original price was much higher than it is now. However, no one has been interested in it for a long time, so the price has been lowered. If no one makes a move this year, this stone may continue to be lowered. The old man stroked his white beard and quietly said, "If you choose this old man will give you 12,000 caddies." Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing's depressed mood dissipated slightly. Looking at him, she asked curiously, "You can even lower the price without permission?" "We are in charge of the divine manor. Lowering the price a little is nothing." The old man smiled slyly and looked at Yun Nuoxing expectantly. It seemed that he really hoped that she would choose this colored hair stone. Yun Nuoxing looked at the colored hair stone hesitantly. Originally, he wanted to give up because he couldn't see what was inside at all. But now, they had delayed for too long and didn't have time to choose. Moreover, he faintly felt that there might be some unexpected results. I hope that my moral quality is strong enough." Yun Nuoxing sighed and agreed. Yuan Qian and the others were dumbfounded. Since when did celestial grade glazed crystals become so worthless? Just nodding his head was worth 12,000. "Let's go. There's not much time left." Yun Nuoxing shrugged her hands. She didn't explain much. She waved her hand to put away the colored hair stone and led the others to rush out of the bamboo forest. In the center of the divine manor, there was a huge square. In the past, many people came to the divine manor to gamble on the stones. Therefore, the square was specially built for the convenience of people to watch. At this time, the square seemed to be a little chaotic. There were many people sitting there. Some of them looked dignified and powerful. It seemed that some big shots had come. Why hasn't that guy come yet? It has been 3 hours. Is he afraid of the challenge? I don't think he knows how to choose the stones at all. He hesitated for a while and lost track of time. In my opinion, he saw too many strange stones and was a little indecisive. He wanted to buy all of them to try his luck. In the square, sarcastic remarks were heard from time to time. The man in blue stood in the square. His cold face was full of impatience. It seemed that he had been waiting here for a long time. On Xianing's side, there were 3 strange stones. There was a faint smell around them. It was obvious at first glance that they were not ordinary stones. Look, the 3 strange stones chosen by Xianing are Xuanyu Gate, Dinglingpu Waterfall, and Golden Stage. They are worth 9,000, 10,000, and 12,000 respectively. Altogether, they are 31,000 kilograms of Xian crystals of immortal grade. Wow, 100 million Xian crystals of immortal grade. Does he think it is easy to get Xian crystals of immortal grade? Even if he is a genius from a crystal family, it will take him a lot of effort to get so many Xian crystals of immortal grade. Rich people can do whatever they want. They have a rich family. Are they crazy? Buying 3 stones with 30,000 kilograms of Xian crystals of immortal grade. Even those gods are not so generous. Almost everyone takes a cold breath. That is easily 10,000 kilograms of Xian crystals of immortal grade. Those big forces feel sad. How many talents can they cultivate with that? The white-haired old men in the square were the most agitated ones. They stared at the golden stage, blankly. They had wanted to buy these treasures for many years. However, since someone shook his head and sighed, they didn't pay much attention to them. Was it because they wanted to see them for themselves? There, they seemed to be coming. Just as everyone was waiting with bated breath, someone seemed to have seen something from afar and hurriedly shouted, causing everyone to be stunned for a moment. They slowly turned their gazes, only to see a crimson sandstorm rising from the horizon. Under the sandstorm, over 10 people run side by side. Isn't the one in the middle Yun Nuoxing? Seeing them come, Xia Ning lifts her eyes and sneers. She is just going to shout when she sees the sandstorm. She forgets to speak. At the moment, everyone is frozen just like her. They only want to say one thing. What a great show! Sorry to keep you waiting. Yun Nuoxing and his men run from the horizon. It takes them less than 2 minutes to get here. They step into the square and wave their hands to make the sand behind them fall. They look around and smile. You are finally here. We thought you were scared and ran away. Seeing his bright smile, a young man from a crystal family can't help sneering. The bet is not over. I surely won't run away. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing frowned unhappily. He didn't even look at him. His gaze swept over the 3 tall, strange stones, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. The strange stones that the other party chose were also not ordinary goods. Have you made your choice? Xia Ning waves her hand. She takes a step forward and asks indifferently, Yes. Yun Nuoxing nods. She touches the pendant with her finger. The light flashes, and everyone closes their eyes. Boom! Before their line of sight could recover, the ground suddenly trembled violently, almost causing everyone to fall to the ground. Everyone hurriedly steadied themselves, but just as they were about to shout out coldly, they were stunned. Then, the entire square resounded with the sound of people sucking in cold air one after another. The 30-meter-high Scarlet Cross stands in the square. Its heavy weight makes the square collapse for a few meters. Several cracks spread. Everyone is surprised by its size. Scarlet Cross, 10,000 kilograms of Xian crystals of immortal grade. Black Ball, 12,000 kilograms of Xian crystals of immortal grade. Colored Stone, 12,000 kilograms of Xian crystals of immortal grade. Altogether, there are 34,000 kilograms of Xian crystals of immortal grade. The old man takes 2 steps forward. His indifferent voice echoes in everyone's ears. Everyone is shocked. Another man who spends hundreds of millions of Xian crystals of immortal grade. Is it easy to find Xian crystals of immortal grade? Cut the stones. Open them and see what is inside. You, check it out. The first to break the silence is the group of old men. They all shout hoarsely. They are all thick-necked and red-eyed. It seems that they are not here to watch the cutting of the stones, but to fight. Yes, hurry up. I am curious. The 6 stones are all treasures of the garden. It is worthwhile to come here. Everyone was infected and started shouting excitedly. The divine manor was in an uproar, and the sound even spread outside. The people outside were all watching the situation inside through the 2 huge crystal mirrors and were also shouting excitedly. The entire street was in an uproar, and the noise was so loud that it seemed like it was going to overturn the divine sky city. Xia Ning also seriously glances at the 3 huge stones. But in the end, she says in a cold voice, Okay, let's start to cut the stones. Yun Nuoxing grins. Please. Chapter 275. Open the golden platform first. Let's see what's in it. No, cut the Scarlet Cross first. This is from Fanyan Mountain. It is as famous as Primordial Mine. However, it doesn't produce many stones. Whatever it contains must be very rare. Bullshit. Of course, we will cut the towering waterfall first. That is from the deepest part of Tianyuan ancient mine. Yun Nuwashing has just said the word, please, and Xianing hasn't started, while the old men have already become excited. They are shouting loudly as if they are going to fight. Don't be excited. We will do it one by one. They are both annoyed. It is rare that they shout at the same time to calm everyone down. Then they look at them and remember that Yun Nuwashing and Xianing are the protagonists today. They smile embarrassedly and shut up at once. You may go first. Yun Nuwashing strokes her head and smiles at Xianing. Hearing this, Xianing screws her eyes. She glances at Yun Nuwashing for a while and snorts. She turns around and walks to the 6-meter-long golden platform. She looks around at the towering waterfall and the tall Xuanyu school. In the end, she stares at the golden platform in front of her and holds out her hand. Xianing's hand shakes a few inches away from the golden platform. Suddenly, it gives out a weak glow. A blue flame slowly rises from her palm. Is he crazy? Does he want to burn the golden platform? Seeing what he does, many people take a cold breath. They look at Xianing as if they are looking at a crazy woman. Hey, what do you know? This is the spirit fire. It is the product of spiritual compression. It is a kind of crystallization flame used to explore the inside of the strange stone. It is not powerful at all. An old man sneers to hear this. Hearing this, the people who scream all blush. They sense it carefully and find that there is no hot energy in it. Then they see that Xianing slowly presses the spirit fire into the golden platform. The green flames melted into the golden platform, and a faint light shone from within, causing the golden platform to become a little more transparent, revealing what was hidden inside. A golden scabbard appeared. God, that is a magical sword. There is a peerless weapon in the golden platform. There are ancient words on the scabbard. It's an ancient godly weapon. Go and get someone to hold the line. At the same time, when the golden greatsword appeared, the patterns on Yun Nuwashing's arm suddenly became a little hot, which made him a little surprised. After sensing for a while, he realized that the source of the disturbance seemed to be coming from the golden chains. Complete set, Yun Nuwashing muttered in her heart as she touched her forearm through her sleeve. She looked at the golden sword and smiled. Little boy, what are you laughing at? Yuan Qian couldn't help but ask when she saw the smile on his face. I'm fine. Yun Nuwashing shook her head and smiled. There's no need to invite them. There are already elders from various powers here. They're all here to watch the show. Just as the crowd was in an uproar, someone slowly stood up from the stairs at the edge of the square and walked to the center of the square. Ah! Yuan Qian suddenly let out a small scream, and her pretty face changed. Then, under Yun Nuwashing's astonished gaze, she lifted her cloak that was close to the ground and shrunk back into it. Little boy, my uncle is here. Let me hide for a while. Yuan Qian smiled embarrassedly as she patted Yun Nuwashing's back. How can you hide someone like this? Yun Nuwashing rolled his eyes when he heard this. How can a cloak hide someone? After saying that, he slowly turned his head and realized that among the 10 people from the Yuan family, except for Yuan Shi, the others had all hidden behind someone else. This made Yun Nuwashing's face twitch. As expected of siblings, their way of hiding was so strange. The elders from the Nightmare Palace and the Yuan family are all gods. That aura. Hiss, I feel like my blood is freezing. The elders from Liaotinga are here. When did these people get here? In the square, a young man in white, who is about 20 years old, slowly walks to the front of the golden stage. He doesn't walk very fast, but his steps are firm. There is a faint power spreading from him. He stands in front of the golden stage and glances at it. Then he nods and makes some gestures with his hands unhurriedly. As his gestures change, a huge array is quickly formed in the air. It rotates from the sky and slowly lands on the square. The core of the array is facing the golden stage. This array is specially used to suppress weapons. It can even suppress God-level weapons for some time. The young man claps his hands. He nods at Xianing and says indifferently, looking at the formation, Yun Nuoxing came to a realization. He felt an aura similar to Yuan Qian's from the white-clothed young man, and it was much stronger. According to his guess, the white-clothed young man was at least a divine underworld-level powerhouse. As if he feels something, the young man in white unconsciously looks at Yun Nuoxing. He frowns and glances at Xianing, who has started. Then he walks directly to Yun Nuoxing. The young man stands in front of Yun Nuoxing. He looks at him from head to toe and stares at him with his deep eyes. "Senior, what do you want?" The young man's eyes scare Yun Nuoxing. However, he still asks politely and calmly. The young man looks no more than 20 years old, but he must be an old monster who has lived for many years. The young man stared at the pair of light purple eyes and smiled inexplicably. He glanced behind him and smiled. He looks behind him and says, "Qin, come out. I can sense your aura from far away. And you have been away from home for 2 years. Don't you want to go back and have a look? Our eldest brother is looking for you all over the world. He is going crazy." In the end, he looks at Xian and Jinheng and smiles. "We are exposed. Sure enough, we can't hide. Shit, is sixth uncle a dog? What a headache." As soon as the young man finished speaking, a few gloomy sighs resounded in the surroundings. After that, Yuan Qi and the others walked out from behind the crowd with bitter smiles on their faces. They glanced at the young man before lowering their heads. They seemed like children who had made a mistake. "Sixth uncle, why do you come to Sacred Sky City?" Only Yuan Qian smiles sweetly and shows her white teeth. She comes out from behind Yun Nuoxing and looks at the young man as if nothing has happened. The young man helplessly shakes his head. He continues to look at Yun Nuoxing and says, "You sixth uncle, look." Yuan Qian finds him staring at Yun Nuoxing. She feels a little panic. She hurriedly draws Yuan Shui to her and smiles brightly. "Shui, has your curse been lifted?" Seeing Yuan Shui's reaction, the young man feels shocked. Then he can't hide the joy in his eyes. He smiles happily. "Sixth uncle, I'm sorry to have made you worry." Seeing this, Yuan Shui's Meimao blushes. She had been in a deep sleep for a long time. Then she suddenly disappeared from the Yuan family. Her family was really worried. The young man shook his head. He patted Yuan Shui's shoulder and murmured, "It's good that the curse is lifted. It's good that the curse is lifted." After a while, the young man calms down and looks at Yun Nuoxing. He says, "Oh yes, sixth uncle. How is father? Is he okay? We left for 2 years. He's not angry with us, right?" Yuan Qian smiled. "It's good that you brought this up. Because of you, the family is in chaos." Hearing this, the young man frowns. He rolls his eyes and smiles bitterly. "Ever since you left, eldest brother has not been able to eat or sleep well. He has been thinking about you day and night. If you want to leave, then so be it. At least leave a message to tell us. Why did you have to sneak away with the mobile palace in the middle of the night? You gave us a fright. If Yuan Shui had not disappeared, we would have thought that you had caused some trouble and ran away in the middle of the night." The young man smiled helplessly. "We didn't do anything bad." Hearing this, Yuan Qian pouted angrily and patted the young man's shoulder. "Now it seems that it was right to send you out earlier. Well done. Shui, Er's curse is lifted. We can finally relax. The young man nods and looks at Yun Nuwashing. He says, You, sixth uncle, when did you come? Yuan Qian hugs the young man's arm and shakes it gently. She smiles sweetly. Oh, I heard that there is a good show going on in the Divine Sky City, so I came to take a look. Half a month ago, I was still looking for you in the East Sea. In order to come here, I have crossed many portals. The young man sighs, helplessly. Then, the young man looks at Yun Nuwashing. He reaches out his hand and is about to put it on Yun Nuwashing's shoulder. Don't touch him. Seeing him reach out his hand, Yuan Qian is completely anxious. She pounces into Yun Nuwashing's arms and puts her hands on his shoulder. She turns to glare at the young man like an angry kitten. She even grits her teeth angrily a few times. Seeing how protective Yuan Qian is, the young man is stunned. He looks at Yun Nuwashing's awkward expression with surprise. Everyone covers their faces. Yuan Qian has changed the topic time and time again because of Yun Nuwashing. They did not expect her to change the topic in the end. They do not know why the young man is so interested in Yun Nuwashing. He keeps mentioning her. Could it be that Yuan Qian has been seen through? As a parent, she is not very satisfied with this son-in-law. Is she going to make a move? The young man smiles. He still holds out his hand to slap Yun Nuwashing. Yuan Qian sees it. She is so scared that her face turns pale. She directly stands in front of Yun Nuwashing and closes her mouth, as if she is waiting for some sharp pain. The young man passes Yuan Qian's weak shoulder and pats Yun Nuwashing. He glances at Yun Nuwashing with his deep eyes and smiles. Kid, you may take care of our good-for-nothing girl. What? Everyone is shocked. What? Yun Nuwashing is shocked. She widens her mouth. The atmosphere seems to be frozen. Now, everyone is not paying attention to Xianing. Instead, they are gathered here. They may enjoy the cutting of the stone there. 6, 6, 6. Uncle 6. Yuan Qi is the first to react. He jumps to the young man and says, What is going on? They have just met, and he has already decided to marry Yun Nuwashing? Isn't it too soon to meet the parents? It is not supposed to be like that. That's right. Sixth uncle, how can you be so assured to leave my sister to this unknown guy? Yuani also flies to them. She wants to draw Yuan Qian away from Yun Nuwashing's embrace. However, she can't dissuade Yuan Qian. She can only turn to shout at the young man. The others also straighten their ears at once. They want to hear what the young man has to say. The young man is aware of their excitement. He mildly smiles. He stares at Yun Nuwashing with his deep eyes and smiles. Her eyes are bright. Her soul is as deep as the sea. The immortal energy inside her is rolling like thunder. She has an excellent bone structure and a strong mind. She is only over 10 years old. She will be a great talent in the future, and she is quite good-looking. Everyone is speechless to hear his words. How can you see through so many qualities at a glance? We didn't see through her at all. Qian, you're not young anymore. The path of cultivation is long, but you're not the young master after all. You don't have to shoulder everything on your shoulders. You've been cultivating hard all these years and contributed a lot to the family. We know that you want to shoulder the heavy responsibility in the future alone, but you're still a girl. We all think that you don't have to shoulder so much. Leave the future matters to your ninth brother. We don't mean that you are wrong. What you do is for the good of the family. We can see that. She is almost grown up now. We think that you can also put down your burdens. The young man pats Yuan Qian's shoulder and smiles. Yuan Qian's delicate body trembled when she heard this. The light in her bright eyes dimmed a little. It was a pity to see her like this. The Yuan family is like the other families. They keep a close watch on the inheritance. Although my sister has achieved a lot now, I am still the Yuan family's God spiritual body. I am the most promising person in the Yuan family to reach that level. The heavy responsibility should be on my shoulders. However, my sister thinks that I am still young. She wants to become stronger before I grow up so that she can protect us. At this moment, Yuan Shi transmitted a message to Yun Nuoxing and told her some family matters. Do you feel guilty? After hearing this, Yun Nuoxing sighed in her heart and transmitted a message to Yuan Shi. No, I feel very proud to have such a sister. She is the pride of the Yuan family. Yuan Shi was stunned when he heard this. Then he laughed and said loudly. Yuan Qian remained silent. She kept her hand on Yun Nuoxing's shoulder and bit her red lips. Mei Mao stared at the ground gloomily. No one knew what she was thinking. Sigh, what a proud little girl. Seeing Yuan Qian like this, the young man shook his head helplessly and said, Forget it. You can do whatever you want. Anyway, I will leave the matters of the younger generation to the 10 of you. It's time for us old men to go home and drink tea and grow potted plants. I will leave the matters of the family to you. Hearing this, everyone smiled bitterly. What was he trying to do? When Yuan Qian heard this, Mei Mao's eyes lit up slightly. However, she did not show any special emotions. She only pouted and snuggled in Yun Nuoxing's arms without saying anything. Anyway, I will leave Yuan Qian to you. Don't bully her. In the end, the young man smiled and patted Yun Nuoxing's shoulder before turning his head away. What do you mean, leave it to him to decide? Yuan Qian muttered and patted Yun Nuoxing. Her face was a little red, and she seemed a little embarrassed. She gently pushed Yun Nuoxing away and clasped her hands together. She lowered her head and said, I haven't thought about getting married yet. Everyone smiled bitterly again. Sister, what do you want? You were hugging Yun Nuoxing and looked like you would marry no one else but him. Now, you are acting like you don't want to marry anyone. Do you really want to play around, or are you embarrassed? You don't look embarrassed at all. Hearing that, Yun Nuoxing smiled embarrassedly. Although he didn't say anything, everyone was talking about him, so he couldn't join in. It was rare that Yuan Qian let him go, so he tiptoed backwards, ready to slip away. Hey, little boy, where are you going? Sensing that he was going to hide, Yuan Qian reacted and raised her eyebrows. Her figure flashed and blocked Yun Nuoxing's path, giving him a fright. No, I feel very awkward. Talking about me in front of me, I'm not used to it. You guys take your time talking. I'm leaving. With his path blocked, Yun Nuoxing smiled awkwardly and shook his head. His expression changed drastically, and he was about to run away. You're not allowed to leave. Before he could take a step, Yuan Qian reached out and pulled him into her arms and hugged him tightly. Sister, please spare me. There are so many heroes in this world. Look, even your fifth brother is cuter than me. Why don't you go look for him? I can't accept this kind of treatment. Once again, his feet left the ground, and Yun Nuoxing immediately laughed bitterly. What are you doing in front of your family? If I were to be misunderstood, the rest of my life would be over. Sigh. After he finished speaking, Yun Nuoxing looked at Xian, hoping that she would help him. Seeing this, Xian smiled and hugged Ming, turned around, and walked away. Ming even made a face at him. Yun Nuoxing felt his heart turn cold. But I only want you, Yuan Qian said softly as she pressed her red lips against Yun Nuoxing's ear. This made Yun Nuoxing even more miserable. Miss, what do you like about me? I'll change it, okay? Zai laughed bitterly in his heart. When he heard this, Zai burst into laughter. Ah, little star, I warned you long ago to be careful, but You still didn't listen to me. Be careful that you don't become a femme fatale one day." Violet Knight couldn't help but laugh until his stomach hurt. Get lost! Yun Nuoshing was so tired that he could die. In the distance, the young man looked at the two of them with interest. He smiled, but did not say anything. Chapter 276. When Yun Nuoshing is having fun, Xia Ning doesn't stop her work. The emerald chips are splashed and fall to the ground layer by layer. Xia Ning holds the silver knife. She moves skillfully, elegantly, and delicately. The knife moves without any sound. In the end, there are even some shadows. The emerald stone pieces are seen falling slowly. The top of the 8 meters high jade door is also cut off in the fast movement of the knife. After a while, the door also turns into stone powder on the ground. Nothing comes out. Xia Ning is not worried. She looks at the 2 huge pillars and slowly puts the silver knife away. Her mental power flows out from her brain and gradually condenses into a thin and long sword in her hand. The green sword is 10 meters long. It has waves different from Yuanli and other energy. It is also a little different from soul power. It has shape and color, which is quite different from the invisible soul power. Xia Ning strokes the green spiritual sword and weighs it in her hand. Then she raises it over her head and gently slashes at the 2 stone pillars. Seeing this, the crystallizer can't stay calm. He can't help glancing at Yun Nuoshing. Why does she use the same violent method as him? Is she crazy? Everyone cries in surprise. Is she cutting the stone? Is she destroying the stone? However, the green sword directly cuts into the stone pillars without leaving any trace on the surface. Everyone is shocked again. They are all confused. The crystallizer method Xia Ning shows is beyond their understanding. They have never seen it before. It must be left by the mysterious Tian, my guru. A moment after the spiritual long sword sank into the stone pillars, the 2 stone pillars suddenly blossomed with an unparalleled light. Then, with the sword as the center point, the jade-colored stone layer on both ends actually slowly fell off. The brilliant color reflected the entire horizon, causing everyone to close their eyes. An abnormally vigorous energy suddenly rose from the ground. Xia Ning holds the emerald sword and moves it down slowly. With the movement of the sword, the stone layer also falls off slowly towards the 2 sides. The 8 meters high stone pillars are completely cut open in 2 minutes. It is much faster than cutting them with the knife just now. The body of the sword hummed softly and disappeared after a moment. The 2 layers of stone also fell down at this moment, completely revealing the things hidden inside. 2 pillars of grade Xian crystals. The first treasure of the garden shows such things. It is shocking. Xia Ning's knife skills are unheard of. She doesn't hurt the Xian crystals at all. Well, everyone has the mental power. However, only Tian, my guru, can practice it. In addition, the sword can make the Xian crystals release their energy and open the stone layer automatically. He must have inherited the knowledge of Tian, my guru. With Yun Nuoshing's eyes, Ziyi sees everything. He says with admiration, "Tian, my guru, Ziyi, do you know anything about crystal manipulation?" Yun Nuoshing strokes between his eyebrows. He doesn't know much about crystal manipulation. Now, he can only rely on his evil spirit eyes. "Sorry, I really don't know." Hearing this, Ziyi says helplessly, "People of the Qi family see it. They are so angry that they are hurt inside. They feel that their internal organs are heating up. The 2 pillars are equal to 30,000 kilograms of grade Xian crystals. That is to say, the first strange stone can almost make back the cost of the Xian crystals. This time, they really suffer a great loss. Tian, my guru, Xianing has an immeasurable future. It is really enviable. Why don't we change our profession? It seems that learning crystal manipulation is more popular than being a cultivator. Ugh. Do you think you can learn crystal manipulation as you like? Learning crystal manipulation also depends on your understanding. If you don't have a good understanding, you won't be able to learn it even after several lifetimes. Everyone is jealous. Xianing casually cut 2 huge pieces of Xian grade Xian crystals out. 30,000 kilograms is equal to the value of all the collections of some second-class forces. It's your turn. Xianing casually pats her sleeves. She looks at Yun Nuoxing and sneers. Yun Nuoxing lifts his eyebrows and nods. He turns to look at the 3 strange stones. He thinks for a while and decides to cut the black ball first. He is curious about what he can cut from the stone that he has been thinking about since they met. His evil spirit eyes are running quietly. However, he doesn't open them to the second level. He only wants to confirm the specific location of the hidden thing. He doesn't need to see what it is. After taking a good look, Yun Nuoxing nodded his head. With a wave of his hand, the sky halberd appeared in his hand. A faint golden light enveloped it. This was done on purpose. He used the spirit acceptance divine body to wrap the sky halberd so that no one could see the quality of the weapon. It is said that he cuts the stones in a strange way. He doesn't follow the rules at all. He cuts them all at once. Maybe he is also a crystal master. He sees it clearly and doesn't have any scruples. I don't know what that black rolling ball is. It feels like it's man-made. When the sky piercer appeared, some discussions could not be restrained. When the experts of the various forces saw the sky piercer, they were all stunned for a moment. They slightly narrowed their eyes, but after a moment, they gave up and turned their gazes away in astonishment. They actually couldn't see the grade of this weapon clearly. The sky piercer turns for 2 circles in his hand. Then, under everyone's surprised and confused look, he cuts 4 times horizontally and vertically. The stone that is nearly 3 meters long is cut away. There is only a black cube of 2 meters in length and width left in the middle. Unsurprisingly, this guy cuts the stones violently. Isn't he afraid of hurting the treasures inside? Shit, be gentle. If the treasures inside are damaged, can you afford the compensation? If they are damaged, what can you compensate us with? In the discussion of the audience, some young people from the Crystal family say something which makes everyone frown. Why do they talk as if Xianing is sure to win? Can't they see that the young man is also not simple? Blinking his eyes, Yun Nuoxing acted as if he didn't hear those people's nonsense. He put away the sky piercer and picked up the black stone. With a flip of his hand, the golden blade that the old man gave him appeared in his palm. His evil spirit eye once again revolved, and he slowly cut down the concealed area in the middle. Until now, Xianing looks surprised for the first time. She also finds some clues. There is nothing in the discarded stones. However, she doesn't agree with what Yun Nuoxing does. She always feels that Yun Nuoxing is playing with destruction. Cutting stones should be done elegantly and naturally. However, when it is done by Yun Nuoxing, it is just a matter of cutting the stones. Horizontally, Yun Nuoxing doesn't cut as skillfully as Xianing. However, there is also a kind of natural beauty in his cutting. It is natural and smooth. The knives meet each other without any interruption. It is swift and agile. Every cut is like floating on the black stone, quietly leaving a shallow crack. Suddenly, Golden Saber stopped at a corner. He sheathed his saber and stood there. Everyone craned their necks, thinking that he was done. In the end, they saw that the black cube was covered with circles of cracks, but it did not open. What's going on? Cut it now. Young man, don't keep us guessing. Cut it now. I can't wait. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing rolls his eyes. He holds the damaged black stone with his left hand and puts some strength in his right hand to slap it. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and black stone fragments danced in the air, exploding in all directions. A shocking light suddenly shot out, as if a small sun was blooming in the palm of his hand. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. After Yun Nuoshing seals it, and the light weakens, everyone can see clearly what it is. In an instant, everyone feels that their heart stops. He also recognizes what it is. He is shocked. Under the black stone, there is a piece of 9-colored crystal about 5 feet in length and width. The red crystal occupies most of the middle area, while the other 8 colors surround the red crystal. Holy, holy, holy Xian crystal. Even the old men are so shocked that they stick out their tongues. They widen their eyes and rub their eyes unbelievably, thinking that they have seen it wrong. Yes, it is the holy Xian crystal of fire element, and if it were born 100,000 years later, it would definitely become the best Xian crystal. The old man says in a trembling voice, "Many crystal masters may not have the chance to see the holy Xian crystal in their whole lives. Now, they can open their eyes. It is a great joy." Such a big piece of holy Xian crystal weighs at least 200 kilograms. It is equal to 250,000 kilograms of Xian crystal of immortal grade. The two levels are not at the same level at all. They are totally different from each other. One is a sacred object, while the other is an ordinary one. A powerful Shinming cultivator is so excited that his saliva splashes everywhere. Hearing this, Xia Ning and the others are all shocked. They don't look happy. They have just cut the first stone, and they are totally defeated. The entire street of the stone workshop was filled with a hubbub of voices. What a rare treasure! This was only the first piece of stone, and it was such a bomb. Holy Xian crystal, an unattainable, semi-divine object, had appeared right in front of everyone's eyes. Originally, no one thought highly of Yun Nuo planet, and it could be seen from the bet. However, many people's expressions were extremely ugly at the same time as they were excited. They were even darker than ink because they thought of that bet, and it seemed like it was going to be wasted. In just the first round, it had suppressed the genius of the crystal technique family, causing everyone's perception of the Yun Nuo planet to undergo a 180-degree reversal. Truly, anything was possible. Perhaps within the Scarlet Cross, there was something that could suppress that peerless weapon. Holy Xian crystal is a semi-sacred object. It has many uses. If it is used to refine medicine, it can increase one's lifespan. It is also possible to bring a dead person back to life. Someone says in a low voice and calms down the noisy square. After a while, a group of people stare at Yun Nuoshing. As if they are crazy, they directly rush to her. "Hey, little brother, I want this holy Xian crystal. I don't care how much it costs." "Hey, old man, first come, first served. Obviously, I came here first. I want it. 300,000 kilograms of Xian crystal of immortal grade. What first come, first served. The highest bidder gets it. I offer 650,000 caddies of celestial grade Xian crystals. I am buying the holy Xian crystal on behalf of the hybrid sect. 800,000 caddies of celestial grade Xian crystals." What? What is the hybrid sect? 880,000 caddies. The people who are close to Yun Nuoshing are pushed out by the group of crazy old men. Even the god's sons are running away in disheveled clothes. If Yuan Qian is not hugging Yun Nuoshing tightly, she might have been thrown out too. At this time, Xian is leaning on Yun Nuoshing. When the group of old men rushed over like a tide, it is too late for her to get out. She can only stick close to him. Ming is scared out of his wits. His small hands are tightly holding on to Xian's clothes, afraid that he will disappear in the blink of an eye. Everyone, calm down. Let's talk nicely. It's not too late to talk after the stone gambling is over. Yun Nuoxing was in a miserable state. He wanted to send the two of them out, but he couldn't move at all. He could only roar out loud. Hearing this, the crowd is stunned. They seem to think that it makes sense, so they all backed away. Yes, that's true. Let's not be impulsive. We'll talk about it after it's over. Okay, that's it. Seeing these old men who were crazily fighting for the Xian crystals just now, Yun Nuoxing can't help but laugh bitterly. He quickly helps the two women up and tidies his clothes. A group of old men. Did they take aphrodisiac? Yuan Qian patted her white dress unhappily. A few footprints can be seen on the hem of her dress. She doesn't know who left them in the chaos just now. Holy grade Xian crystals rarely appeared in the world. Many people had never even seen one before. The only thing they knew about it was from books. Now that they finally saw one, they naturally had the idea of buying or robbing it. For a moment, they even forgot about their face. Wait, there's something inside. Just when they had calmed down, someone looked at the piece of holy grade Xian crystal and suddenly screamed, which made everyone turn their eyes to the source of the scream. Inside the half-foot-wide, 9-color Xian crystal, there is a round thing about 1 meter long. It looks like an egg with very delicate patterns on its surface. It's pleasing to the eye, but from the angle of the egg, it seems a little too big. What kind of egg can be 1 meter long? Even if it's a demonic beast, it shouldn't have such a big egg. Young friend, let me have a look. Everyone naturally saw it, but for a moment, they couldn't tell what kind of magical beast's egg this was. A white-haired old man walked out of the crowd and stood in front of Yun Nuoxing. His eyes stared at him without letting go. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing puts the Xian crystal in the old man's hand. There are so many people here, so he doesn't have to worry that the old man will run away with the Xian crystal. At that time, the old man won't even need to do anything. The people around will swarm him and kill him. The old man holds the Xian crystal and looks at it carefully. The egg-like thing in the middle is wrapped in a layer of dim light. Its color is very similar to the color of the surroundings, so it's hard to tell. If that person didn't shout, Yun Nuoxing probably wouldn't have noticed it. After the old man finished looking at it, he gently returns it to Yun Nuoxing. He touches his beard and ponders for a while. Everyone cranes their necks to look at him, wanting to hear what this respected old man has to say. Unexpectedly, the old man takes out a book from his chest and starts to flip through it. Everyone is silent. This old man is an elder of the Wanshou sect. He knows all the magical beasts in the world very well. If even he can't recognize the egg, I really don't know what kind of egg it is. Yuan Qian whispers in Yun Nuoxing's ear. Yun Nuoxing suddenly understood. No wonder this old man is so enthusiastic. He didn't say anything when they were fighting for the Xian crystal just now, and only came over now. The sound of pages flipping continued for a while, and only stopped when he reached the last few dozen pages. The old man looks down, then looks up at the Xian crystal. He looks down again, then looks up at the Xian crystal. He looks down again, then looks up again. After repeating this several times, he finally closes the book. However, he uses a finger to stick on the page. If I'm not wrong, it should be the egg of the void spirit dragon. His profound eyes stare at the egg in the Xian crystal, and a surprised expression appears on his face. Void spirit dragon? When Yun Nuoxing heard this, he suddenly becomes excited. He has always wanted to have a dragon as a mount. Could it be that this time his wish will come true? What kind of race is it? Is it also a dragon? I've never heard of this kind of magical beast. Old man, you didn't just randomly give it a name and spout nonsense, right? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone started discussing again. However, it seems that no one knows about this kind of magical beast. They all had a blank look on their faces. The old man glanced at that person and opened the book again. Then he pointed to the right and said indifferently, "Take a look for yourself." Hearing this, everyone stopped their discussion and hurriedly looked over. The void spirit dragon, according to legend, was born in the void. It has the ability to travel through the void and ignore space obstacles. It is the undisputed king of the magical beast world. However, after the ancient age, the entire race disappeared without a trace. It is suspected that they have gone extinct and can no longer be found. A few simple sentences with a picture attached next to it. On the picture, there is an egg imprinted with colorful patterns. It seems that this is the best proof of its identity. There are no other words to describe it. That's it. That's it. After reading the introduction, everyone was dumbfounded. Then they came back to their senses and looked at the egg more intensely. A race that went extinct after the ancient age, and now there is an egg left. Perhaps this is the last void spirit dragon. Looking at everyone's eyes, Yun Nuoshing was shocked. He knew that it would be difficult to keep it under the eyes of so many people. However, he could not bear to sell it. He still wanted it. There's no need to look. There are no signs of life. It is sealed in front of the Saint Grade Xian crystal. It is dead. At this time, Yuan Qian's sixth uncle stepped forward and patted the Saint Grade Xian crystal. He looked at everyone who had their own thoughts and said indifferently, Chapter 277, "Ah, dead." Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing is a little shocked. He clearly felt some life waves. Then he lowers his head. He glances at it and understands what happened at once. The young man patted it and covered the egg with his energy. All the waves were blocked. No one could tell whether the egg was dead or alive. Hearing this, everyone can't help giving a sigh. The elder of the Wanshou school smiles bitterly and shakes his head. As people who admire evil beasts, they surely don't want to see the extinction of an entire race of evil beasts. However, this may be the last spirit dragon of Hollow in the world. It gave him a little hope. Unexpectedly, it is gone now. Nobody doubted the young man's words. Gods, underworld, gods, and deities were all famous cultivators. Therefore, nobody tried to find out whether it was true or not. Yun Nuoshing heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that the young man had done this on purpose. Thinking about this, Yun Nuoshing smiles bitterly. Does the young man really take him as a son-in-law who lives with his wife? Well, it is a holy grade Xian crystal. So what? If it loses, it will be left to the winner. A young disciple on Xianing's side sneers. That's right. We can also take a spirit dragon's egg to refine weapons. It is dead, but its essence is still there. Maybe we can refine a magical weapon. Another disciple also laughed out loud. They had already confirmed that there was a very high-grade weapon in their golden platform. It was very likely that it had already reached the divine level. A god had sensed a unique wave of energy from it. Yun Nuoshing doesn't even look at them. He lowers his head to touch the holy grade Xian crystal. The value of a god-level weapon can't be much lower than that of the holy grade Xian crystal. Because it is too difficult to refine, there are not many god-level weapons. Maybe some gods here are still using magic-level weapons. You talk too much. Be careful. Your mouth may rot. Yun Nuoshing looks at Xianing. He lifts his hand and makes a gesture of invitation for her to continue cutting the stone. Xianing sneers. She turns her head and grabs the waterfall. She gathers the spiritual sword and shows her skillful cutting skills again. However, this time, the layer of stone falls off by itself. Layers of silver stone fall off. Soon, the 2-story waterfall is perfectly broken down. With a wave of his sleeve, he shook off all of the adhering stone skin, and a dazzling 9-colored longboard fell down. The luster flowed and dyed half of the sky in a beautiful icy blue color. The entire board was 4 meters tall, and there was a half-open scroll inside. It was sealed by the holy grayed, mysterious crystal, and the blurry light covered it, making it impossible to see what was written on it. Another saint grayed Xian crystal. There's also an ancient scroll sealed inside. The moment they came back to their senses, when someone saw clearly what it was, they hurriedly cried out in shock. Their voices were very sharp because of the shock. Gosh, is it so easy to produce holy grade Xian crystals nowadays? Usually, there was a price but no market for it. 2 items that were hard to find had appeared so easily today. This one is much bigger than that one. That scroll may be an array map passed down from ancient times. Everyone talks about it. The scroll sounds very mysterious. Everyone is jealous of it. Just now, they gathered around Yunhua Star, while in the next second, they surround Xianing. The bidding sounds are heard all over the place. Xianing can't help rolling her eyes. It was no wonder that they were so excited. Even the Yunhua planet wanted the array diagrams that had been passed down since ancient times. In this era, many things had been lost. The current array formations were far from being as powerful as the ancient array formations. Even Yuan Qian's 6th uncle can't help going over to have a look at it. It is an array map. It is a pity. Even though it is sealed in the holy grayed mysterious crystal, after so many years, the records in it are almost worn out and disappear. A powerful man of Shunming looks at it and can't help giving a sigh. The thin layer of light surely can't block his sight. He can see it clearly. Sealing things in Xian crystals can resist the power of time, but it can't resist it completely. The array map in front of them is the best example. A part of it is spread out. It is a little blurry. If you want to completely resist the power of time, you have to use holy grade Xian crystals. However, no one even knows whether such a magical object exists or not, because it seems that no one has seen it. At most, it is just holy grade Xian crystals. However, the remaining patterns are still very useful for the study of arrays. If less than 40% of it is worn out, it may be possible to recover it. Another powerful man of Shunming says, "It's too rare. There are very few things that have been passed down from the ancient times. Even the inheritance from the ancient times has been reduced by nearly 90%. Only a few ancient families still have the inheritance from the ancient times. What a pity! It is a treasure of inheritance." The evaluation of the various gods of Shunming here made everyone feel pity in their hearts. It's your turn. Xia Ning doesn't change much in her eyes, as if she has known it in advance. She looks at Yun Nuoshing and says in a cold voice, though Yun Nuoshing knows that this is the voice of the expressionless man, he still feels a little uncomfortable to hear it. However, he doesn't hesitate. He goes directly to the colored stone. This stone was bought by Yun Nuoshing after he was coaxed into it. He didn't even see it clearly and didn't know what it was. He wasn't in a hurry to cut the stone, but opened his evil spirit eye. At the same time, various arrays of various sizes appeared. Bright light flooded the area in an instant. It was even brighter than the light of a saint-grade Xian crystal. Are they holy eyes? No, it doesn't look like them. However, they look almost the same. Well, the eyes themselves are a treasure. Judging from the waves, they are almost as good as the holy eyes of Tian, my master. I don't know where the young man got them from. Everyone sees Yun Nuoshing's eyes. They get excited again. Yun Nuoshing shivers. He feels that his eyes will be gone in the next second. However, the result made him a little disappointed because he could not see anything. There was only a blurry layer of light, and it looked the same as when the evil spirit I did not rank up. However, he could see that the energy of heaven and earth seemed to be flowing towards the colored stone, as if it was swallowing the essence of heaven and earth. Why is my heart beating so fast? I feel that I can't cut it open. Yun Nuoshing lifts the sky piercer. He looks around, but doesn't cut it. He walks around the stone for several circles, but still doesn't cut it. What are you waiting for? Can't you do it? Do you want us to help you? Seeing that he doesn't cut it, the disciples of the crystal family laugh loudly. They don't hide the sarcasm in their eyes at all. Damn, this group of hedonistic disciples. I'll teach them a lesson when we get out. Yuanshi hears and frowns. He clenches his fists until they creaks. My cutest little brother, you can just let your cutest big sister do it. Yuan Qian pats his head. Her smile is like a flower. It makes people shiver. Yuan Qi's face is full of black lines. What kind of joke is this? If I let you hit me twice, I don't think I need it anymore. Yun Nuoshing pretended that he did not hear anything. His words went in one ear and out the other. He looked around one last time and kept his halberd. He tapped his finger lightly on the colored stone. Immortal chi surged, and the entire colored stone started to tremble. Kacha! The rainbow-colored stone fragments danced in the air, and the sound of shattering could be heard continuously in the air. They turned into smoke and dispersed in all directions. Then a magnificent light illuminated the horizon like a rainbow, and even the sky was dyed in color. This is a spiritual fluctuation. It's so powerful. It's not inferior to some of the alchemists. What could be hidden inside? It actually has such a powerful spiritual fluctuation. There's still a little breath of life. Could it be a person? Everyone is anxious, but they can only see the dazzling light. They know it's another holy grade glazed crystal. However, their expressions are numb. 3 holy grade glazed crystals appeared in one day. They can't be surprised even if they want to. Now, they are more concerned about the source of the spiritual fluctuation. Divine aura. Yun Nuoshing's eyes are sharp, and his hands are fast. His palms are shining with golden light. He continuously patted on the glazed crystal, extracting the energy of the holy grade glazed crystal. Then, he used it on the glazed crystal to seal it. Energy seal? He can seal a holy grade glazed crystal? Unbelievable! This guy is not simple. The deities are a little surprised when they see this. They don't dare to pat their chest and say that they can seal a holy grade glazed crystal. However, seeing Yun Nuoshing's natural and unrestrained manner, they are very surprised. It seems that he has done it more than once. Yuan Qian's 6th uncle also looks at Yun Nuoshing in surprise. However, he doesn't say anything. He only nods. In his heart, he thinks more highly of this son-in-law. The light all over the sky gradually converges. Then, everyone can open their eyes to see what is sealed in the glazed crystal. However, at the first glance, everyone is stunned. They even forget to breathe inside the holy grade Xian crystal. A young girl was sleeping quietly. She was very peaceful, as if she was carved out of the best mutton fat jade. Her entire body was sparkling and translucent like a waterfall. Her shiny black hair hung down to her willowy waist. Her beautiful face was somewhat coquettish. Her white skin clung tightly to an extremely ancient garment. In her delicate hand, she held a black bead tightly. There is a person in the stone, a beautiful girl. Is this a person cut out? At this moment, Yun Nuoshing is a little shocked. Xia Ning's face turns pale. No, it is only a soul, not a living person. Someone remembers the spiritual power, just now. He sighs and shakes his head. Old cloth. What era is she from? I don't know. At least, she is not from ancient times. Today, it is really worthwhile to come here. Hearing the loud noise, those from the Crystal family feel as angry as the Qi family. A soul has been cut out, and there are fluctuations of the soul. That is to say, this person still has the possibility to be resurrected. No matter how they look at it, it seems that they are going to lose. As for the Qi family, their hearts are bleeding. Everything that was cut out today should have been theirs. If they had been more resolute at that time and made up their minds to cut out these stones, they wouldn't have regretted it today. However, there is no medicine for regret in the world. It is not surprising that she can swallow the energy of heaven and earth. She is maintaining the seal to resist the erosion of time. Yun Nuoshing is enlightened. He doesn't know what era this person is from, but he can feel that the person in the glazed crystal didn't lose much life. After all, there is no such thing as time in the soul. The glazed crystal is just to prevent the loss of the spiritual power. It is more than enough to use holy grade glazed crystals to prevent the loss of the spiritual power. To Yun Nuoshing's surprise, no one rushes to bid for it this time. He doesn't know whether it is because the soul is useless or they have reached an agreement to wait until the end. Let's open the last two pieces. Chapter 278. However, though no one offers an exorbitant price, Yun Nuoshing hears a lot of friendly voices. They all extend an olive branch and want to draw him into their forces. He is more powerful than the crystal technique genius and the future Tian, my master. This is what people say about him in their hearts. At this moment, even those arrogant gods are lowering themselves to convey their opinions. What surprises him is that there are some seeds-like gods and goddesses passing on the message, too. It is obvious that a Tian, my master, can bring a lot of benefits to a force. Now, Yun Nuoshing is like a delicious cake. Everyone wants to take a bite of him. He has made such achievements at such a young age. He is bound to be a legend in the future. Go on, Xia Ning says coldly. Then, she directly turns to look at the golden stage. A broken soul. It is useless. Can it be as precious as a magical weapon? Won't it be ours in the end? The young people of the crystal technique family feel very unhappy. They sneer. Yuan Shi and his companions feel itchy to fight. They rub their fists and get ready for a fight. Let's cut it. I hope we can cut something good out of the broken cross. Then we will get more. They are confident that they can cut out a top magical weapon. They don't believe that the extremely tall cross can cut out anything more precious than this. I hope the cross won't become his grave. If it is not handled properly, it will fall down. Ha ha. Some people sneer openly. It seems that they really want Yun Nuoshing to die here. It was unknown when Yuan Qian had covered Yun Nuoshing's ears. There was a faint black energy circulating around her jade-like hands, blocking his hearing. She smiled and said, "Little boy, you didn't hear anything." Why do I feel that your smile is a little scary? When this faint laughter fell into Yun Nuoshing's ears, it caused him to shiver. This voice contained an enormous amount of anger, wasn't it? Hee, you just have to quietly cut the stone later. I'll help you carry anything. Yuan Qian smiled as she rubbed her face against Yun Nuoshing's back. On Xia Ning's side, some powerful Shenming cultivators put the golden platform on the core of the array. A vague pressure comes out, which makes his legs tremble a little. You can do it now. Liao Qianga's divine underworld elite clapped his hands as he covered the last part of the formation above the golden platform. Hearing this, Xia Ning nods. However, she doesn't walk into the array. Instead, she enlarges the spiritual sword to 20 meters long. It is far away from the array and can't get close to it. When some weapons were cut out from Xian crystals, there would be a bit of resentment, especially the weapons that were forged in Xian crystals. When they were cut out by force, there would be a lot of resentment. The consciousness left in the weapons would activate the weapons by itself. Therefore, it could not be said that they had set up so strictly. If the magical weapon goes crazy, there are not many people here who can stop it. Even if some powerful Shunming cultivators unite, they may not be able to stop it. However, Xia Ning has found that there is a weak consciousness flowing in the weapon. He doesn't want to be killed in an instant after he disturbs the weapon. Is the array stable? Some people feel uneasy. The self-recovery of the magical weapon can easily cause destruction to the world. It can flatten an area with a radius of 1,000,000 miles. That is a disaster. Others may not work. However, this array is specially used to restrain weapons. The more powerful the weapon is, the more it will be restrained. Yuanshi's sixth uncle says indifferently. The other gods nod. They don't worry too much. Hum. As a clear sound was heard, the long sword that was transformed from mental power sank into the golden platform. A green light shone brightly while a golden light was released from the golden platform at the same time, illuminating everyone as if they were cast from gold. What a strong pressure! At this moment, an unusually dense aura rushed out. Everyone felt a great pressure, and there was also a special aura energy circulating. It is the breath of the golden forest. A powerful Shunming cultivator frowns and says, "It is just a stone. Why does it have such strong energy? It is a weapon." The energy of the weapon. Everyone looks at the golden platform, which is slightly shaking. They can't help taking 2 steps back. As the light gets brighter, the energy pressure becomes stronger and stronger. Some people even feel their legs tremble. Crack! The golden platform trembles for a while. A huge crack appears on its surface. The energy rushes to the sky, like tides. Xia Ning almost can't maintain the spiritual sword. Crack! Another crack opened, and a dazzling golden light shone, accompanied by an extremely tyrannical energy spreading out. A huge force spread out and pushed him away. If it wasn't for the people behind him catching him, he would have landed on his butt. Even so, those people who caught him were also sent flying by this huge force. Unconsciously, an extremely strong sense of killing comes out from the golden platform. People feel cold from head to toe. They can't help trembling. I think we'd better leave. It is not worth watching. Ha! Ha! That is right. The legendary weapon is born. Something bad will happen. We'd better stay away from it. Everyone sees Xia Ning fly away. They laugh awkwardly and leave at once. Some of them even go directly out of the manor and run far away. Crack! The sudden cracking sound shocks everyone. They look at Xia Ning. Xia Ning also leaves in fear. Now, no one is working on the golden platform. How can there be a sound from the golden platform? Crack! Another sound rang out. Only then did the crowd know that the golden stage had split open by itself. After knowing that, the crowd's complexions all paled with a whoosh. They quickly retreated from the plaza and stood far away. Of course, those powerful Shunming cultivators don't leave. However, they clench their fists to gather energy. It seems that they are going to take action. The legendary weapon is waking up. A powerful Shunming cultivator murmurs. He makes a strange gesture with his palms and gets ready to attack at any time. Crack! At last, a clear sound is heard. The golden stone, weighing hundreds of kilograms, scatters like flowers. At the same time, it gives out a chill to the bone. The crazy killing intent goes into their bones. Many people feel weak and fall to the ground. They are so scared that they almost scream. Retreat! Let's go! Let's go! The murderous weapon is coming out. Hum! A clear sound is heard. It seems to go deep into the soul. Everyone who hears it feels dizzy. A sword, about 5 feet long and golden in color, appears from the golden platform. It is engraved with mysterious patterns. The dazzling golden light shines and covers the whole world. It is a top-level legendary weapon. We are in trouble. Strong energy comes out. That powerful Shinming cultivator is shocked. He realizes that something is wrong. At the same time, he starts to make gestures in his hand. An emerald palm condensed by energy sticks to his palm. He suddenly slaps at the golden sword, which is trapped by the magic circle. The emerald palm quietly goes through the space, and the magic circle, it hits at the golden sword directly. Hum! A ray of golden light goes straight to the clouds. It passes through the self-created enchantment and shines in the sky. The whole divine sky city can see it clearly. Everyone outside is shocked. A bone-piercing, killing, intense sword into the sky. The golden divine sword swept across, cutting the jadeite palm in half. A golden sword ray shot out from the tip of the sword, violently bombarding the 3 layers of formations. Bang! The magic circle releases an energy barrier. It is hit by the golden sword light. It shakes but doesn't break. Quick! Seal it! The legendary sword was awakened and has resentment. Just hold on for a while. The old man raises his hand and presses down on the magic circle. He seals the surrounding space. A palm is formed in the void and presses down on the golden sword. Dang! A powerful Shinming cultivator changes his hand and activates the magic circle. Unparalleled energy soars into the sky. Several energy torrents shoot out and hit the golden sword until it trembles. Hum! The golden sword emits a dazzling light. It quickly swings a few times and shatters all the energy that is close to it. It turns into a ray of golden light and pierces the barrier. No, the resentment is really strong. It is going to attack the magic circle. Yuan Shao frowns. He presses down on the barrier with both hands. Majestic energy is continuously released into the barrier to maintain the magic circle. 6th uncle, put away the magic circle. Suddenly, Yuan Qian says with a smile, "Little girl." Yuan Shao is stunned. He doesn't know what she means. His hands don't stop moving. Stop it. The little boy has a way. Yuan Qian continues to smile. Hearing this, Yuan Shao was stunned. He took a deep look at Yun Nuoshing. When he saw Yun Nuoshing smiling at him and waving his hand, he was stunned. Since it was his precious niece who said it, there should be no problem. Yun Nuoshing didn't seem to be joking. Thinking of this, Yuan Shao hesitated and slowly dissipated the barrier. "Old Yuan, what are you doing?" Seeing that he suddenly dispels the barrier, the Shinming experts are stunned. Without this layer of suppression, the golden sword's power is at its strongest. They might not be able to suppress it. Yuan Shao bitterly smiled. If Yuan Qian didn't ask him to disperse, he wouldn't have done this. He can only shake his head and say, "Let's disperse first." The others naturally won't disperse the magic circle without knowing why. They are all desperately releasing energy to resist the impact of the divine sword. "Let's disperse." Yuan Shao can't help but say, looking at Yun Nuoshing's confident look, "She doesn't look like she is joking." He can only leave this matter to her. To be honest, even if the Shinming experts take action, they might not be able to hold on for long. Half of his magic circle was destroyed by the golden light. They looked at each other suspiciously. This is not the time to be joking, right? Once the divine sword is released, there will be signs of destruction within 1,000,000 miles. Although this is what they thought, they still suspiciously withdrew the magic circle and condensed it in their hands, just in case. Buzz. As soon as the magic circle was withdrawn, the restraint weakened, and the golden sword immediately rushed into the sky. Its speed was so fast that no one can see it clearly. Even the Shenming experts have a lingering fear. Even they can't catch up with this speed. However, before the golden sword rushed out, it quickly braked and stopped at the edge of the barrier. This made them wary, thinking that it was going to turn around and attack. Unexpectedly, it did fly back, but it didn't start a massacre as expected. Instead, it flew directly to Yun Nuoxing and circled around her a few times. To be more precise, it circled around the golden chain around Yun Nuoxing's arm. Buzz. The two weapons are less than a foot apart. The divine sword circled around the chain, and both emitted a soft golden light, as if they are of the same origin. This, a set? When everyone saw this, they were a little stunned. They couldn't help but speak out what Yun Nuoxing was thinking at the beginning. Only weapons that came from the same person would have a response that resonated with each other. No wonder the divine sword was released. So, this was the reason? The golden divine sword circled the chain twice, and the two seemed to be resonating with each other. No one knew what it was sensing, but after a moment, the divine sword restrained its ruthless aura and slowly calmed down. This made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. The aura just now was really too frightening. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the golden sword suddenly touched Yun Nuoxing's left hand. Before anyone could react, it directly melted into his palm, and the patterns on his arm grew even more. F***CK. Chapter 279. Hearing Yun Nuoxing's shout, the crowd finally reacted. However, when they saw that the golden celestial sword had already merged with Yun Nuoxing's arm, they couldn't come back to their senses. They didn't understand what was going on. You, how dare you steal our celestial sword? Despicable person, quickly hand it over. Spit it out for me, otherwise I'll leave your life behind. Seeing that the celestial sword had directly recognized Yun Nuoxing as its master, the young people from the Crystal Technique family instantly came back to their senses and started shouting at Yun Nuoxing without distinguishing between right and wrong. This made some people frown. Everyone clearly saw what had just happened. How did it become a robbery? What does it have to do with me? For the first time, Yun Nuoxing reacted to their words. He frowned and directly shouted back. It was none of his business that the golden celestial sword had recognized its master, although it was because he had the spiritual, godly physique. It was obvious that the celestial sword had delivered itself to him. What? You want to deny it after taking the celestial sword? I think it's better to send over that piece of holy celestial crystal that contains your soul as payment. Seeing this, the young people sneered. Do you want to snatch it by force? How dare you compete with us? Everything behind you is ours. Their faces were filled with cold and arrogant smiles as they stared at Yun Nuoxing. Their expressions were as if victory was in their hands, which made the latter want to beat them up. Damn it, Yuan, she cursed angrily. His white clothes couldn't help but tremble. If his sixth uncle wasn't here, he would have rushed up to beat them up. How did it become yours? The things that you cut out might not be as precious as mine. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing's face twitched, and he was about to go berserk. You bastard! What nonsense are you talking about? Such a large piece of holy celestial crystal is hard to find. Don't be unconvinced. Also, you snatched our celestial sword. It's a priceless treasure. A disciple ridiculed. That's right, that's right. That scoundrel stole someone else's things and still acted so righteously. I'll endure. Yun Nuoxing was so angry that he was about to go berserk. He ground his teeth, so hard that they creaked. His original temperament was completely destroyed. He was not a good-tempered person to begin with. Now that these people kept saying snatch and bastard, his head was about to explode. He even wanted to be impulsive. Xing Xing, ignore them. Seeing that Yun Nuoxing was about to grind his teeth to pieces, Ziyin hurriedly went forward and covered his ears. She said softly, trying to calm Yun Nuoxing's turbulent state of mind. "Brother, calm down. Isn't that what you usually say?" Ming Ming burrowed into his bosom and tugged at his lapel. The tender and gentle voices caused his line of fire that had reached the critical point to calm down again. "Little boy, calm down. When this is over, I'll help you catch them. You can beat them up however you want." Yuan Qian also said softly, that faint smile in the eyes of Yuan Qi, and the others was like the smile of a demon. They knew that if this big sister showed such emotions, then the matter was a little serious. Yun Nuoxing nodded and shouted a few times in his heart, "Everything is fine. Everything is fine." After a moment, Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and looked at the Scarlet Cross. He said, "Then let's let everyone judge now. Which one of our items is better?" After he finished speaking, he stood still. Everyone was a little stunned. They looked at the Scarlet Cross and were a little confused. "Why don't you cut it? Aren't you letting others judge? How are you going to judge if you don't cut it? Or are you saying that you can't do it? So you want others to do it?" The disciple of the crystal technique family laughed out loud. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing turned his head and looked at those people as if he was looking at an idiot. He sneered and said, "That's why I said you guys can't do it, yet you're still talking about it like you're so awesome. Bastard, what do you mean? I'm saying, other than blindly competing, what else can you do?" Yun Nuoxing glanced at them disdainfully. Then he looked at the crowd and said with a smile, "This Scarlet Cross doesn't need to be cut at all. Doesn't need to be cut." Everyone was a little confused. They didn't know what he meant. Could it be that this wasn't a stone, but an object by itself? Or could it be that this was formed from some mysterious crystal? Seeing that everyone was frowning in confusion, Yun Nuoxing shook his head helplessly and sighed. He walked to the bottom of the Scarlet Cross and said, "It means that there's no need to cut it." As soon as his voice fell, he fiercely pulled out the Scarlet Cross and threw it into the air. It spun like a top, shocking everyone who saw it. Such a heavy object. If it fell like this, it would probably smash through the floor, right? Bastard Little. A disciple of the crystal technique family saw this and was a little angry. "You're the one who talks the most nonsense. Shut up. You." Before he could finish speaking, he was yelled at. That person felt a little dizzy and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. He stared at Yun Nuoxing in embarrassment, but he didn't say anything else. Seeing that the person didn't speak anymore, Yun Nuoxing snorted and took out the sky piercer. He looked at the Scarlet Cross that was spinning like a windmill in the sky and weighed the halberd in his hand. Then he stepped on the ground and jumped high into the sky. He held the halberd and was about to stab the cross. He's crazy again. Someone saw his actions and couldn't help but say, because they saw his violent method of cutting the stone, they couldn't help but say the word again. Although this little guy is a little violent, he's still very strong. Let's see what he wants to do. An old man couldn't help but shake his head and say. With the sky piercer in hand, Yun Nuoxing approached the Scarlet Cross with a leap. He saw the opportunity and stabbed it fiercely. Clang! A vast sound wave spread out. It was as if 2 iron weapons were fiercely clashing in the air. It shook people's hearts and made them temporarily deaf. The unparalleled sound wave exploded in the sky and tore apart the clouds within a radius of 10,000 miles. In an instant, the sky became clear. "What's that little boy doing?" It was as if there were two giant bells ringing in her ears. Yuan Qian felt a little dizzy. Although she had been warned to use energy to cover her ears, she still felt as if her ears were going to be damaged. Yuan Shi smiled bitterly. He had played with crystal techniques for a few years, but he had never seen Yun Nuoxing's violent method of cutting the stone. Now he was stabbing the cross with his halberd. Everyone also covered their ears and shook their heads. They looked as if they were in pain. They looked at Yun Nuoxing slowly descending from the sky and didn't understand what he was doing. Yun Nuoxing slowly landed on the ground. He held the scarlet cross in the air and threw it on the ground. It smashed a big hole in the ground, and the ground shook twice. He almost flipped people over. There's no need to cut it. This scarlet cross itself is a weapon. He clapped his hands and said helplessly. Hearing this, everyone was stunned and felt a little dizzy. They hurriedly looked at the scarlet cross. Now, the layer of red soil and moss on its surface had faded away. It was an indescribable red metal with an indescribable aura circulating around it. This is a level 12 material, sun blood crystal. The whole thing was used to make a weapon. This is a top-grade material that only deities can use. Level 12. When this was said, everyone was stunned. Waves of dizziness surged in their heads. This whole big piece of sun blood crystal, a level 12 divine object. How was this possible? When the people from the crystal sorcerer family heard this, their faces turned pale. It was as if they had eaten pigeon poop. Everyone was speechless. It is indeed a sun blood crystal. Moreover, there is no imprint inside and no owner recognition. It is a pure existence. Yuan Shao looked at the 30-meter-tall scarlet cross from top to bottom and then nodded. Hearing this, everyone stared at the scarlet cross, and their expressions changed. There was no imprint, which meant that the sun blood crystal could still be seized by others. If it weren't for the fact that there were a few strong deities present, perhaps everyone would have rushed over. At this time, it's better to put down those useless thoughts. Don't act recklessly. Of course, Yuan Shao knew what everyone was thinking. He squinted his eyes and spoke with a faintly discernible aura. He even moved sideways to Yun Nuoxing's side and blocked everyone's path. When everyone heard this, their bodies trembled. Only then did they put down the thoughts in their hearts and hurriedly wiped off their cold sweat. The person standing in front of them was a real deity. The pressure he released was enough to crush everyone present. Seeing that no one dared to make a move, Yuan Shao nodded and turned his head to Yun Nuoxing and said, "Put it away first." When everyone heard this, they sighed a little regretfully. Was the outcome decided? Wait a minute! Someone from the crystal sorcerer family shouted, with a face full of resentment. Hearing this, Yuan Shao glanced at them and said indifferently, "What do you want? I don't accept this. Why is it that this bastard has won? The thing we cut out is obviously more precious. The things left behind from ancient times are almost priceless." That person walked up quickly and shouted while pointing at Yun Nuoxing. After Yuan Shi heard this, he was very angry and almost roared, "Are you done calling him a bastard?" And the sun blood crystal is a 12th level material. Only deities can use it. It is much more precious than that strange array. Yuan Shi and others were shocked. They glanced at him meaningfully. They had never seen him so angry before. It seemed that he attached great importance to Yun Nuoxing. "You are just a layman. What do you know? You cut out the sun blood crystal. However, the ancient array is a kind of lost inheritance. Compared with the sun blood crystal, which is still known, it is more valuable." That person sneered. Then he was going to lead his men to rush over and grab the sun blood crystal. Have all of you cultivated your shamelessness for your age? You want to grab it by force, not to mention other things. Even the soul of an ancient goddess is more precious than your things. Yuan Shi raised his eyebrows and stood directly in front of them, blocking their way. The people from the crystal sorcerer family sneered. Some other old men also came forward and said, "You lost. Those things belong to us." As I said, the better the things we cut out, the more we get. Compared with Xianing, you are far inferior. You lost, and you don't want to admit it. Hearing this, Yuan Qian smiled faintly and pulled Yuan Shi, who was laughing out of anger, behind her. She said softly, "Most of the marks on the formation you cut have been erased, and I'm not sure if it can be taken out of the Xian crystals. The Sun Blood crystal represents the ultimate material, and its grade is one level higher. Compared to the two weapons, the Scarlet Cross is more precious. Whether it is the amount of materials used or the quality, it is far better than the Godly Sword. One item is worth both of your weapons. What else do you have to compare? What is the difference between you and the two weapons? The Sun Blood crystal is a material only deities can use. Ordinary people can't use it at all. That weapon is only a semi-finished product. It is still uncertain whether there are any deities in the world, not to mention deities. If you can't use it, the Sun Blood crystal is a waste." An old man sneered. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing felt her heart jump. No rebirth state cultivators could be born? What happened? Wasn't Xian Yin a rebirth state cultivator? Why couldn't she be born? That's right. What's the use of a waste metal? An ancient array diagram was a priceless treasure. It represented a type of absolute art. It is an immortal inheritance. Yuan Shi was so angry that he felt his internal organs heating up. He roared, "You are really shameless. How can you turn the exclusive material of deities into waste metal? Black and white are reversed. You are still making trouble. You bastards. Shameless. You, at dollar." Seeing him curse, Yuan Qian and Yuan Shao can't help laughing awkwardly in their hearts. It seemed that he was really angry. Damn it! Yuan Shi was so angry that his face turned red. He scolded them in the end. Chapter 280. There were many people left at the scene, including the gods and goddesses, Chu Ilian and Jin Heng. They didn't leave because of the commotion just now. They were all watching now. When they heard Yuan Shi's roar, they were all stunned and looked at him strangely. "Brother, you're being rude." Yuan Shui heard and helplessly tugged at his sleeve. Yuan Shi came back to his senses and realized his loss of self-control. His face turned slightly red, and he couldn't help but roll his eyes at her. "Young man, you should be more respectful when you speak. Be careful that trouble comes from your mouth." The faces of several Crystal Technique family elders immediately sank. "You're still worthy of my respect." Yun Nuoxing also threw caution to the wind and directly scolded. Hearing this, those elders narrowed their eyes and revealed their killing intent. Junior, who doesn't respect his elders. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. After saying this, they were about to attack, but Yuan Shao stood in front of them in time. He glanced at them and said, "You guys don't put this old man in your eyes." Seeing him stand out, those few people trembled all over and hurriedly withdrew their outstretched palms. Just now, they were too engrossed in the quarrel that they completely forgot that there was still a god beside them. This god was also a god underworld expert. If he were to fly into a rage, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. "Senior, it's not that we're unreasonable. We just want to take back our victory trophy. Just now, it was just a misunderstanding." A few young people were still unconvinced. They mustered up their courage and stepped forward. "Ha!" Hearing this, Yuan Shao laughed ambiguously. He stared at them and said indifferently, "Regarding this matter, I've discussed it with a few old friends for a while. We feel that this young friend has won. You guys can stop pestering endlessly." After saying this, those divine underworld experts all stood over. They glanced at Yun Nuashing a few times and stepped forward one by one to pat his shoulder and praise him a few times. Only then did they stand side by side with Yuan Shao and stare at the few people with malicious intentions. Yun Nuashing suddenly understood. No wonder they really stopped when Yuan Shao told them to stop. It turned out that they knew each other. "You've clearly lost. Don't bully others with your power." A young man stepped forward and smiled faintly. Although he looked kind, Yun Nuashing sensed that the surrounding heaven and earth energies seemed to be attracted by something. Wait! At the time, Xia Ning, who has been kneeling there silently ever since Yun Nuashing showed the original form of the Scarlet Cross, comes to them. He is still cold. However, he seems to be frustrated and relieved. He stares at Yun Nuashing and says in a cold voice, "You win!" Everyone was stunned and felt that it was a little inconceivable. The elders and disciples on their side were struggling on the verge of death, but the first thing he said when he walked out was to admit defeat. "A loss is a loss. There is nothing to argue about. I am not as good as you." Xia Ning gives a sigh. She says in a cold voice, "I will find someone to give you the lost prize." After that, he walked out of the manor without waiting for anyone's response. His back looked a little lonely. "Xia Ning, wait. Are you willing to do this?" "Young master, the disciples and the elders don't care about anything else. They follow him at once. All of them leave. In an instant, there are only a few people left in the square. They all ran away in the chaos just now." "Wow, that's cool." Wang Chen sees this. He is so excited that he dances. However, Lu Yi stares at him, and he stops. Generally speaking, he is very excited to see Yun Nuashing win. "Brother Nuashing, congratulations. It is really not easy to win." Jin Hung pats Yun Nuashing's shoulder and congratulates her. "This time, I have booked another banquet in Longmen Hall. You all have to come. You can't miss it." Yao Ling shakes her sharp ears and smiles. "Little boy, it is great to win. I have made hundreds of billions." Yuan Qian holds Yun Nuashing. She looks like a crazy woman. Yuan Shi and others feel helpless. Thinking of the bet of 1 to 499, they can't help laughing happily. The 1 billion was put together by 10 people. If they lost, they would lose all their money. Speaking of which, this old man also benefited a bit. It's all thanks to little friend. The Crystal Master also smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum, making everyone speechless. "If I had known it, I would have gone to bet earlier." Lu Yi murmurs. He knew about the bet. However, when he came back, the bets had been made. He had no other choice. "Brother Nuashing, you defeated the Crystal Master and became famous overnight. You won 20 billion. How can you let brother Yao Ling pay for the banquet?" Chu Ilian holds Yuan Qian and smiles sweetly. People around them are surprised. However, they are all good-natured people. Naturally, they won't be shocked. Yun Nuashing shrugs his shoulders. Before someone pays the bill, he is still a pauper. "Hee, little boy, don't worry. I will pay for the banquet." Knowing his predicament, Yuan Qian smiles and hugs him. Gently breaking away from her embrace, Yun Nuashing keeps the Scarlet Cross and other things. Among the things present, only the crystal that seals the soul of the beautiful girl is worthy of his attention. After all, whether it is a 12th level material or a divine tool, he doesn't lack them. After putting the most special crystal aside for a while, Yun Nuashing carefully looked at it. The girl looks to be only 16 or 17 years old. She is wearing a purple gold robe. Her skin is like jade. She looks a little illusory and unreal. Her immortal face is very peaceful, as if she is sleeping. If no one points it out, no one will know that she is a soul and not a sleeping girl. A peerless girl? Nuashing, are you moved? Seeing Yun Nuashing staring at her in a daze, Yuanshi can't help but laugh. When he spoke, his eyes looked at Xian and Yuan Qian. Cough. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing choked. He smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, I am just a little curious. Sister Mengyan, can your eye of dreams see this girl's dream? Yuan Qian pulled Xian closer and looked at the girl's soul. She turned her head to look at the doll-like Mengyan and asked. Hearing this, Mengyan shook her head and said softly, I have already used the Eye of Dreams, but I can't see anything. Eye of Dreams? Yun Nuashing didn't understand when he heard this name for the first time. It can see and affect other people's dreams. Moreover, what happens in the dream can affect reality. Yuan Qian explained. Mengyan shook her head and added, That's not all. Even if it is not a dream, the Eye of Dreams can also sneak into people's consciousness through their eyes. After that, she looked at Yun Nuashing and said, You are very special. I have never seen anyone who can make the Eye of Dreams not react. Even if it is a god, I can see a little. So, I am very curious. Can I ask why? Everyone was stunned. They had all seen her Eye of Dreams and knew how special it was. What kind of situation could make it not work? Immediately, the way they looked at Yun Nuashing changed a little. It was a little strange. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and shook his head. He himself didn't understand what was going on. It could be said that he was a mystery. From his birth until now, he had always been a mystery. So he could only answer, I don't know either. Mengyan nodded and didn't say anything more. She seemed to be used to being quiet. Seeing that she didn't ask any more questions, Yun Nuashing shrugged and turned to look at the girl in the glazed crystal. However, he was stunned. His expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but take a step back. When everyone saw his sudden movement, they were also stunned for a moment. They all hurriedly turned their heads to look at the glazed crystal. They didn't know what he saw that could make his expression change so abruptly. However, when they turned their heads, their expressions also changed. Several god and underworld experts even stepped forward to block in front of everyone. The beautiful girl in the glazed crystal had opened her eyes. A pair of beautiful and lively May-Mouse stared at them. Suddenly, she said, Dozens of eras have passed in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, the world has changed. Who are you? Why are you disturbing my peace? After saying that, before anyone could react, the girl seemed to have thought of something and smiled bitterly, because no one could understand what she was saying at all. When is this language? Why can't I understand it? She scratched his head and was a little confused. Everyone also looked at each other. They didn't know what was going on. They had never heard of such a language. Yun Nuashing was stunned and didn't know how to answer. He wanted to see what the others said. However, he saw that everyone was staring at each other as if they had seen a ghost. He didn't know what was going on. He quickly sent a message to Xian. What's wrong? What's wrong? Xian was stunned and said, The girl spoke. We can't understand it. Huh? Yun Nuashing was stunned, but he clearly, dozens of eras have passed in a hurry. What are you waiting for? We just unintentionally disturbed you. Please forgive us. Yun Nuashing spoke a language that even he had never heard before, causing him to be stunned for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he quickly covered his mouth because he had already seen everyone's incomparably astonished and shocked gaze, as if they had seen a ghost. Little boy, you Xing Xing? Little brother, Nuashing. Several different names were shouted at the same time. Everyone stared at him, not knowing what to say. Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. This time, he couldn't explain it clearly. He couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the East Sea. He shook his head and said, I don't know what's going on either. If I say this, will you believe me? I believe you, Xian and the others answered, almost at the same time. He was stunned again and shook his head with a bitter smile. What was going on? I didn't expect that the people of this era would still know this ancient language. Where did you learn it from? When the young girl heard this, she looked at Yun Nuoshing with a little surprise. I don't know either. I will say it myself. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing continued to smile bitterly and shook his head. He looked straight at the young girl, and the words that came out of his mouth changed almost instantly, causing everyone to look at each other in confusion. Who are you? The girl looked at him with amusement and smiled. I still don't know. Yun Nuoshing rubbed his hands. He wasn't being perfunctory at all. He really didn't know who he was. He smiled bitterly for a while and said, I don't know who I am, where I come from, and I don't even know why I'm here. The girl looked at Yun Nuoshing with surprise. She didn't speak for a long time. She wanted to reach out and touch him, but she remembered that she was imprisoned in the holy grade Xian crystal. She could only shake her head, helplessly. Can you tell me about it? Placing her two slender jade-like hands together, the young girl asked with a quiet smile. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. He looked at the girl and hesitated.